record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571(h) of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis. You're on mute, Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis, you're on mute.
Good morning. Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 10 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once a case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today is case number, this is our protest hearing status case. The first case is Buddha's Restaurant, license number 115711. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, the protestant, and there's also a Spanish interpreter.
Chairman, Elvira Ramos, your access has been elevated. Jessica Mai, your access has been elevated. Adriana Torosian, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Spanish interpreter Adriana Torosian.
Can everyone please put their camera on, please?
Sure.
I need everyone to be on camera. I need board members, and I need everyone to be on camera. Ms. Rosia, can you please tell Ms. Ramos to turn her camera on, please?
Señora Ramos, ¿me puede escuchar? Por favor, encienda su cámara. She's not answering, Your Honor, so I'm not sure if she can hear me.
Mr. Oriana,
Just enter a unmute request.
okay.
I'll send her a chat as well.
Señora Elvira Ramos, por favor, encienda su cámara y active su micrófono.
Mr. Oriana, are you able? Okay.
Ok, ya activé el micrófono y la cámara no sé dónde.
She doesn't know where to activate the camera. Está justo al lado del micrófono.
Al lado del micrófono.
Es un cuadradito que está pegado al micrófono. Si activó el micrófono, haga lo mismo con la cámara.
Ay, tocar en silencio, dice.
No, ese es el micrófono. Al
Sí,
lado
es que
del
no-
micrófono hay un cuadradito que es un icono que parece una cámara de filmación, entonces lo puede activar desde allí.
Pero es que este teléfono yo ayer lo compré y no le hallo cómo hacerlo. No
No es
entiendo.
el teléfono, señora, es la aplicación, es la misma para todos. Usted tiene el micrófono y justo al lado, mire la pantalla. Usted tiene el micrófono abajo, en la parte inferior de la pantalla, tiene el micrófono en la izquierda.
Es
Después,
que no lo
al
tiene,
lado,
solamente.
tiene una cámara.
All
Okay,
right.
he doesn't understand, Your Honor. I tried to
that's fine.
explain how to
You
turn
can-
it on.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. Who is that? Mr. Oriana, who is 3519 14th Street? I mean, who's that person? Can you? It doesn't appear that that person's been.
Jessica Mai.
Okay. All right. Fine. Thank you. All right. Miss Torisana, that's yeah. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that you will faithfully and accurately interpret these proceedings in this matter from English into Spanish and from Spanish into English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. All right, can you state your name for the record, please, ma'am, and your role? State and spell your name.
Adriana, Adriana, Torosian, Torossian. I'm the Spanish interpreter.
All right, good morning. Can you please have Miss Ramos ask her to identify herself by spelling and stating her name for the record, please?
Señora Ramos, por favor, ¿puede identificarse diciendo su nombre para que conste en actas y deletree su nombre, por favor?
ELVIRA
ELVIRA and RAMOS.
And what is her name, please?
¿Cuál es su nombre, señora?
Elvira Janet Ramos.
Elvira Janet Ramos.
And what is her role? Can you please ask her what is her role with the
¿Puede
establishment?
decirme cuál es el rol que usted está cumpliendo hoy?
Estoy cubriendo a Miss Núñez Gladys. Yo soy la manager de Boo Restaurant. Ella está fuera del país ahorita.
I'm covering for Miss Flores. I'm the manager of the restaurant. She's out. She's overseas right now.
Thank you. Miss Mia, can you please identify yourself for the record, please, ma'am? You need to be on camera.
Good morning, everyone. This is Jessica Mai. I'm representing the protestees for the Boohoo's restaurant license renewal.
Can you please spell your name for the record, ma'am? Ma'am, can you please turn your camera on? I've seen you on camera before. It's like, can you please come back on camera, ma'am? Thank
The
you.
spelling of my first name is Jessica, Jessica. Last name is Mai, Mai.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I will join again through my computer because my phone is breaking up. Okay.
Okay, fine. All right. Let me know when you're ready, ma'am.
I am connecting in my computer.
You need to turn off one of, yeah, okay. And I'm not seeing you, ma'am. As the interpreter, I want to see you. Okay, thanks.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I just changed devices.
All right, thank you. All right, can you ask Ms. Ramos if she has any preliminary matters that she wants to bring?
Señora Ramos, ¿tiene algún asunto preliminar que le gustaría referir?
Bueno, solamente lo que sí, yo lo siento bien injusto lo que los vecinos están poniendo. Yo tengo varios complaints sobre ellos, pero lo quedamos así, creo que hasta su debido tiempo. Porque yo tengo videos donde hay vecinos que me han ido a tirar piedras a las ventanas de los vecinos que están acá poniendo complaint. Y yo tengo los videos de la cámara. Y eso se llama una destrucción de propiedad privada. Eso no se hace. Nosotros trabajamos limpiamente, sin hacerle daño a nadie. Yo trato de hacer las cosas bien. Hay vecinos.
Ok, señora, discúlpeme, tiene que pausar.
Okay.
Well, I think it's very unfair what has been going on through this complaint. We have many complaints filed against the neighbors. I even have videos of the neighbors throwing rocks at my windows. They are destroying private property, and that's not okay. We're just working in a properly and correct manner, and that this is really unfair. And I asked her to pause.
Can you just let her know? I know that what she's saying is some substantive, and so that's not what we're addressing here. Just if she has any just preliminary concerns about the structure or the process of this hearing, not the substance, just the structure.
Señora, yo entiendo que usted tiene cosas para decir, pero no le estoy preguntando sobre eso. Lo que le estoy preguntando es si tiene algo, no de la sustancia de la demanda, sino que si tiene algo para referir antes de empezar con respecto al proceso de la audiencia.
No.
No.
All right, thank you.
Okay, gracias.
Ms. Mayor, do you have any preliminary matters you want to address to bring to the attention of the board?
Señora, ¿tiene algún asunto preliminar antes de comenzar?
No.
Señora May? No.
All right. Now, this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on March.
I'm sorry, I meant to, I wanted to answer your question, sir. If the board could provide us an overview of the hearing proceedings today and what to expect moving forward, that would be great.
I'm going to do that in a couple of minutes, ma'am. All right. This matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on May 10th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.
Bueno, esta audiencia de protesta en este caso está programada para el 10 de mayo del 2023 a la 1:30 p.m.
All right. Have you guys had a mediation in this case?
¿Tuvieron una mediación en este caso?
No.
No.
No? All right, Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate Mr. Mark Russell, please?
Elevated.
Thank you. Mr. Russell.
Hi there. I'm just wanted to. I'm sorry, I'm joining late.
Can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir, and identify yourself?
Yeah, sure. My name is Mark Russell, MarkRussell, and I'm also with Jessica.
All right, fine. That's fine. All right, so you're saying that the parties are saying that you have not had a mediation. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
That's correct.
All right. We'll make sure that a mediation be scheduled, so the parties can at least have a formalized process where they can talk to see if they can settle this matter.
Thank you. And we just want to go ahead and note that the protestees on our side, we did provide options for a date for mediation. However, that was not ever responded to by the licensee.
All right, but our agency schedules the date, and so our agency will ensure that both parties are available to do mediation. Miss Teresina, can you please translate that for Ms. Russell, please?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was coughing. I lost part of it. Could
Just
you
let her know that our agency will provide dates for mediation
Thank
to be
you.
held.
Nuestra agencia va a proporcionar las fechas para que se hagan las reuniones de mediación, ¿ok?
Okay.
Ok.
All right. Now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest, there are a few things that I would like to instruct the applicant and the protestants about the process.
Ahora que se ha programado esta audiencia de protesta, quiero instruir a los protestantes y a la defensa sobre algunos requisitos y cuestiones.
So that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested.
Para que la protesta aquí esté enfocada y solamente se aborden los asuntos que están incluidos en la protesta.
The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to this case.
La Junta aquí no quiere escuchar ningún asunto que no esté relacionado con esta protesta.
You should have received by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process.
Ustedes deberían recibir por el correo postal o electrónico y postal los asuntos relacionados con esta audiencia.
A copy of the protest information form and a copy of the exhibit form.
Una copia del formulario de la demanda de protesta y de los elementos de prueba.
If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office following this hearing.
Si usted no tiene estos documentos, por favor contacte a la oficina antes de la audiencia.
It is imperative that you review these rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing.
Es imperativo que usted revise estas cuestiones antes de la audiencia de protesta, y es imperativo.
You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and a copy of the exhibit form 7 days before the hearing.
A usted también se le pide que presente una copia firmada 7 días antes de la audiencia de protesta.
These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABRA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter.
Estos formularios deben ser presentados ante nuestra junta 7 días hábiles antes de la audiencia programada para este caso.
If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're representing,
si no recibimos una copia de su PIP, de su protesta o de la aplicación, lo que sea de esos 3 documentos que no recibamos, entonces va a quedar sin efecto.
may be subject to dismissal.
Puede estar sujeta a quedar sin efecto. Apologies.
I'm sorry. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and the exhibits themselves,
Del mismo modo, si no recibimos una copia de los elementos de prueba y los elementos de prueba,
your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced.
sus elementos de prueba pueden ser excluidos de esta demanda si la parte opuesta así lo expresa.
Or no good cause
Sorry.
for failure to submit has been shown.
I'm sorry, I
Or
interrupted.
no good cause for failure to submit has been shown.
En ningún momento el costo de presentarlo está siendo considerado.
Likewise, witnesses other than a party
También los testigos, aparte de las partes,
may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP.
pueden estar sujetos a ser excluidos si no figuran en el PIB.
Accordingly, these forms are very important.
Estos formularios son importantes.
They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point in the hearing.
Estos contribuyen con facilitar el proceso y permitir a las partes poder entender el contenido.
They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing.
Y también le proporcionan un aviso a las partes para prepararse antes de la audiencia.
As you're aware, all hearings are now conducted virtually.
Como usted tiene conocimiento, todas las audiencias se conducen de manera virtual actualmente.
You will have 1 hour to present your case, and you will only be allowed to call 5 witnesses.
Usted va a tener 1 hora para presentar su caso y solamente puede presentar 5 testigos.
Any questions for anyone?
¿Alguna pregunta hasta ahora?
No.
No,
Questions? Thank you.
no hay preguntas. I'm sorry.
We thank you greatly for your cooperation.
Muchas gracias por su cooperación.
If you have any questions today or any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact ABRA's legal division.
Si usted tiene una pregunta antes de la audiencia, por favor contacte la división legal de nuestro departamento.
The board, we will ensure that a mediation is scheduled for the parties.
Para la Junta, nos queremos asegurar que se programe una mediación para las partes.
And if either side have any questions about the process, please reach out to our legal office and we'll provide guidance on how the process.
Y si alguien tiene alguna pregunta sobre el proceso o necesita algún tipo de asistencia en lo legal, por favor, contacten a nuestra oficina.
Ms. Mao, are you there?
Señora Mao, you said?
Yes, sir, I'm here. And we also wanted to raise a concern about communication between ourselves, the licensee, and the ABRA staff. There seems to be an issue with regard to timeliness, especially with the
With the what? You said, Miss, you cut off. Ms. Mao.
It's Ms. Mai, M-A-I.
Okay, hold on, Miss Mai. This is one of the reasons why I ask everyone to be on camera. I can't tell if you're there, ma'am, or if you're not there because I can't see you. So I'm here talking and you cut off, so I thought maybe we'll lose the connection. So that is one of the reasons why I asked when we're doing these hearings. I need you to be on camera so I'll know that you're always there.
Perfect. Thank you for the clarification. I just wanted to raise our concern about making sure that the communication across all parties is streamlined, especially with regard to our concerns previously that a mediation meeting was not scheduled.
Bueno, entonces, perfecto, estaré en cámara. Quisiera elevar mi preocupación en cuanto a la comunicación entre las partes porque, por ejemplo, no hubo ninguna reunión de mediación programada.
All right. We will ensure that Ms. Fletcher contact the parties to schedule the mediation, okay?
Great, thank you. We really
Podemos
appreciate it.
asegurarnos de que las partes se conecten con la señora Mitchell para programar las audiencias de mediación, ¿ok?
Any questions, Ms. Ramos?
¿Alguna pregunta, señora Ramos?
No, todo está claro.
No, everything is clear.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. All right.
Muchas gracias, que tengan buen día.
Así.
I apologize for coughing so much, Your Honor.
You're
I
fine.
didn't mean to interrupt.
You're
Do you
fine.
need me to stay or
No,
that's all the
you're-
cases?
You're now free to go. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Have a wonderful day, everybody.
All right.
Thank you.
The next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00018, Vibrations Restaurant and Lounge, license number 123389. This case has been canceled. The application was withdrawn, and the matter is terminated. The next case in our calendar, we now move to our showcase hearing status calendar. So the first case in our calendar is case number 22 CIT 00317, Lobadan Dumplings, license number 116185. This case has been canceled. The government dismissed the case due to the payment of the fine. The next case on our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00004, Justin's House of Bourbon, license number 116888. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and Ms. Mahmoud?
Soli Oni, your access has been elevated. Lana Mahmoud, your access has been elevated. I believe that is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Could the parties please identify themselves for the record by spelling and stating their name? Let's start with the government.
Yes, good morning. Bisola Oni, BISOLA ONI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of Attorney General, representing the district.
Good morning, ma'am. Ms. Mahmoud, can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name, please?
Sure, my name is Lana Mahmoud, spelling as Lana, last name Mahmoud.
Good morning, Ms. Mahmoud.
Morning.
Good morning. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
No matters, just that we communicated the OIC to the establishment.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mahmoud, it appears that you're online somewhere else and your hand is up.
I apologize. I apologize. Do you mind repeating that? It cut out a little bit.
You're on my screen twice.
Oh.
And on the other screen, you're raising your hand to say that you have a question on the other screen.
I don't believe that's me. There's another person with the same last name as me whose hand is raised, but that's not my camera.
Is there someone else? Is a licensee scheduled to be here today? No?
Not to my knowledge. I'm the only person that was requested from our company.
All right. And you're representing licensee, is that correct?
To be honest, I'm extremely confused. I was called last week and I was asked to be a part of this hearing regarding an event that my company is catering.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. You are okay. All right. Okay. This is not your case.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Right, so,
okay.
Mr. All right. Okay, it's all right. Okay, you are. This is so uncanny that we have two people for this. Anyway, all right. So, Mr. Oriana, can you please, Miss Lana Mahmoud, this is not her case. She's for the fact-finding hearing. So, can you? All right, fine. So, all right. Miss Manela Mahmoud, can you please identify yourself for the record, please? And you can put your hand down now.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board. My name is Manal Mahmoud with Malios O'Brien Sandground. We're here on behalf of licensee. My name is MANALLE
And you have a unique last name, and it is interesting with your unique last name. We have two people with the same last name this morning on our hearing calendar. All right, so thank you. All right. Miss Oni, and this is the first time you're appearing before the board, so welcome, ma'am. Are there any, let me start over again. Are there any preliminary matters?
No, just notifying that we sent the offer in compromise yesterday.
And Ms. Mahmood, are there any preliminary matters?
No preliminary matters. Mr. O'Brien is out ill, but he confirmed receipt of the offer in compromise yesterday.
All right. So this matter then is scheduled for, if this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for a show cause hearing on May 10th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. I just want to remind both parties that if this matter goes to a hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses. Failure on either side to disclose documents and witnesses to the other side or to the agency, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that party from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days previously. Any questions?
No, thank you.
All right. Good luck with your negotiations. If not, we will see you for this matter on May 10th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. All right. Thank you. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 CIT 00012 New Neighborhood Market, license number 117177. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee for this case, please?
Aku Lema, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Mr. Lema, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Ani, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Okay, my name.
Bisola Oni, Bisola representing the government.
Ms. Oni, give me a minute to get Ms. Oni. Thank you. Mr. Lema, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to the establishment, please?
Fakadu Lema. My first name is Fakadu, Fekadu. Last name Lema, Lema. I'm the owner of the New Neighborhood Market.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right. Ms. Oni, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No.
Mr. Lema, from your perspective, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No.
All right. Okay, hearing none, this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on May 10th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. I just want to remind both parties that 7 days before the hearing, you are required to disclose documents and witnesses, meaning that Mr. Lema, if you're going to contest this matter through a hearing, then you need to, 7 days before the hearing, then you need to send your documents and witnesses that you're going to rely upon at the hearing to the government and also to our legal office. Failure on either side to disclose documents and witnesses, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that party from moving forward. Any questions by anyone?
No.
All right, fine. Well, good luck with your negotiations. And if not, if this matter is not settled, we will see you for the show cause hearing on May 10th at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much, sir. Have a great day.
You too. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00090, Johnny Pistolas, license number 60401. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case, please?
Then Askaranam, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't have my camera does not work on this computer. I apologize.
All right, that's fine, sir. Ms. Oni, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Bisola Oni, Bisola representing the government.
Good morning, ma'am. Mr. Askarian, can you please spell and state your first and last name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
Sure. My first name is Jonathan, Jonathan. My last name is Askarinam, Askarinam. and I'm an owner of the business at Johnny Pistolas.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Morning.
Ms. Oni, are there any preliminary matters in this case, please?
No.
Mr. Askarian, any preliminary matters you want to raise, sir?
Not at this moment.
All right, thank you. Hearing none, then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on May 3rd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Again, I want to remind all parties that 7 days before the hearing, you are required to disclose the documents and witnesses you will rely on at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses to the board or the other side, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that party from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. Any questions for anyone?
Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson,
Yes, sir.
We're a Mexican restaurant, and May 5th is Cinco de Mayo, which is one of the busiest days for us.
It's May 3rd, sir. May 3rd.
Yes, but May 5th is the day, but it takes us a week to get prepared. That week is very busy for us. So we're asking to postpone the date for us as a small business. We also need to hire legal counsel to help us understand the charges against the business.
Miss Oni, is this your case, ma'am?
No, it's not. It's Christopher Salcott's case.
All right, Mr. Askarian, can you contact Mr. Salcott from the AOG's office, and if the parties can jointly make a motion to the board to change the date, or you can make a motion, you can just send a note to our legal office asking for us to move the date and give us the reasons why you're requesting that the date be changed, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So all right, so you can send either when you hire an attorney, or if not, just send a letter or an email to our general counsel's office to make your request. But I would ask you to reach out to the government to see if they agree to the date, and if they agree to the date, then it's much easier. The board, of course, will grant a joint motion, but if the government doesn't agree, then that will take a little bit more arguments whether or not the board will grant the motion to continue. Okay, sir?
Sure, thank you.
All right. So currently this matter is scheduled for May 3rd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m., but the licensee will reach out to the government and the agency to request a change in date. Okay? All right. Thank you. All right. We're done with your case, sir. All right. All right. So the next case in our calendar is case number 22-251-00033. Soundbar, formerly Empire Lounge, license number 122864. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Heidenberger, your access has been elevated. Davia Kane, your access has been elevated. Makia Nelson, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right, can everyone please turn the camera on, please? This is Showcase hearing status. Ms. Nelson, why are you here for this hearing? You can unmute yourself, Ms. Nelson. I'm just trying to get some clarification. Ms. Nelson. I can't hear you, Ms. Nelson. Ms. Nelson.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I can hardly hear you. This is a Showcase hearing status. So I'm just trying to find why you're here for this hearing.
I apologize. I have a subsequent hearing,
Okay,
another hearing scheduled this morning.
All right, so this Ms. Nelson is not in this case, Mr. Oriana. Okay, thank you. Ms. Oni, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes. Bisola Oni, Bisola Oni, representing the government.
Mr. Heidelberg, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yep. Eric Heidenberger, first name ERIC, last name HEIDENBERGER.
And I see another person. All I see is Davida, so I don't. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself, please?
Officer Davia Kane, DAVIA, last name CAIN.
All right, officer, you said?
Yes, I'm an officer.
Oh no, this is not. You're here for another case. This is,
Okay, I heard my name, so that's I thought he. Okay.
You're here for, I think, communal restaurant, I believe. Yeah, you're here for. This is not. We're not ready for you yet, officer.
I'm here for communal as well, so maybe we both got elevated.
All right, I'm sorry. Who's here for Empire Lounge? Okay, so you're here for Mr. Eidelberg. You're here for Communal Lounge.
Correct.
Right, so okay, hold on. So this is okay.
Soundbar.
Yeah, you're not for this case. So we're not ready for your case yet. Okay.
Okay.
So the case that I just called is Soundbar. Who's here for Soundbar?
Apologies. Looks like nobody except for Oni.
All right, fine. Miss Oni, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Bisola Oni, BISOLA ONI, representing the government.
All right, the licensee is not here. However, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on May 3rd, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. And I just want to remind you, Ms. Oni, to please that 7 days before the hearing, both parties are required to submit documents and witnesses that they will rely upon. Failure on either side to provide documents and witnesses unless good cause is shown. The board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward. Okay? All right. Thank you, ma'am. And I believe that concludes your calendar for the day. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 22CC00024, Lifts Market, license number 88858. This case has been canceled. The board approved an offer in compromise on March 29th, 2023. See board order number 2023-172. The next case on our calendar is a fact-finding hearing, which is case number 23251-00008, Prost, formerly Communal Restaurant, license number 108392. So, Mr. Oriana, so I think it's now Ms. Heidelberg and Officer Kane, I think, are the parties, and I believe Ms. Nelson are the parties that should be elevated for this case, please.
Apologies once again. Eric Heidenberger, your access has been elevated. Davia Kane, your access has been elevated. Makia Nelson, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Now I'll ask everyone for this case, please turn your camera on, please.
Okay, now I'm having problems turning my camera on. Yeah.
All right, I know. Well, I've seen you, so I'm fine. All right, if you're able to solve it, fine. But I've seen you, so that's fine.
Okay.
All right. Let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with Ms. Nelson. You're on mute, Ms. Nelson.
Everyone, I am ABRA investigator Makia Nelson. That is spelled Mikea. Last name Nelson.
Officer Kane, can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name, please?
Yes, good morning, Officer Kane. First name spelled DAVIA, last name CAIN.
All right, good morning, ma'am. And Mr. Heidelberg, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? You're on mute, sir.
Eric Heidenberger, first name ERIC, last name HEIDENBERGER.
All right. Good morning again, everyone. This is a fact-finding hearing, and As a fact finding hearing, the board is just gathering evidence. At a fact finding hearing, the board cannot order the party to take any specific action. The board is just gathering evidence for the board to make a determination. At the end of this hearing, the two options that the board has, it is the board can determine that based on what we find today, that no further action is required, or secondly, the board can refer this matter to the Office of Attorney General for them to determine if any laws have been violated, and that whether or not show cause here, this matter can refer to a show cause hearing. But that's a separate. That's what would be made if the board decide to refer this matter over to them for further investigation. So one of the reasons why we have this fact finding here, and it's also my understanding that it was also a 251 because the chief of police, I believe, had requested a fact finding hearing. But just a brief background: on January 22nd, 2023, a bartender was assaulted by a patron and arrested by MPD. Witnesses indicated that the suspect had PTSD, which may have been the cause of the incident, and may have had a psychotic episode due to a negative interaction with his medication and alcohol. And so I'll start with any questions by anyone before we start?
No.
Mr. Heidelberger?
No.
All right, so Ms. Nelson, just identify yourself for the record one more time and tell us how is it that you're involved in this case now?
Sure. Again, I am ABRA investigator Mykea Nelson, and I received this report from Supervisory Investigator Mark Brashears, who received the MPD PD 251 on Monday, January 23rd, 2023.
And so tell us, all right, did you write a report in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And so can you just summarize for us why is it that we're here today, ma'am?
Yes, sir. I was assigned to conduct the investigation of MPD PD 251 23-011425. Upon my investigation, I found the establishment in violation of DC Official Code 25-823, 25-836, and 23 DC Municipal Regulations 600.1. These violations came about as a result of conducting interviews by two of the establishment's ABC managers, two of the establishment's managing partners, a victim identified as V2 in my report, another victim identified as the establishment's bartender in my report, labeled as V1. I identified the suspect as well, conducted a regulatory inspection, interviewed MPD, and reviewed the establishment surveillance footage.
So what happened? Tell us. That's what I'm trying to find out. Just what happened while we're here? What happened at this establishment for you to go there?
Yes, sir. A simple assault occurred. Specifically, a patron pushed another patron in the chest. He attempted to assault one of the establishment's bartenders. And following his arrest, the suspect damaged an MPD police vehicle and injured himself as well.
And so did you contact so tell me, what is it that you were able to find out as a, who did you contact and who did you contact and what were you able to find out? Who did you contact at the establishment and what were you able to find out?
Yes, sir. Initially, I contacted Mr. Francis Williams, who identifies himself as Mr. Frank Williams, who is the establishment's general manager, and he advised me that he was not present for the assault. However, he did put me in contact with the ABC manager that was present for the assault, as well as the establishment's bartender that was involved. He also provided me video footage within 24 hours of the incident and contact information for those members involved. Additionally, I spoke with victim 2. identified as victim 2 in the police PD 251, who's identified as the establishment's girlfriend. And she advised me that she and the suspect had been bar hopping. So they had been drinking prior to entering the establishment. They were at the establishment for approximately 1 hour, and the suspect appeared to be having a PTSD episode due to the establishment being more crowded than normal. I found that the establishment was hosting a private event that night, and it was supposed to be guest list only. However, the second victim, a male friend, and the suspect were allowed entry into the establishment that night. Upon interviewing the suspect, Mr. Sean Yates, he advised me that he had started a new medication and he did not know the effects of drinking alcohol while on this new medication, and it triggered a PTSD episode. He described the PTSD episode as being present in his body but not physically in control of his actions. He stated that he was in the establishment for approximately 1 hour and had approximately 2 beers while present. When interviewing Mr. Tom Blackwood, identified as victim 1, Mr. Blackwood advised me that he was one of the 2 bartenders that were on staff that night, and he noticed an altercation occurred between the suspect and victim 2. And when he identified that there was an altercation going on, he attempted to approach the suspect and to separate him from victim 2. And when doing so, he was assaulted. The suspect attempted to hit Mr. Blackwood in the face. However, he missed and he was not injured. Subsequently, following him trying to assault Mr. Blackwood, a group of patrons attempted to escort the suspect out of the establishment and outside. While doing so, the establishment's ABC manager attempted to call MPD, all while watching the suspect outside to ensure his safety. Ms. Thalen advised me that the establishment was hosting a private 70s themed birthday party for 2 female patrons, and there was approximately 2 bartenders, 2 bar backs, and 1 cook present in the establishment at the time. The establishment did not have any security working, and she was made aware of the incident by one of the establishment's bartenders, the other bartender. Ms. Thalen contacted MPD and watched the suspect while he entered 5th Street Northwest, where he was arrested by MPD officers. Ms. Thalen advised me that the suspect appeared to be belligerent and volatile. However, she was not aware of the suspect being present in the establishment for a long period of time.
Now, did you
I'm sorry,
did you view any video of what occurred?
Yes, sir. Mr. Frank Wilson provided me with 2 separate clips of video footage of the incident.
And what were you able to ascertain as a result of viewing the video?
Yes, sir. I was able to see the suspect finish one of his what looked like to be 16-ounce beers, and he took half of victim 2's beer and consumed that. So I was able to witness the suspect consume approximately 24 ounces of beer. He appeared to be intoxicated due to him rocking back and forth while sitting still at the bar. Additionally, I was able to see the suspect grab victim 2's arm and push her into a crowd of patrons. I was able to witness the establishment's bartender attempt to apprehend the suspect and separate him from Ms. Thalen. from victim 2. I was able to witness a group of patrons attempt to escort the suspect out of the establishment while the establishment's ABC manager followed behind and contacted MPD. I requested additional surveillance footage from the establishment's general manager. However, due to the establishment not being able to maintain video footage beyond 7 days, I was unable to receive that footage. And I was also unable to establish how long the suspect and victim 2 had been inside of the establishment and how much alcohol they were able to consume during their visit.
Now, at the beginning of your testimony, you said that there were some violations. So, what violations, if any, did you determine that the establishment committed?
Yes, sir. I determined that the establishment was in violation for not maintaining a crime of violence, video footage of a crime of violence for a minimum of 30 days, as well as providing requested video footage to an ABRA investigator within 48 hours. Additionally, I had found the establishment changed its trade name from Communal Restaurant to Pros without ABC board approval.
All right. Okay. Anything else you want to add?
Yes, sir. I did find that after making the establishment aware of the violation of the trade name change, they did submit an application for a trade name change on Thursday, January 26th, and was approved to change their name.
Okay. Officer Kane.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right. It's my understanding this is a request from. Is there anything you can add to what supplement to what Investigator Nelson added?
No, I don't have anything to add. Pretty much what she said was everything right there, honestly.
All right, fine. All right, thank you, ma'am. Any questions by any board members of either Investigator Nelson, or if they want to question Officer Kane separately? Yes, Mr. Short, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. Investigator Nelson, how are you this morning?
Well, sir, thank you for asking.
Great. Thank you for your report. In finding that the cameras were not in regulation as required by our code, and I see where you did write them a citation for that. Is that correct?
I did not.
Were they in violation of the camera code?
Yes, sir, they were.
Can I ask you why you did not write a citation for that?
Yes, sir. I was advised to write a investigative report incorporating all of the violations that I found from my investigation as a result of the 251.
So the night of the night of the incident, did you know that the cameras could not record past 7 days?
No, sir. I received the MPD PD 251 approximately 2 days after the incident, and I was not aware that the footage could not record for longer than 7 days.
Since you have found out the information about the fallacies or the inconsistencies with the camera, have you said anything to the owner about or the licensee regarding the cameras since you found out they are in violation?
Yes, sir. I've spoke with the managing partners of the establishment, advising each of them that we require that their cameras maintain footage for a minimum of 30 days. And they did work very diligently to try to get me the footage, but was unable to.
To this current time, today or tomorrow, if an investigator would go there, anybody from our ABCA organization, would the cameras now function properly?
I am unsure, sir, but I'm happy to go and check.
Thank you, investigator. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
You don't have any questions for the officer? Any other questions for either the officer or the investigator by the board members? Mr. Heidelberger, do you have any questions for the investigator?
No, I appreciate Investigator Nelson working with us. I called her during her investigation to apologize about the camera footage not being available past 7 days. I think it was a miscommunication on our end, thinking that we had provided all the footage after it was requested 2 days later. And to be honest, to my knowledge, usually our servers, we use the same company to install our security cameras. They usually last 30 days. We provided numerous amounts of footage to both MPD and ABRA over the years. It definitely was not our intention to be malicious or intentional in withholding that footage, especially since some of our staff were the victim of the incident. And we are working to resolve it, so our security footage will last for 30 days for ABRA and MPD in the future.
Now, I'm glad that I think as Ms. Nelson testified that you have now filed the appropriate trade name change with our agents, and that has been approved. Is that correct?
Correct. We had applied back in November of 2022, and I have that certificate with DC. I didn't know if we went through Veritas Law Firm, and I had thought we had applied with ABRA as well for the trade name. I'm not sure if that didn't go through, and that's why we revisited that once Investigator Nelson came in and we were aware that our liquor license was not updated, but it has since been approved back in late January.
So tell me, what is it that you're doing regarding your cameras to ensure that it can record it?
Yeah, we installed, so this is like a full service restaurant. We don't have a lot of bar activity or nightlife activity. We're typically closed by midnight on weekends. We actually got the cameras installed 8 months ago because we had been broken into several times at this location. So it was more to prevent crime versus having incidents where we needed to have footage for these type of incidents. But we're working with our company that does the installation of our security camera system to get a new server that will hold footage for a longer period of time, up to that 30 days.
Well, I just want to advise you that pursuant to 25.836G1 through 4, that because you have a camera system, you are required to check it to make sure that it's operating appropriately and that it can record for at least for 30 days. So just want to bring that to your attention, that since you have a camera system, you have to ensure that, although you're not ordered to do it, but our regulation says if you have it, then you have to ensure that it has these capabilities and that you have to ensure that it is working at all times.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I think given this investigation, we understand that now.
All right. Any questions of the licensee by any board members? Any final comments you want to make, Mr. Heidelberger, before I bring this hearing to a close?
No, thank you.
Ms. Nelson, thank you for being here. Officer Kane, thank you for being here. Mr. Heidelberger, thank you for being here. The board will take this matter under advisement. As I said before, I'm glad that you have made the appropriate change to change the name. And you have also stated on the record that you are working towards ensuring that your camera is operational, that it's operational, that it can record for 30 days. So the board will take this matter under advisement, and as stated before, the decision will be one or two, no further action, or we will refer this matter over to the Office of Attorney General for further action. But thank you for your appearance today, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great one.
All right, thank you very much. All right, bye-bye. All right, the last hearing for our morning is a fact-finding hearing, and this is for a temporary license application for Miracle Theater. And now we can have Miss Lana Mahmoud.
Lana Mahmoud, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Mahmoud. Can you please identify yourself for the record in this for the right case now, ma'am?
Good morning once again. Lana Mahmoud, spelled Lana, last name Mahmoud.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
This is a fact-finding hearing, and one of the reasons why we have a fact-finding hearing is that the board, you have requested a significant amount of one-day hearing, a one-day temporary license for the Miracle Theater and for the Sixth and I Synagogue. And so this is a series of requests that you have requested over the years, and some board members are wondering, since you have been requesting the significant amount of one-day licenses, why is it that you have not applied for a permanent license? And so so let's start off. As I said, it's a fact-finding hearing. Who are you and your business model, and tell us why is it that ever so often you have been applying for temporary one-day license from our agency, ma'am?
Absolutely, no problem. So again, my name is Lana. I'm the Director of Operations for Union Stage, located in Washington, D.C. We also operate doing business as Union Stage Presents. So we are a concert space and private event space located at the Wharf in Southwest. And we currently have a event contract with Miracle Theater located in Southeast, and Capital Turnaround also located in Southeast. What we do is we present concerts at these spaces. We don't own these spaces. We don't have a liquor license for these spaces. They don't have a liquor license for those spaces. So what we do as a concert venue and as a booking company, essentially a promoter for public events, we put on concerts in these spaces per their request to bring in business for their venues. In addition to that, because we have a liquor license for Union Stage, they've requested that we provide the alcohol for their events, since they're not permitted to have a liquor license because they're owned under a church. So we present concerts there. And so for each concert date that we have from the very beginning, years and years ago, once we started this, we were asked to get temporary license. It's how we were told to do it by ABRA many years ago, but we would love a permanent solution. I've reached out many, many times to ABRA with no response, and regarding, getting a catering license or just understanding what our options are.
But let me ask you a question. So
Yes, sir.
what is it that when these events occurs at these two locations, what is it that you provide?
Sure. So it depends on the venue. So for Miracle Theater, we provide beer and wine only. And at Capital Turnaround, and one of the other venues that we present at, we provide beer, wine, and sometimes, based on the show, canned cocktails. So I guess spirits.
Sure.
Yes,
So you don't provide food for any of these events, is that correct?
No, sir. We tried to get a vending license to provide snacks and just miscellaneous easy items that we could bring. But again, we reached out several times to different DC providers with no avail. So
Now, if you applied to DC for caterer's license, then you'd have to provide food. Is that something that would you be able to provide food to any of these venues if you were to apply for a caterer's license?
unfortunately not. I believe that was the stop with the catering license. We don't have a full service kitchen located at Union Stage, which is our primary location and the liquor license that we apply for these temporary permits under. We only have a prep kitchen there. So we do make, pizzas and wings and things like that, but they are done in very small, simple convection ovens. We don't have the scaling and the kitchen size to vend food for these events. We have worked with other companies that do provide food in the past. So for example, we worked with a restaurant in DC that had a catering license, and they provided food for some events. Unfortunately, they were not able to continue these services because of the scale of the events.
All right. So tell us about Now, how does patrons pay to participate in these events?
Sure. So all attendees for all of our public shows that we host at these offsite venues, that's what we refer to when we're talking about anything outside of the four walls and what these licenses are for, they purchase tickets. So they're purchasing general admission tickets or sometimes a VIP ticket. None of those include beverages, but beverages are available for purchase once they enter the building.
And how long have you been doing this?
We've been doing these events for, I would say, at least 3 years, if not 4. I've been in this position for probably 5 years now. So a little after I started in this position.
And normally you have 500 attendees at these events. So tell us about the security that's provided and who provides the security.
Sure. So the attendance really varies, just as some of you, I mean, I'm sure have experienced if you've been to a concert. Sometimes it's 50 people, sometimes it's 500. But we have our own security personnel. They're W-2 employees that are hired through our company, and they provide security personnel.
What type of training? What type of training is provided to the security, and who provides the training?
Absolutely. So we have a head of security that provides a first aid and CPR training. He actually just very recently completed, I believe it was the, I forget the acronym for it, but it is a training that prevents sexual violence and educating people on sexual violence. So that was a training he completed, and he is now a certified trainer and is passing that trainer along to his employees. We're also having him and our other head of security, so anyone who would have to be kind of in charge of other security personnel, completing a TIPS training as well.
Thanks. All right, thank you. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good morning, Ms.
Good morning, Mr. Short.
McElroy. Okay. I've been on the board for a period of time, and I had no idea that we were giving licenses to 1 days to a company that you and your company, and that you had no real license to sell alcohol in Washington, D.C., other than, what's the name of the company again?
So I apologize. So we do have a liquor license because we own a business at the Wharf in DC under, it's the legal entity is BBDC LLC, doing business as Union Stage. So we do have a liquor license.
I understand that.
Yes, sir.
I do think that there is a workaround through our code where you could use that license, but I think that the way that you are using it now is inappropriate.
Okay.
I'd like to get, if you would agree to it, to come into our office, sit down with our licensing specialists, and find out how you can continue to do this. I have voted on many occasions for the 1-day licenses, knowing that what I know about Miracle Theater and knowing what I know about the church at 69th Street. So I would not, as a board member, want to see you discontinued. However, I, as a board member, want it to be done according to the code and in a way that I would feel comfortable, and this board could feel comfortable in granting further licenses to you. I would say this to you today at this hearing, and thank you for coming in and agreeing to meet with us, that if I hear from our licensing division that you've come in and amended or are working on amending the way that you're doing business through your company, then I will continue granting the 1 days. But up until this point, I don't think that I could vote at this particular juncture to continue. And I'm only one board member, so I'll just say this. I would say to you, when can you come in, or when could you go down to our office and work with our licensing division? Forgive me.
No problem. Yeah, as soon as possible. Once again, we always want to do things right by ABRA first and foremost, just to be clear. We originally, just to give you a little bit of background, we're originally from Virginia. We opened this business, Union Stage in DC, in 2017. We started these offsite events in 2019. So it's been a learning curve. When we first visited ABRA, this is how we were told to do it. If that is not correct, or you believe that it's inappropriate, I am more than happy to come by in person. What's the best way to schedule that meeting for me to come by in person, sir?
I think that you need to give our office a call And
Okay.
if you could go to our website, all the information you would need about getting in contact with the office, you could go
Okay.
do it through our web. But also, I would like to ask you about some of the questions that we ask you about security.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the district government, Metropolitan Police Department, the council, if not recently, they're working on making sure that any people that work in security, especially where alcohol is served, get the appropriate training? And I understand, I heard you talk about sexual violence and a few other things, but
Yes,
that's
sir.
a far distance from dealing with crowds of 700-800 people drinking alcohol
Mm-hmm.
in the locations that we're talking about. There is some specialized training that your security people could get, and I think it's free from MPD. So I'd like for you to just, if you would, contact MPD and have your security persons contact MPD and provide that information to the board or to the licensing. I think that would help and go a long way that you're working with us, and we'll continue to work with you.
Absolutely. I took note of that. So we'll definitely reach out to MPD and see what trainings that they offer. Just because, yeah, absolutely. We want everyone trained as well as possible to avoid any issues, of course.
Okay, well, we can't make you do anything today because it's a fact-finding hearing, but
Sure.
I'm glad that you've agreed to do these things, and I wish that once you get in contact with our licensing folks, they will let us know at our next board meeting
Great.
how to proceed with any further one-day licenses or temporary licenses under your name.
Okay, understood. So the next step, I will go ahead and contact the licensing office to set up a meeting, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, and also MPD, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for your testimony today.
Yes, sir. No problem.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by the board, other board members? All right, Ms. Momo, let me clarify the record. You're not doing anything wrong, okay, as far as the board is concerned currently, okay? I think that you have been requesting a series of one-day license, and the board has been approving these one-day licenses. And so because we see these one-day licenses, we normally will call the person in to find out what their business model is and to see whether or not is this the appropriate license that has been utilized for you. So I don't want you to leave today to say that you're doing anything wrong by applying for a one-day license. So you have not, I'm not aware that, I do not know if we have monitored any events, but at least I'm not aware currently of any violations to say that you have done anything improperly once we have granted these one-day temporary licenses. But one of the things that based on your conversation with Mr. Short, that I'll ask that you either contact Ms. Karen Jackson or Mr. Sean Gordy, who are in our licensing division. To just talk to them about your business model, and they can provide you information whether or not you are able to, what type of license can be utilized. You stated that you currently have a license in DC.
Absolutely.
And if you have a license in DC, one of the options, and I don't know if this would be appropriate for you, is that you could request a one-day substantial change of your current license. So you could use your current license to take it to these other establishments to use. So that's also an option but I don't know if that, I'm not sure if that's appropriate. But so we will, we will discuss the current application that you have in front of us, and at least as the chair, and this is again, I only have one vote. I don't necessarily have a problem, but I think one of the things that I said before, I will ask you to once again reach out to Mr. Sean Gordy, for Mr. Gordy to provide you some directions on the type of licenses that you can utilize. And the one thing that I will say that this board will do, I mean, we will follow up with Mr. Gordy and see what recommendations that he has provided to you about moving forward. And I think the events that I think what you have in front of us, I think you have an event for April 19th, 20th, and 22nd. I think those are the ones that are currently, those are the only applications that you have in front of us. Is that correct?
That are currently pending, yes, sir.
Yes.
I did receive, and I apologize to interrupt, I did receive a copy of the approved licenses, I believe. So I have a license, I have the file in front of me from the licensing office that shows we do have the licenses approved already for the 19th, the 20th, and the 22nd.
Well, if we had approved that, then then if those were approved, I'm not sure, but I said moving forward.
Yes, sir.
For moving forward, then for any other requests from you, then we need to get further information from licensing to see
Great.
whether or not this is a proper type of license you should continue applying for moving forward. Okay.
Understood. I'll reach out to MPD and then I will reach out to licensing to speak to Ms. Jackson or Mr. Gordy.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're
All
very
right. Thank
welcome.
you.
Thanks for your time.
You're welcome. All right. Bye-bye. All right. So we have now concluded our morning agenda. So let's move to our morning calendar. So let's move to our agenda, starting with our legal agenda. All right, the first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated March 30th, 2023, the case number 22 CMP 00099, Tress Creole Catering, license number 111150. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, fail to provide food with sale, service, and consumption of alcohol, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-123I2 and 23 DCMR Section 2000.1. The term, the $1,000 fine payable within 30 days of the board accepting offer in compromise. If payment is not made within 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, fail to have access to kitchen, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-113I1B. This charge has been dismissed. Charge 3, failure to provide alcohol invoices. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-113-1I4 and 25-82385. There is a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, and if the fine has not been paid within 30 days, the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge number 4, no ABC manager on duty, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-701. There is a $250 fine payable within 30 days. If the fine is not made, if the payment is not made within 30 days, license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that this offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, accept. Mr. Short, accept. Mr. Short has second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis. I cannot hear you, Mr. Grandis. How are you voting, Mr. Grandis? Mr. Grandis has agreed. Mr. Anderson has agreed. The matter passes 5-0-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated March 1st, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1C, the Colorama Citizens Association, and Code Red, license number 123906. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. I can't hear you, Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis has agreed. Mr. Anderson agreed. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 3, Review of a request from applicant to withdraw application dated dated April 4th, 2023. This is for Vibrations Restaurant and Lounge, license number 123389. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis has indicated that he agreed. Mr. Anderson has agreed. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of applicant's request for reinstatement of its dismissed application dated March 26, 2023. This is for Union Oyster and Lounge, license number 110747. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis seconds.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis? Mr. Grandis has indicated that he agreed, and Mr. Anderson agreed. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of the protestant's request for standing dated March 31st, 2023. This is the Union Oyster and Bar Lounge, license number 110747. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis has indicated that he agreed. Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0. Hold on, let me see something. Hold on, please. Hold on 1 minute, please. I apologize for the delay. I believe there's another item on the. All right, I need to come back to. There's still another item on the legal agenda, so I'm going to move on, but I will come back to complete our legal agenda. So let's temporarily move then on to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, it's review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Skylark Lounge. Formerly license number 090611. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Grandis seconds.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Dancing Crab, license number 090297. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Dancing Crab LLC, formerly Tenley Grill, license number 117245. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis seconds.
Seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett has approved that we're going to approve it through September 30th, 2023. So let's have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is formerly Social Beast, license number 120780. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Via ABRA, license number 100387. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Via ABRA, license number 100436. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Mintwood Palace, license number, Mintwood Place, license number 085865. I make a motion that we agree to this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review application for a class change from manufacturer B to retailer class C tavern with a brew pub endorsement. This is for Right Proper Brewing Company, license number 097516. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review application for change of hours. This is for Shipley Supermarket, license number 123533. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10, review application for Summer Garden endorsement with 12 seats. This is for Basilia's Italian Deli, license number 118868. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis, seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, review application for tasting permit endorsement. This is for Northwest Liquors, license number 060270. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rusty Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 12, review application for carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for Andy's Pizza V Street, license number 123829. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rusty Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda, it's review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Faux House license number 123908. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rusty Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review request for the board to approve the dilution of the ownership structure of the original entity awarded licensure. This is for Renee and Andrea Health. It's a cannabis cultivation center, license number 121369. I make a motion that we have a fact-finding hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rusty Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review request for the board to reclassify the awarded license type. This is for Renee and Andrea Health. It's a medical cannabis cultivation center, license number 121369. I make a motion that we have a fact-finding hearing. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rusty Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review a request for the approval to provide a gift of Washington Nationals baseball tickets that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed DC retail establishments. This request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to a cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. The first licensee is Eno Wine Bar, license number 097368. The licensee requested cancellation. The second licensee is Craft Spirits Monthly, license number 117873. The licensee requested cancellation. The third licensee is Siroc, SIROC, license number 080975. The licensee requests cancellation. I make a motion that these licenses be canceled. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cease and desist agenda. The ABC board will be issuing cease and desist orders to the following licensees for the reasons outlined below. Good Food Markets, license number 098178. The licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. I make a motion that the ABC board issues a cease and desist order to this establishment. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. There are 12 licensees on this docket. I will give the name of the licensees, the type of license that's been requested, the event, the date, the license number, and the expected occupancy. The attendees. At the end of the list, I will make a motion that ABC board grants these application. The first request, and I need to spell the names. The first name is spelled Panagiotis. The second name, Panagioto, and the last name is Paulus, Poulos. They are requesting a one-day license class F for Greek festival. This is on from May 12th through May 14th. The license number is 124388, 400 attendees, 18 security guards. Number 2, a request from Sheridan Small for one-day license class F. This is for an event for the National Building Museum. This is on April 22nd, 2023. The license number is 124402, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 3, a request from Delia Perry, one-day license class F. This is for a fundraiser for NBER's PTO. This is on May 6, 2023. The license number is 124444, 125 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 4, a request from Jordana Enrich for one-day license class G. This is the annual PTO auction for Stoddard Elementary School. This is on May 20th, 2023. The license number is 124393, 175 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 5, a request from Naif Isa, one-day license class G, party with disc jockey. Date of the event, April 7th, 2023. License number is 124415, 700 attendees in waves throughout the event, 14 security guards. Number 6, a request from Naif Isa, one-day license class G. So party with the disc jockey. This is on April 13th through April 14th. The license number is 124416, 700 attendees in wave throughout the event, 14 security guards. Number 7, a request from Naif Isa, one-day license class G. Party with disc jockey, April 29th, 2023. License number 12244417, 700 attendees, 14 security guards. Number 8, a request from Sarah Lopez, one-day license class G, for Quinceanera, Quinceanera. The event is April 22nd. The license number is 124419, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 9, a request from Queen Vic. It's a one-day substantial change for May 6th. The nature of substantial change to open 3 hours earlier to host live screening. This is the license number 083930, substantial change license is 23SC00650. Number 10, a request from Project DC Events. It's a pub crawl, one-day substantial change, DC Pride Crawl 2023. This is on June 3rd, 2023. The license number is 105182, substantial change, license 22 PCE 00012, 1,000 participant. Number 11, another request from Project DC Events, All-American Bar Crawl, one-day substantial change. This is for the All-American Bar Crawl 2023. This is on June 24th, 2023. The license number is 105182. The substantial change license number is 22 PCE 00013, 1,000 participants. Number 12, another request from Project DC Events. It's a one-day substantial change pub crawl. It's a DC 90s Crawl 2023. This is on August 12, 2023. The license number is 105182. The substantial change license is 22 PCE 00014 for 1,000 participants. I make a motion that the ABC board approves these requests. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move toward the agency's licensing administrative docket. This is the docket where this is the last matter in the agency issuing a license or approving changes to licenses that have already been issued. And there are 20 applicants on this agenda. I'll review all 20 applicants by going through the names, the type of it, the name of the type of the establishment, and what's been requested. And at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve these issuance of these licenses or changes to these established licenses. So the first request is from Whiskey Shop DC, license number 120535. They are retailer A Internet. Letter of request for an off-site storage permit for 3525 B Street Northeast. The number 2 is a request from Jose Andres Catering, license number 088399, caterer's license, change of officer application, adding Robert D. Wilder, Vice President, and letter of request to remove the officer Canon SRINIVASAN, Vice President. Number 3, a request from China Chilicano, license number 05095739, retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application, adding Robert D. Wilder, VP, and letter of request to remove the officer Canon SRINIVASAN, Vice President. Number 4, W&S Liquor and Deli, license number 122985, retailer A liquor store, change of hours application. Number 5, Opal, license number 121767, retailer C Restaurant, change of hours application. Number 6, U Street Wine and Beer, license number 087729, retailer B Beer and Wine, trade name change application. The new name is U Street Cork and Craft. Number 7, Takira Les Gemalas, license number 117462, retailer C Tavern, carry out and delivery application. Number 8, Destiny, DSTINO, last name, license number 117461, retailer C Tavern, carry out and delivery endorsement application. Number 9, Ghost Burger, license number 099558, retailer restaurant, carry out and delivery endorsement application. Number 10, Abunai, ABUNAI, Poke Restaurant, license number 109347, retailer D Restaurant, letter of request to remove the carry out and delivery endorsement. Number 11, Minita, MINETTA, Tavern DC, license number 123745, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 12, Taco Bell Cantina, license number 123721, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 13, Alero Restaurant, license number 124318, Retailer C Restaurant, transfer without sale application. Number 14, Quality One Convenience Store, license number 124438, Retailer Beer and Wine, transfer with sale application. Number 15, Otherwise Rosary, license number 123823, Retailer A Internet, new ABC license application. Number 16, Del Rosa Liquor, license number 123842, Retailer A Internet, new ABC license application. Number 17, Emily, license number 123774, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 18, Sandlot Georgetown, license number 123640, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 19, Code Red, license number 123906, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 20, The Golden Age, license number 120935, Retailer C Restaurant, involuntary transfer application. I make a motion that ABC Board grants these requests. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the second part of our license administrative docket. There are two applicants on this docket. They are applying for the street tree endorsement application. I will name the two establishments, and at the end I will ask the board to approve the granting of the street tree endorsement application. The first applicant is Nina May, license number 115178, and the next request is from Comey, Little Sarah, Happy Ice Cream Gemini. Their license number is 060765. Both licensees, their Retailer C Restaurant, have requested a street tree endorsement application. So I therefore make a motion that these endorsements be added to their licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Jenny Hansen will
Ms.
second.
Crockett is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rusty Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr.
Grandis,
Anderson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis has agreed. Mr. Anderson agreed. The matter passed 6-0. We now move back to our legal agenda, and number 6 on our legal agenda, it's a review of a request from Benyan, BINYAM, GEBREYOHANNES. This is a request dated April 4th, 2023, for hearing on the board's order to cease and desist. That was number 2023-136 regarding the Weekend Social Club at 1540 North Capitol Street, Northwest. This is an unlicensed establishment. So I make a motion that we approve this request for them to have a hearing. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett.
I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We're now at the end of our morning calendar and our agenda items for the day. I'd like to thank all members of the public who have participated in our hearings this morning, and also the board members. The board will now adjourn until our afternoon session at 1:30. I will now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you. Have a great morning. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are 5 other board members: Mr. James Short, who should join us shortly, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. I believe we have 5 cases this afternoon on our calendar, but we're actually just going to have 1 hearing. And if you have any questions during the hearing, please do not hesitate to put in the chat, and we will our IT specialist will assist you with whatever concerns that you're having with the process this afternoon. So let's call our afternoon calendar. The first case on our afternoon calendar is case number 22 CMP 00099, Tres Creole Catering, license number 111150. This case has been canceled. The board approved an offer in compromise on our legal agenda this morning. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00136 TG Cigars, license number 97774. This case has been continued to May 24th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Please see board order number 2023-144. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00154 Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. This case has been continued to April 12th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the parties. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00153 TAP 99, license number 116883. This case has been rescheduled to June 7th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. See board order number 2023-168. So the final case in our calendar for this afternoon is a protest hearing, case number 23 PRO 00001 DC City Smokehouse, license number 98368. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestants, in this case, along with the ABRA investigator, please?
Good afternoon. Corey Brown, your access has been elevated. Jacqueline Schumacher Cutton, your access has been elevated. John McHugh, your access has been elevated. Melvin Hines, your access has been elevated. Richard Bianco, your access has been elevated. And Tavero Prout, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, everyone. Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start with you, Mr. Bianco.
Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson and members of the board. My name is Richard Bianco, spelled RICHARD BIANCO, and I am counsel for the applicant. Mr. Hines is the owner, and he is present and can introduce himself as well.
Mr. Hines, can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name, please?
My name is Melvin Hines, Melvin-Hines. I am the owner of Southeast Restaurant Group, parent company for D City Smokehouse.
Good afternoon, sir.
you.
So let's have the protesters. The protesters identify themselves for the record by spelling and stating their name.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Corey Brown. I'm a protestant and a budding property owner at 1700 2nd Street Northwest.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Hi, good morning. This is Jacqueline Schumacher Cutton. I am also a protestant and a budding property owner. I'm in Unit 6 at 1700 2nd Street Northwest. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon. And who else do we have? Do we have any other witnesses?
Hello, I'm a witness. My name is John McHugh, and I was an occupant of 1700 2nd Street Northwest, Apartment 3 as well.
All right, Mr. Prout. Mr. Prout.
No, my name is ABRA Investigator Tavril Prout.
Spell your name for the record, please, sir.
Yes, Tavril, last name Prout, Prout.
Good afternoon, sir. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a protest hearing on the renewal of a license. We're hearing a protest filed by two abutting property owners against the renewal application filed by DC City Smokehouse, located at 203 Florida Avenue Northwest. It has come to the board's attention that one of the preliminary matters we need to address before we proceed to the hearing of the motion filed by the applicant to dismiss the protest, or in the alternative, to limit the issues in dispute to that of noise. It is also the board's understanding that the applicant's motion was filed this past Monday, which did not leave the protestants an opportunity to file a written response. Because we have live motion pending before the board, and because the motion affects the hearing at hand, the board will take oral arguments on the motion and allow the applicant and the protestants to speak on it. Mr. Bianco, this is your motion. Can you repeat what your motion is, sir?
Absolutely. So, Mr. Anderson, our motion is really to dismiss in part the protest. So I don't want to waste the board's time. I'm sure everybody's read it. And I'm very aware of the board's decision in the Flash case, which addresses somewhat of the same issue. Essentially, is a bare bones protest letter sufficient to allow a protest to go forward? And by bare bones, I mean a simple recitation of the statutory factors. Regardless of my agreement or disagreement with that, that is the current state of the law. I understand that completely. So I am not here arguing for a complete dismissal of the case. But if we look within the Flash case, there are some other, I think, important and open issues that the board raised but did not have the opportunity to address. As I understand that decision, it was, okay, a bare bones letter is sufficient, notwithstanding the statutory language, because that's the beginning of a process. And it's the beginning of a process within which the parties, to some extent at least, exchange information in the course of a mediation, in the course of an investigation, and in the course of a week out from the hearing, filing the PIF. And I think noteworthy here was the most noteworthy in the board's decision is that a motion of the type that I have filed in this case is not ripe to be considered until after the PIF has been filed. So we received the PIF at some point Wednesday night of last week, looked at it, saw that it only addressed the one issue that we believe is before the board today, and based on that, put together and submitted this motion. And just to go through the facts very, very quickly, we understand that the protestants in this case have in the past complained about the noise emanating from this establishment. The protest letter was a recitation of the statutory factors within the context of the case, and without getting into the exact subject matter covered in the mediation because I don't think that would be appropriate. The issue of noise was raised and discussed as the issue to be resolved. Following the mediation is when I came into the case. One of my first orders of business when coming into the case is to figure out, hey, what's this all about? So I communicated with the protestant's designated representative, Mr. Brown. I asked several times, other than noise, what is this case all about? And the relevant communications are attached to my motion. Mr. Brown was not inclined to answer that question. So we proceeded from there, which was on or about March the 24th. Proceeded from there. PIFs were filed. PIFs identified the protestants and one witness. PIF identified the issue to be decided by the board as one of noise, and PIF contained an attachment, or I'm sorry, two exhibits, both of which are labeled noise log. So as we sit here today, the issue that I'm aware of that is before the board is one of noise or an inappropriate noise level emanating from the establishment, and none of the other factors that were mentioned in the cut and paste protest letter. So what my request is that we proceed today based on the protestants' claims of noise issues and nothing else cited in the checkbox or copy and paste original protest letter from some months ago. If the board has additional questions, I'm happy to answer them, but that is the hopefully brief enough version of what our argument is here.
Mr. Brown, you received a copy of the motion, is that correct?
Yes, I received a copy.
And you heard, you did not file a response, so you heard the oral motion being raised again this afternoon by Mr. Bianco. What is the response, sir?
In response, there were a few pieces within the motion that Mr. Bianco filed that we agree with. Biggest among them would be his late appearance into the case at the very end of March. This left no time for either myself or Jackie to have interactions, to have discussion with him around the development of the case. What happened prior to Mr. Bianco's late appearance in the case was my request that we stay the case for up to 60 days so that the parties would have time to engage. We had already reached out to ABRA, another ABRA investigator. We were, as we've always been, willing to grant them access into both of our units, cleared it with our tenants, in order to try to find some resolve, some agreement between the parties. Upon Mr. Bianco's entrance into the case, that was immediately canceled. I received notification from the ABRA investigator that they were not interested in participating and that they would see how things shake out at the protest hearing that was scheduled for today. From there, after Mr. Bianco's appearance into the case, I didn't see any traffic of where my request to delay the case had been forwarded to him. So I took it upon myself to send it over to him to make sure that he was aware. Thereafter, he started asking me a series of questions, specifically asked me for interpretation of law in regard to ABRA's legal standards. I referred him to ABRA. I'm not an attorney. I'm representing us pro se here, and I'm not equipped to answer those specific questions of law that are under the jurisdiction of ABRA. And then as well, he was asking me specifics in regards to the case that his client, Mr. Hines, was fully aware of. It came across to me as if they hadn't discussed the case. There was a lot of questions around the development of this. One of the biggest ones in looking at this motion to dismiss is that it's looking to move out the negative impacts on the real estate value, which is huge. And having myself and Jackie here as witnesses, that substantive argument behind us as the unit owners, both of which who have tried to sell our units and had to have severely decreased the price of them, and as well as sitting board members for the condo building association, that we can clearly speak to those issues, as well as closely related is the issue of parking. that's on the surface tied into everything that we're speaking about today and the amount of traffic that's in here. All of this has been developed throughout the case as we've engaged with Mr. Hines and the different arms of ABRA. And as well, it was all in my response to Mr. Prout. I responded to that, as well as Jackie did separately and before me, that further developed the issues beyond the statutory citation that was originally cited. I think the motion is without merit, and it avoids or ignores certain facts, and it certainly doesn't consider any of the circumstances that have led us here.
I guess what I'm trying to find out is that are you asking, or is it that you're saying to the board today that we can renew the license or deny the renewal of the license, but then we need to just have arguments whether or not there's noise and what, and then we can listen to arguments and the board, based on the evidence presented, that we can make determinations about whether or not we need to put any restrictions on the license based. I'm not sure what restrictions are in place. Are you saying that the license should not be renewed and the board should make a determination and cancel the license? I guess I'm just trying to find it from you at this junction.
From my understanding of the process, not renewing the license would be the most severe remedial action that ABRA would take in that instance. That is not at what we have sought at any point, is for that full removal. What we're looking for are these restrictions that allow ourselves or our tenants to live in these units and to be able to have the normal life functioning, such as noise abatement, conducting themselves in an appropriate manner as a business, working with the condo board and the tenants. And if there's orders related to installing soundproofing, restriction of hours, no outdoor speakers, things of those nature, and then ongoing monitoring of ABRA to ensure that the tenant or that the licensee is appropriately operating so as not to negatively impact all of these folks that live around them and have paid a lot of money to live in these units. That's what we're looking for today. Any actions that, go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. So if the parties agree, I mean, the board could agree that the license will be renewed, and then we can spend the rest of this hearing, and then you can present evidence on the noise for both sides. And I think that's what Mr. Bianco, part of his motion, was that the hearing should then be limited to noise, and then you can, you can provide whatever your witnesses and documents on noise on both sides, and then we'll make that based on what's presented today. Then the board would make a decision on what limitations, if any, should be placed on the license based on what was presented at the hearing today. Would that be agreeable to both sides?
I have a bit of pause with renewing a license prior to hearing out any such remedial efforts that the board would put into place to make these spaces livable and to have the value of these spaces hopefully go back up, but if not, retain at their current levels. If there's a way for the board to proceed to hear everything prior to renewing a license, that would be the position that myself and my fellow protestant would prefer.
No, I was asking, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I was just saying, do we need to go through a long hearing if your position was that you were not asking the board to terminate the license? That's all I'm saying. And so if your position is not, if you were saying to the board that we're asking you to terminate the license, not renew the license, we're asking that, but if the board decides to renew the license, these are the conditions that we want, then we would go through it on the full hearing. But if you're not saying to the board, terminate the license, you can renew the license. However, these are our concerns, and I need you to address these concerns. Once the license renewed, we can move forward. So I'm just I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm just saying, sometimes we have these hearings and the protestants come to us and said, I do not want you to renew that license. And so therefore, we'll have a full hearing and folks present those issues. Or other parties will say, yes, it's a renewal. So yes, you can renew the license. However, these are the concerns that we have. And so these are some of the conditions based on what's going on that once you renew the license that I want you to impose. I'm just giving options. You tell us which way you want us to go. And then the board, if you're saying that you're not comfortable renewing the license, then we'll have a full hearing and take that in consideration. But if you're stating that, yes, we can renew the license, our major concern is noise. And so we'll present evidence, and these are the noise mitigation. Once you renew the license, these are the noise mitigation conditions that I want you to attach to the license. Then we will listen to that, and then the board will make a determination whether or not what you have presented is appropriate or some combination of other to mitigate the noise.
Would the latter still be the option before the board if we didn't agree for the license to be renewed? Could that still be the resolve that in that case, that if we have the full hearing, and it certainly doesn't have to be long, it's already getting late where Jackie is presently, but that we could go through that, and before that final assessment's made, it could then turn out to be, no, we're not, or yes, we are going to renew the license, but we would renew the license with these restrictions in place.
The board is not going to make the board would, unless there's an agreement by the parties, the board is not going to make that determination until we have gone through all the witnesses and the evidence, and the board will go in executive session. And then the first determination will be made based on what's presented should this license be renewed. So the board would not make any determination until after the hearing. If I'm just saying, if the parties agree, we would make a determination now and then truncate the hearing. But if the parties are not comfortable, if you're not comfortable, then we'll have a full hearing and listen to all the issues, and then you can tell us at the end of the hearing what is it that you're asking the board based on the evidence and witnesses testified, that you will say to us, this is what we're asking for, like, do not renew the license. However, if the board decides to renew the license, then these are some of the conditions that we want to be attached to the hearing. It's just to the renewal. That's just basically.
I think we'd be most comfortable if we went through all the witnesses and had the hearing before any decision was made.
All right, that's fine. All right. Any other preliminary matters? Any other preliminary matters?
Just one, Mr. Anderson, which is we have a witness here in the room who's a non-party, so I would invoke the rule on witnesses. In addition to Mr. Hines, I have two witnesses. They are not in the conference currently, and I would bring them in at the time of their testimony.
Well, I unfortunately, Mr. Mr. Bianco, I'm not necessarily disagree with you in the rule of witnesses, but there is really, because these hearings are virtual and they're public hearings, there's really no way I can enforce that, sir. Because we could invoke the rule and witnesses, and I could say that these parties are not online, but because there's a public hearing, they could log on to the hearing and listen to everything that's being said. And we would not know that they've logged on.
Of course, I understand the limitations, and I'm willing to accept the instruction and then him being on the honor system. He seems like a reasonable person.
So who is it that you're trying you are trying not to be online at the moment, sir?
Mr. McHugh, who is the identified witness in the PIF and president of the room.
So you're asking that his rights not be elevated, and that he not participate, not listen to this hearing until he's called as a witness. Is that what you're requesting, sir?
That's my request, that he be instructed with the understanding that we really can't control his behavior outside of the presence of the board.
And Mr. Brown, what's your position on that, sir?
I mean, I think if the ABRA has rights to control the access, as we do on all of these platforms, I don't see any harm in the witness staying on the line, or if Mr. Bianco were to add his other two witnesses now.
Well, as I stated before, the only thing that ABRA can do is that to not elevate Mr. McCure. However, this is a public hearing, and even if I said to him that we're not going to elevate his rights, if he so desires, then we would not know. He could go log on to the public hearing and still listen. So I'm not. It is. We do have the rule of witnesses that a party can request that a witness not be in the room to listen to the testimony until they have been called, and so that is the right of the applicant to make that request. You can also make the request that the only witness, and I'm not sure, I think the only person on the applicant side that has been elevated is Mr. Hines. So I'm not sure what are the witnesses, Mr. Bianco. What are the witnesses you're calling, Mr. Bianco?
So I have two other witnesses that I intend to call today. I'm going to call the general manager for the establishment. And then I am also going to call a neighbor and ANC commissioner named Terry Janine. And for the record, the general manager's name is Chris Pinacho.
And none of those people have been elevated, and to the best of your knowledge, none of these folks are listening to the hearing.
That's correct. So what I had arranged with Commissioner Terry Janine is that I would, understanding there was preliminary issues, and then that the board's witness testifies first, it was unlikely that she would be needed right at 1:30, so I got to give her about a 10-minute warning before I think she's going to be called. Then she'll come on. And with respect to Mr. Pinacho, he is going to personally appear in my office and be sitting here next to me. He hasn't arrived yet, but we certainly don't need to wait for him, as we still have some ground to cover before we get to the presentation of the applicant's case in chief.
All right. Since Mr. Bianco has requested that the ruling witnesses, so I'm going to ask our IT specialist to mute your appearance, Mr. McHugh, and I will request that you not log into the hearing, and that the way the process is that the board will call its witnesses, the board's witness will testify, then the applicant will put his case on, and cross-examination will occur, and then the protestants ask their question. It's 2:00, so I don't see the protestants putting their case on until maybe 4:00 or so. And so I would ask that Mr. Brown, that you please contact Mr. McHugh at that time to ask him to log back in when you're about to call your case, that he log back into the case. Okay? So I'll ask that Mr. McHugh be in. Mr. Oriana, can you please remove Mr. McHugh's rights, please? All right, thank you. All right, the way the process is, and this is, we're going to try to keep this we're going to try to keep this hearing orderly, and I don't want people to ask redundant questions, and I'm going to give it, you're going to have an hour to present your case, and so therefore I need you to focus on the issues that are the protest issues, and move this along as quickly as possible. All right. So the way the process works is that we'll have opening statements by the applicant, the licensee. The board will present its case. You'll have 5 minutes to give your opening statement. Once you have given your opening statement, the board will call its first witness. The board members will have an opportunity to ask to examine the board witness. Once that is done, then the licensee will have an opportunity to question the board's witness. Once the licensee has questioned the board's witness, and the protestants will have an opportunity to question the board's witness. Once that's done, then the licensee will present its case. They'll call their witness. The protestants will have an opportunity to cross-examine that witness, and the board would have an opportunity and then we'll move on, and then we'll close the case. Okay. So, any questions before we start?
Yes, Mr. Anderson, we have a pending motion. Am I to understand that we're limiting the evidence to noise, or is there some other ruling on our motion?
The board will take this matter under advisement, and we will make a motion on we'll address that issue. I believe that I'm going to recommend at this juncture that the board deny motion. That's my recommendation to the board. So I make a motion that the let me do this, Mr. Bianco. I'm going to we'll reserve your motion. I'll reserve your motion, and we will address that in our decision. Okay. I believe that based on what I would have to go into executive session to try to figure out where the other board members are on this issue, and I'm not sure where the other board members. So I'm not going to make a motion to support or deny it without having any idea how the board members are going to vote. So therefore, yes, Mr. Bianco.
I was just going to say that if it might save us hours to spend minutes in executive session, but I of course defer to the chair's discretion on the matter.
All right. This is what I'm going to do, Mr. Bianco. All right, hold on. Yeah, I'll go to executive session to address this issue. All right, hold on. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 PRO 00001 DC City Smokehouse, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Grandis seconds.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Awesome. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. I can't hear you, Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The motion passed 6-0. We're going to go into executive session. You guys can stay online. We're going to sign off, and we will come back on. I'm not sure how long it's going to take, but we will come back on. So just hold tight, okay? All right. Thanks. We're back in the record. Mr. Bianco, I see that so I'm waiting for Mr. Bianco. Mr. Bianco is there. All right. A motion was filed by the license. Let me see. I'm gonna make sure. 1, 2, 3. Back. All right. A motion was filed by licensee, the applicant, and the gist of the motion was basically either dismiss the protest or limit the protest to the noise issue, because it's their position that on the protest that was filed, it was a boilerplate resuscitation of what the protest issues are, although there is some more information and noise, and also the PIP only address issues regarding noise. One of the things I want to point out to the parties is that at the protest hearing status, in providing given the instructions, I stated that it's that 7 days before the hearing, that the parties are required to complete and submit the protest information form and the exhibit form, and that these two forms and accompanying documents need to submit to ABRA's legal division, because what these documents do, it narrows the issues and it puts the parties on point what the hearing is about. And in reviewing the PIP from the protestant, I see that it says action being requested: noise remediation, soundproofing, no outdoor sidewalk cafe speakers, noise measurements, ABRA monitoring from condo units. So everything that I see within the PIP that was filed by the protestant, it clearly talks about noise, and none of the other issues that were raised in the protest in the protest sheet were addressed. And so, because the protestants itself, you can do a bare bones when you file the protest. However, as counsel stated, although he did not participate in the mediation, but it's my understanding, as raised by Mr. Brown, it's noise issues that are being raised by the protestants as an issue. And in the response to the motion today, it's the response is that noise, that this issue needs to be addressed in this motion. I'm sorry, in this renewal. So the recommendation that I'm going to make a recommendation to the board that the applicant's motion be affirmed in part and denied in part. In a sense, affirm, we're not going to dismiss the protest. However, we will limit the protestant to the noise issue that was clearly articulated in the PIP, and all. Basically, we're just going to listen to testimony today on noise. So that is the motion I'm making to the board, that the motion be affirmed in part and denied in part. Affirmed in the sense that we will just limit this protest hearing on the noise issues that were clearly articulated in the PIP that was submitted by the party. So that's my motion. Before I have the board vote on the motion, Mr. Bianco.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to say before I call the vote, any comments that you want to make before I call on the vote?
No, sir, nothing additional. Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Just for clarification, since we're addressing noise in testimony and as we proceed, we'll still be able to address everything that the noise has impacted.
Noise, as long as it's about noise, sir. Whatever that deals with noise, you can address, sir.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. With that said, I make a motion that we affirm the portion of Mr. Bianco's motion that limits the protest hearing onto noise and deny the portion that asks him to dismiss the protest entirely. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. I think Mr. Grandis did not. Mr. Grandis. And Mr. Anderson, the matter passed 5-0-0. All right. So what we're going to do then, Mr. Prout, we can start and then we'll start with, okay, so the parties, I'm sorry, before I go to Mr. Prout. Mr. Bianco, do you wish to make an opening statement, sir? You have 5 minutes. The parties have 5 minutes to make an opening statement.
Mr. Anderson, I'd like to reserve my opening for the presentation of my case in chief.
Mr. Brown, you can either make an opening statement now or you can agree to do that later on, sir.
I'm happy to make that now.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes. So the matter before ABRA today that both Jackie and I have brought before you has impacted both of our lives, our finances, where we live, and the everyday life activities that we as residents of the District of Columbia have expected are guaranteed by law to have peace in our homes. And we've actively engaged the owners and management of D-City Smokehouse. As long as I've been a resident, as long as Jackie has been a resident and owner at 1700 2nd Street Northwest, and we have never experienced a sincere resolve by D-City Smokehouse through its ownership or management to actively engage to mitigate the issues before the board today, namely the noise issues. At no time has D-City Smokehouse installed proper soundproofing, engaged professionals to come and assess and set out a plan to install proper soundproofing. They have on several occasions brought in additional speakers, changed them out. They've failed to actively mitigate and manage noise, their clientele and their staff through repeated requests. And they've gone far and beyond to cause a nuisance to the abiding property owners at 1700 2nd Street Northwest. All we have set out to do from the beginning of this, engaging anybody that we can who will listen, is to get the noise mitigated. We've at no point expressed that we want to cause harm to Mr. Hines' business, to shut it down. All we want them to be is a respectable neighbor that we can coexist with, namely through soundproofing and keeping music at a conversational level, to be able to actively engage with ABRA to ensure that these issues are mitigated and that we can live freely within our spaces, our tenants, we can have people come in, and we can ensure that we have the ability to protect our livelihoods that we've invested into these properties. And with that, I turn my time over. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. All right, the board will now call its first witness, Mr. Prout. Mr. Prout, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, Mr. Chairperson.
Can you state your name again for the record, please, sir?
Yes. My name is ABRA Investigator Tyrell Prout, Tavril, last name Prout, Prout.
And how long have you been working for ABRA, sir?
I've been working for ABRA for 4 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
My duties are to perform regulatory inspections as well as to conduct investigations in lieu of pending criminal investigations with the Metropolitan Police Department.
And are you familiar with this DC City Smokehouse, sir?
Yes, I'm familiar. I was assigned the protest in March. I want to say March 18th.
And so did you get a chance to speak to the parties in this case?
Yes.
And did you draft a report?
Yes, a report was drafted, sir.
And I saw that. All right. So can you please share that report with us?
Yes. Is the board able to see my screen at this current time?
I was before, but not anymore. I don't know what happened. Yes.
Perfect.
Now, is
All
this
right.
a report that you drafted?
Yes, this is the protest report that was drafted.
All right. So who did you speak to? As far in doing your investigation, who did you speak to representing the applicant?
Yes. So I had the opportunity on the roll call hearing. There were email addresses that were provided for Mr. Corey Brown as well as Ms. Jackie Schumacher, who are the current protesters on the call at this current time, sir.
All right. So what information? I'm sorry. Who did you say you spoke to?
Yes. So I sent email correspondence to Mr. Corey Brown as well as Ms. Jackie Schumacher, who are the current protesters on this call at this current time, Mr. Chairperson.
Did you speak to the applicant?
I spoke to I sent a email correspondence to Mr. Hines. Mr. Hines then and during the protest period retained legal counsel, in which Mr. Bianco did provide me with a formal statement of what the licensee's position on the current process at this time.
So what is it that what information did you get from the applicant, sir?
So the applicant, I will read the formal statement that was provided. All right. Board's indulgence. Okay. So on Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023, Investigator Proud drafted an email to licensee Mr. Melvin Hines to request a formal statement of the concerns held. On Monday, March 27th, Investigator Proud received a letter from licensee representative Mr. Bianco to provide a statement on behalf of Mr. Melvin Hines, who is the owner. Mr. Bianco stated that I've recently entered my appearance in this case as counsel for the applicant. He forwarded me your request for a statement, which I've provided below. The applicant has was indulged while I increase.
This hearing is on noise, so I just want you to talk about what is it that what if anything did the applicant speak to you about noise? Share with you regarding noise, sir.
Boards indulges, sir.
I don't need you to necessarily read it. Maybe you can review it and just let me know what is it that the applicant state about noise from his perspective in their response.
So Mr. Bianco asserts that the DC Code 25-725 does not apply to the building, as well as the agency proposing. He asked the question of what the agency is proposing to do in terms of the methodology. He stated that the investigator promptly responded and indicated that it was a service intended to help facilitate settlement. The applicant then agreed to the meeting, provided that it would be treated, and the mediation was protected for settlement purposes only. However, due to lack of any additional legal requirements of Mr. Hines' business, he then opened. The applicant has bent over backwards to be courteous to the residents. He has installed 4 layers of drywall, which is far more than the construction code requires to dampen any noise that is emanating into the surrounding the abutting property owners' homes. He stated that the applicant has volunteered to lower the volume at 10 p.m. and an hour before the condominium's quiet hours goes into effect. And he has also offered to change the speaker setup twice and purchased a new system to reduce any noise infiltration. Presently, the speakers are set to turn off completely at 10 p.m., which is not ideal for his business. However, the applicant is having portions of their ceilings replaced that in which they are voluntarily adding more insulation to dampen the noise, and that is Mr. Bianco's and Mr. Hines' position at this current time, Mr. Chairperson.
Let me ask you, I saw your report that you said Mr. Bianco said DC code 25725. Did he explain to you what DC code 25725, what was that? What was that about? If you don't know the answer, you can see you don't know. I see you put in the report, and that's what I'm asking.
Yes. So he did not explain to me in his email. However, he did reference it, and he stated that he contacted the agency to ascertain the purpose of the proposed monitoring and how it would be used, given that DC code 725 does not apply to this building. And so I don't want to misstate what the exact law is in reference to DC code 25-725 at this time, but I know that it is in reference to noise. And to be completely transparent, I am going to, from going off of memory, that
I
it
don't-
goes.
I don't want you to do that, sir. If you
Okay, no problem.
My question is that if you mentioned your report, so if you don't, if it's not explaining your report, then we can move on from there. All right. You had conversations with, who did you speak to as far as the applicant? What information? The protestant. Who did you speak to as from the protestant, and what did they share with you regarding noise?
Yes. So for a formal email was received on March 24th from Ms. Schumacher, who is a abutting property owner in the case, in which she stated that upon the establishment's opening, there has been persistent issues with sound pollution. She further indicated that she could hear the music being played in the restaurant's dining room and kitchen area very loudly throughout her entire apartment from roughly 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. each day and 1 a.m. on weekends. She then further stated that after she's contacted the manager, she was able to get them to turn the music down to an acceptable level. However, the problem will begin again the very next day, and that the cycle has persisted until she moved out 4 months later due to work. And then she further stated that every one of her tenants since then has complained about the level of the music being played and the noise coming from patrons seated in the outside dining area. Nothing has improved over the years. In fact, it has only gotten worse during COVID, as more and more people began sitting outside to eat their food. All efforts to work with the restaurant's management team have failed, and music always goes back to an acceptably loud level. And she stated that she now has intentions on never moving back into the unit due to the noise, and thus that her neighbor and she have decided to pursue the protest at this time. So that was Schumacher. Moving forward to Mr. Corey's statement, which he speaks to in his statement on through the respective duration of ownership of DC City Smokehouse, there has been persistent nuisance property and pose a menace to the welfare and prosperity of abutting residents. Specifically, DC City Smokehouse plays music at excessive volume and bass within their unit and through multiple speakers and the temporary sidewalk cafe structure. The bass then can be felt into neighboring properties, and the music is so loud that one can hear every lyric and identify the song through the Shazam app. This regularly extends beyond the city and building quiet hours in which DC City Smokehouse plays live music on the common property outside of their unit at all times of operation, and at times thereafter adversely impacts everyday life activities such as sleeping, leisure, and abutting properties. The sound of the traffic on Florida Avenue Northwest, electronics, white noise, and earplugs does not sufficiently mitigate the extreme nuisance created by DC City Smokehouse music to allow for quality of life, health, and enjoyment of property. Specific to his experience, both his partner and he have been prescribed sleeping pills in order to sleep at night, given the detrimental impacts of DC City Smokehouse and his overall well-being. Both protestants have appealed to mitigate the persistent nuisance music in which DC City Smokehouse makes various claims that it is out of their control and it's been remedied and that they are within the law to continue operating as a nuisance to abutting property owners. They have refused to set appropriate level of music to allow property owners and tenants to live in the abutting properties. They have refused to install soundproofing. They have also refused to enclose exposed ceilings throughout their unit, as well as they have refused to set automatic control on the music volume and play times, despite having the technology to do so.
Now, what type of art? Can you tell us what's the zoning for this establishment? What zone is this? Did you address it in your report?
Yes, sir. So the zoning and the area is mixed use. Specifically, DC City Smokehouse is located in the mixed use zone, and which provides for mixed use developments that permit a broad range of commercial, institutional, and multiple dwelling unit developments at varying densities. Mixed use 4 zone is a mixed use zone that is intended throughout the city, consistent with the density designation.
Mr. Pratt, I'm not sure. Is everyone having the same problem in the sense that in the middle of his speaking, it's been cut off? I can't. There's an issue going on with your connection, Mr. Prout. You are in testifying like every other word I can't hear you.
So I'm on.
And now I can hardly hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairperson?
I can hear you better. Yes, sir.
So I just increased my. All right. So
there's a problem with your volume. It's like every other word, I'm losing you. All right, go ahead, sir.
Are you able to hear me, Mr. Chairperson?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
DC City Smokehouse is located in mixed use 4 zone. The mixed use zone is provided for mixed use developments that permit a broad range of commercial, institutional, and residential development at varying. The permit moderate density mixed use development provides facilities for shopping and business needs, housing, and mixed use for large segments of the District of Columbia outside of the central core. So to answer your question, the area is provided for mixed use for people to be able to shop, to be able to dine, and to be able to reside in this general area that is located in mixed use zone 4, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, now, did you do any monitoring of this establishment?
Monitoring was done at the establishment on the corresponding dates of Wednesday, March 8, 2023, from 11:30 p.m. to 3 a.m. Thursday, March 9, 2023, from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. and Thursday, March 23rd, 2023, between 8 p.m. and 12 a.m. There were no ABRA violations observed during the monitoring times that are indicated on my report, Mr. Chairperson.
Now, were you the one who did the monitoring, or did anyone else monitor?
No. I performed the monitoring on all 3 corresponding dates, Mr. Chairperson.
Okay. All right. In reviewing the investigative history, have there been any noise violation by ABRA?
So yes, There have not been any within the recent year. However, in the investigative history, there are indications of citations written as recent as April 2nd, 2021, and reference failure of the establishment to follow the mayor's orders and board's emergency rulemaking in reference to board's indulgence. That was in reference to mask wearing on. The most recent noise-related incident was on October 15, 2020, in reference to failure to comply with the mayor's orders and board's emergency rulemaking, providing music that was heard inside a residence. The citation was issued and a fine amount was issued in the amount of $1,000. From there, a offer and compromise was performed on September 15, 2021, in which the establishment paid the fine amount of $1,000. That is the most recent noise. From there, a previous noise incident was done on August 29th of 2020 in reference to, once again, failure to comply with the mayor's orders and board's emergency rulemaking, provided music above a conversational level, in which a citation was written, providing the establishment with a warning.
So you're saying that the noise violations found were over the last during since the onset of COVID. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. Let's see.
Prior to those, there have not been any noise-related instances. There have been other ABRA violations, but not in reference to noise.
All right, I don't have any other. We can close this screen. I don't have any other questions to ask you. All right, I don't have any other questions to ask you. Let me see if the board members have any questions they need.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Grant. You can close your screen. Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good afternoon, investigator. In your report, you mentioned that there were current residents who are disturbed by the noise, and they believe it comes from this establishment that interferes with their sleep. Did you go to any of these particular units during your investigation?
No, so I did not have the opportunity to. I did receive the statements of each protestant. However, since for Mr. Brown, since he's not residing in the home, I did not go. I'm sorry, Ms. Schumacher does not reside in the home, so I did not go into the establishment. Normally, the rule of thumb is that we go into residents when they make noise complaints, and so there were no noise complaints that were rendered during the time that I was on duty, from the time in which I was assigned the protest hearing up until when the protest report was submitted to the board, Mr. Grandis.
So just to affirm what I thought I heard, these complaints by current units that there were noise problems that was made part of their protest, and that's because they were having ongoing noise problems, correct?
Yes.
And the agency doesn't reach out to these units to confirm whether or not there actually is noise, or confirm that the noise is coming from these establishments. We're just left with their statements, but no follow-up by the agency, correct?
So the rule of thumb is that the public, when there are issues about noise complaints are normally made through the ABRA hotline after hours. From there, then ABCA investigators are sent out by the supervisory investigator to investigate that noise complaint. From there, the supervisory investigator inquires with the complainant on whether or not they would like an ABCA investigator to be able to access the establishment to verify the actual noise complaint. And so What normally happens is that in order for a ABRA investigator to go into a person's residence, that's whether it's a complainant or the protestant would need to make a formal request for the ABRA investigator to come into the home. So that's what normally happens.
You were the assigned investigator for this particular protest, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't read the noise complaints in the protest as being complaints that need to be investigated?
I read the complaints as there being complaints. However, in reference to the complaints, in order for me to go into a person's home, they would need to make the formal request for me to enter into their home. I just don't really go into a person's home. It has to be formally requested that an ABRA investigator goes into a person's home.
Did you talk to either of these unit owners during your investigation?
There was only formal statements that were provided via email. There were not phone numbers provided for either one of the protestants.
So you weren't inclined to follow up with the email to say, okay, I've been assigned this protest and you're making this allegation in the protest and I'm the one receiving it. You did not reach out to say, would you like to invite me in your unit?
No,
Yes
I didn't.
No.
No, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Any other questions by the board members? Any questions by any of the board members? Hearing none. Mr. Bianco.
Investigator Prout, good afternoon. I have just a few questions for you. In your report, it indicates as part of this protest report, you conducted a regulatory inspection, correct? I'm sorry, did you respond? I didn't hear your answer.
Yes, a virtual inspection was conducted, Mr. Bianco.
Okay, and there was no violations in that inspection. That's also correct, right?
No, sir.
Okay, and it looked like on the day that inspection was conducted, you were there for a few hours. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many people were eating in the establishment during the time that you were there?
So on the interior portion of the establishment, I would say it was about approximately anywhere from 9 to about 15 people on the interior portion. And then there were people that were sitting on the exterior portion. I would say anywhere from 7 to about 12 people in total. So I would say approximately 30 people at any given time while the establishment was being monitored. And then there were people that were coming in and out of the establishment that were making carry out orders or picking up carry out orders as well.
Okay, and it looks like you've monitored this establishment several times as part of this protest report. Is it a fair characterization, in your opinion, that this establishment is a counter-service takeout restaurant? Do you feel that that is a fair characterization of this operation?
I believe that's one aspect of what the establishment offers.
Okay. What other aspects does this establishment offer that go beyond that?
I believe that they offer dine-in services. You have folks that come there to listen to the music that's offered by the establishment, and you have persons who come there to socialize as well as to participate in consuming alcoholic beverages as well.
Okay. There's no dance floor, right?
No, sir.
And by listen to music, you mean recorded background music, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was no DJ or anything like that when you were there, right? Any of the times you were there?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
So you gave some testimony on the investigative history, and it looked like there were a couple of warnings and a violation of the mayor's order in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those regulations are no longer in effect, correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, by no, sir, you mean that that's correct and they are no longer in effect?
Yes, they are no longer in effect at this time, Mr. Bianco.
All right, so Mr. Grandis asked you a couple of questions about your investigation, and I have just a few follow-up on that, and then I'll end my cross here. Of the complaints that you have received or reviewed in the course of your investigation, did any of them come from anyone other than the protestants in this case?
No, we don't. There have been no noise complaints that have been performed during the time in which I was assigned the protest up until the protest being reported.
Okay.
Sorry,
And-
being submitted to the
Okay.
board.
And the property in which this establishment and the protestants' units is located, it's a multi-unit condominium building, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it has more units in it than just the protestants' units, right?
Yes.
And I want to just ask you one more follow-up question to some of Mr. Grandis's questions, and then your testimony as well related to entering units. It's my understanding that ABRA investigators do not enter units for noise complaints in mixed-use zones. Is that your understanding of the policy as well?
So we have a app in which we use, and so there can be, even though a area can be deemed mixed use, there are still areas in which the app in which we actually use, which is a DCRA DLCP app, and in which there is a zoning map in which we used, and so if the home is considered in a residential area, then we are able to enter into that home. If it is a home in which it is a mixed use area, or is deemed commercial, then we can still enter into the home. However, a ABRA violation isn't warranted due to the home residing in that commercial area. So it is only a valuable noise complaint if the music is heard in a residential home that is considered residential in accordance to the zoning map on the DLCP app and or website.
Okay, and according to your report, this is a mixed-use zone, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this would be the type, so this property is within the zone where ABRA would not be able to write up a violation for this establishment, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, did you say yes? You broke up a little bit.
Yes.
Okay, but if I understand your testimony correctly, you're still allowed to enter, just not write up a violation. Is that accurate?
Yes. And so from there, the establishment would be notified and would be encouraged by the applicant investigators to lower their volume.
Okay. Okay. And if I understand your report correctly, there was no evidence of noise violations provided to you by MPD or Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, which I'm still getting used to saying, the new DCRA agency.
Yes, sir. There were no formal complaints made during the time in which the establishment was monitored.
Great. Thank you very much, Investigator Prout. I don't have any more questions for you.
You're welcome, Ms. Bianca.
Mr. Brown. Do you have any questions for Mr. Brown?
Thank you. Investigator Prout, you stated that you had 3 visits in total. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so 3 visits in total. Did you request to enter any of the units stated here in the protest?
No, I did not request. As stated previously, what happens is that complainants are encouraged to contact the ABRA hotline, and from there, when there is a noise complaint, and then from there, the complainant can request for a ABRA investigator to enter into the residential home. But it's not normally customary for us to offer to come into somebody's home. The complainant and or the residents has to make the formal request for us to be able to come into the residential home.
Thank you. And in reading the statement of the issues beforehand that specifically cite to the issue being that the noise is heard in the homes, you didn't think that it was warranted in this case to request access from either of the tenants that you had the relevant contact information with?
I didn't feel like it was relevant because in the email request, I asked for the formal statement on what the concerns were for the protestant, and then from there, if it was offered for me to come into the home, I would be more than willing to. But there was no formal request by either protestant to ask me to come into the home to be able to see whether or not whether there were valuable noise complaints during the time in which the establishment was monitored.
So as the assigned investigator, you did not yourself see the relevance, nor did you request to enter the unions in a case that you were investigating about the noise heard inside the homes of tenants.
No, because it's not customary for us to ask.
Did you avail the protestants of the fact that you have to request this?
No.
Did you offer the protestants the opportunity to speak with you over the phone?
My cell phone number is at the bottom of the email address, and so my phone has been available and is on from 7:30 p.m. to 4 a.m. while I'm on duty.
Did you ask the protestants or offer them the opportunity to speak with you instead of submitting a written statement at any point during your investigation?
No.
Thank you. You mentioned before that a hotline request would have to come in. Did you pull the hotline records related to this property?
The hotline records were asked they were supposed to be requested. However, there was no formal noise complaint list that was provided to me by Supervisory Investigator Mark Brashears. I was able to go only off of the investigative history by the establishment.
So
However, while I was on duty, while the establishment was monitored, there was no noise complaints that came in while from the time in which the establishment was assigned to me on March 18th, from the time in which the report was submitted on March 29th.
Okay, so 11 days, 3 total visits, no complaints came in, and that's the totality of your investigation, the time period that you looked at here, but you did not affirmatively act to pull the hotline records for any period of time.
No.
Thank you. Did you pull any 911 records related to this unit and noise complaints?
I requested them several times, and there was none provided.
Thank you. So okay. How many times did you request them?
Twice.
Thank you. On your 3 total visits over the course of the 11 days of your investigation, how many speakers did you observe to be installed within D-City Smokehouse?
Speakers?
Correct.
Approximately 10 total.
10 speakers. What would you assume the total area of the space is? And did you pull the total square footage of D City Smokehouse?
That's normally something that is not pulled under a normal process, what the square foot of an establishment is.
Would you describe it as a large space?
I would consider it a small to medium size space. However, due to the expansion of the initial premises, I would consider it medium to large. So they have extended the initial space would be considered small, but there has been a artificial external summer garden sidewalk area that has been created by a second external wall, and which would consider it medium to large in summary.
And so this external space, is it brick and mortar? Does it have anything that would dampen sound?
No, it's not brick and mortar. It's made out of plexiglass and metal materials.
Were there speakers inside the plexiglass and metal interior expansion of the unit?
Yes, there are speakers in that general area.
Do you recall how many out of the 10 total speakers in the small space that now became a medium space by extension of a temporary structure, how many speakers would be out there?
No, not offhand.
Okay, thank you for that. Did the phone ring while you were at D City Smokehouse?
Yes, there were phone calls in reference to folks calling about the orders that were actually placed.
Do you remember the volume of the phone ringing in D City Smokehouse?
I could hear
Just hear it.
it. Ring, yes.
That's all the questions that I have.
Thank you, sir. All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Prout, for your testimony. You're now free to go. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Anderson, I did have a couple of additional questions based on the questions from the protestant.
This is our witness, Mr. Bianco. So you had one chance to ask a question. The board is not asking the witness any follow-up questions. So we're moving forward, sir. Sorry. Let's move on.
I understand. I'd just like to note my objection that questions.
Mr. Bianco,
Mr.
Bianco, Mr. Prout is the board's witness. The board called its witnesses. The board gives an opportunity for counsel to ask questions, and then the board gives an opportunity for the protestant to ask questions. There is no right to any follow-up for the board's witness. When you call a witness, sir, I will give you an opportunity to do follow-up, but not for the board's witness, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Prout, for your testimony. You're free to go. Do you wish to make an opening statement, sir?
Yes, Mr. Anderson, I do wish to make an opening statement.
Go ahead, sir.
The applicant in this case is obligated to show that the ongoing operation of this particular establishment will not adversely impact peace and quiet, as those are the limited issues we are going forward on in this protest. The establishment in question is not a bar, it's not a club, it's not some place that offers dancing and raucous music and a late into the evening good time. It's a counter service restaurant. Do they have alcohol offerings? Yes, they do. But it's not one of these places that morphs into a club or has club-like activities after normal dinner service. In fact, what the evidence will show that although this particular restaurant is able to be open till midnight during the week and 1 a.m. on the weekends, it isn't. It's not that kind of establishment. There are a few seats there. An overwhelming majority of their business comes from food sale. And of that, almost all of it is carry out or takeout service. This establishment is not a problem. And the evidence that you will hear today will underscore that fact again and again. The relevant consideration that the board has to look at today is how the impact is not on the person who voluntarily moved in directly above an operating restaurant and complains about the things that go on at restaurants. Rather, it's the adverse impact on the relevant area of a 1,200 square foot radius. You will notice that the only people here are the ones that chose to live directly above an operating restaurant. There are no other people in the exact same condominium building making complaints. There are no adjacent or abutting neighbors to the building making complaints. The ANC declined to be here, declined to protest this particular establishment. We are not dealing with a problem in this neighborhood. We are dealing with a problem of two people. My client will testify today, and the evidence will show that they made repeated and serious efforts to deal with the protestants in this case in a way that is fair and honest. When complaints were received over the course of time, my client made adjustments. When complaints continued to be received from, again, only these two people, my client made physical modifications to the property. They changed out their system. They added insulation. Nothing will make these protestants happy. It even got to the point where the protestants complained to the ANC, the mayor, anyone they can think of. They called the MPD daily. They called DCRA daily. They called ABRA daily. And in each instance, investigations were conducted, people came out, and no violations were found. And this is over a course of years. It even got to the point where my client participated in a noise test with DCRA, and at the protestants' demand, and following that, or the result of that, was no violation whatsoever. What the evidence will show here is that we have a case in a building that is exempt from the noise provisions within ABRA's purview. And there was a question about DC Code 25725, and that is the provision that makes it unlawful to generate noise that is audible inside of somebody's residence, provided that residence is in a residential zone. This property is not. Noise emanating from this establishment is within the purview of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. It is within the purview of the Metropolitan Police Department. And perhaps most obviously, it's within the purview of the condominium association that governs this building. None of those entities have done anything to indicate in any way, shape, or form that noise is an issue coming out of this counter service restaurant. On that basis, we will proceed. We will put the evidence of those facts in the record, and at the end of this case, we are confident that you will find that this establishment not only doesn't adversely impact this neighborhood, but is a credit to the neighborhood and provides an amenity. Thank you very much.
Your first witness, sir.
Our first witness is Commissioner Terry Janine. She should be in the room and can be elevated.
Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate at Terry Janine, if that person is available.
Janine Quinn, your access has been elevated.
Ma'am, can you turn your camera on, ma'am? Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, Mr. Bianco. Have her spell her name for the record, please.
Okay, Commissioner, can you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Terry Janine Quinn. It's TeriJanineQuinn.
And Commissioner Quinn, are you familiar with D City Smokehouse?
I am.
Okay, and how are you familiar with it?
Well, I live next door. So D City Smokehouse is located inside a condo building, and next to that condo building on 2nd Street, there's an alley, and then I live in the very next house. But I'm familiar with the business even from prior to them being next door. They initially were located at Florida Avenue and North Capitol Street. So I think I probably first became familiar with them. Oh my gosh. Maybe even before they were called D City Smokehouse. I think the business was maybe initially called Revive. And they were located again at North Capitol and Florida Avenue, and they were new to the neighborhood and just starting out. And the concept was slightly different at the time. So that's, long story short, initially how I became familiar with the business.
Okay, and how long have you been living in the building that now houses D City Smokehouse?
I don't live in the building that houses D City Smokehouse. I live in the building that houses my house. So,
Right. I meant next door to the building that houses D City
Sure.
Smokehouse.
15 years. So prior to them moving over here, and certainly prior to them moving to the space at Florida Avenue, North Capitol.
Okay, and in the time that you have been living there with D City Smokehouse as your neighbor, have you ever heard any noise coming from the establishment while inside of your home?
I have not.
Okay. And aside from being a neighbor, as I indicated, you're also an ANC commissioner, correct?
I am not. I'm a commissioner on the Commission on Human Rights. I'm a former ANC commissioner and former chair of ANC 5E, but I am not currently on this ANC commission.
Okay. And in your time on the commission, had you received any complaints about D City Smokehouse from anyone other than Mr. Brown and Ms. Shoemaker?
I've not heard from either of these individuals. When I was on the commission, I think I'm trying to think back because it has been a while. They were building out this space while I was a commissioner. So I was certainly involved in that settlement process. I remember attending meetings in the condo building with residents, both as a commissioner and also as a concerned citizen, because this was now, it's one thing to have a restaurant that you frequent or are familiar with. It's another thing to have it next to your house. So I was very concerned about what it would look like to have a commercial establishment in that space, which had been vacant up to that point. At least the entire time that I was there. The condo building was vacant when I moved into this house, and it was developed, and then the commercial space was vacant for a while after people began to move into the building. So I think your question had to do with whether I've heard complaints. Certainly, I do not recall any complaints as a commissioner. I think I left the commission in 2014, but that entire time, and really the entire time that any iteration of this business has been in this vicinity. I have been president of the Bloomingdale Civic Association. And in terms of complaints, while I haven't heard from these individuals, I think there may have been someone, and I don't even know how long ago it was. It would have been really close to the time they opened, who lived in the building, who may have had some issues, and I would assume those would have had to do with noise. So I probably had some conversations with that person, and there is another person further down the block on the other side of the street that I've heard from here and there.
So 2 times in the 5 years they've been operating.
I would say 2 individuals in the time that they've been next door.
Okay. And from your own personal observation, do you think that this establishment is a good commercial neighbor?
I do. While I haven't had the kinds of issues that we are discussing here, I have had other concerns, particularly dealing with parking. I have a garage, and I enter my garage off, this is Second Street. I enter my garage off Second Street, and sometimes I would find that customers would either park in the alley or block my driveway to get, block access to the alley so I couldn't get in and out of my garage. And so I've had those issues, and I've raised those issues and had swift responses. The corrections I've asked for, they have done in terms of putting up signage. I mean, there's a limit to what I can ask for, because people are going to people, and they only have so much control over what folks do once they leave their establishment. So I think what they were able to do to mitigate that issue, they did do. And their door access point to deliver things to the building is right outside of my garage. And so if there are any issues with accessing my garage there, if there's someone outside from D-City, they snap to it. I don't have to get out of my car. They see me and they know, like, I have to get this person to move immediately. And so I know that they take my concerns, at least I have perceived that they take my concerns quite seriously and have been quite responsive. So I think that's one way that I've seen them as a community partner, because they're here as a business and I'm here as a resident, but we've got to figure out how to make this work together. I think the other thing is, I'm certainly involved in a lot of community activities, and that ranges from things that relate to, either the Civic Association, the ANC, the whatever's going on in the neighborhood. And anytime I've asked them to do something, they have done it. And I think that's part of what has built a good relationship. The other piece is the way they have participated when there are block concerns. For a while, we had an unsanctioned strip club next door to D-City. And before that, in the same space, there were illegal sales of marijuana, and before that, synthetic drugs, and so on and so forth. And each time these things have come up, certainly I work with residents on the block and adjacent blocks to address these issues, but D-City has also been at the table. Here most recently, we had, dealing with the strip club, a meeting with the police commander and one of the captains right across the street. And the only business in the area that showed up was D-City. So in terms of taking the issues that relate to this community seriously, my experience has been that they do that in terms of being responsive to concerns that I've heard raised they have done that. I've seen them stretch to respond in ways that I haven't seen other businesses. So, that's just my personal experience.
Excellent. And there is one exhibit that I want to show you just so the board can get a sense of where you are in proximity to this establishment.
Sure.
So I think I have the ability to share screen here. I'm going to try it. And are you able to see a photo
I do.
on the screen? And at the bottom, for the board's benefit, it says applicant 051. I bait stamped my exhibit package so that you should be able to turn to that. So I'm showing you now, Ms. Quinn, the photograph that I am marking as applicant's exhibit number 1. And directly in front and center in the photograph is a tan building. And what is that building?
Directly in front of the what?
Directly, it's front and center featured in this photograph. That is, what building is that?
You're going in and out, but I'll tell you what I see on the screen. There's a cream building with windows that are trimmed in black. That building is the condo building where D-City is established. The place where the black awning is D-City. The stairway is those are the main steps up to the condo building. And to the right of that condo building, the next building over, it appears like, I guess, like a dark tan, maybe. It's a weird color, maybe pewter colored building with the, at the bottom, it looks like there's a white piece. That's my garage. That building is my house. It's separated there by the alley, so you can see a bit of the shadow across, right above my garage.
Okay, and it's the end row house here where I am pointing on the screen, correct?
That's correct. That's my house.
Excellent. Move admission of applicants number 1.
Any objection? Mr. That's to you. Mr. Brown, no objection?
No objection.
So moved.
No further questions. Ms. Quinn, Mr. Brown may have some follow-up questions for you, as may the members of the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Ms. Quinn. So I think in looking, you have the 2 cute little dogs that used to bark at my dog every time I'd walk her down the street. Is that correct?
Yes, if there's some noise that I'm familiar with, it's the noise from my dogs barking. So yes.
At least they're adorable, so they get away with it.
Sure.
So we've established that you live in the neighborhood. The photo is very instructive. So between D-City Smokehouse, which is at 203 Florida Avenue Northwest, there's a condominium building. The 2 front ones belonging to myself and Jackie, 2 behind them, an alley, and then the physical structure separating the alley, and then your physical structure is the next one there.
That's right.
So there's an alley in between our building containing condo units and then the property facing. So you wouldn't be an abutting property owner. Your building has no contact with D-City Smokehouse physically.
Yeah, my building is not adjacent to their space because there's, it's like the building is, it's almost, well, I guess the front door is facing Florida Avenue. And my house is the first house after the condo building on 2nd Street. I think I came into the hearing as you were discussing something about the outdoor space. So what I do have, I probably wouldn't hear as much of what would go on inside, but noise that permeates outside or that outdoor structure. Sometimes there's where that awning is, there are times when there's like nothing separating the inside from the outside. There's like an open walkway between the bar area. There's some seating there, and then you're sitting in a space that kind of feels inside outside. And then that part is, which is now a kind of covered, is open to some seating that is a little bit closer to me, but still not literally sitting right next to my yard. I mean, you know, as you said, the picture explains it quite well. But I think what I would probably be most exposed to would be noise that is on the patio, that front patio. If it were loud, the question is that loud enough to get to me? And I think my answer is no.
Yeah, as it faces Florida Avenue Northwest. But as you accurately described, open doors, windows, everything kind of just spills out into the neighborhood, but you're well separated from it. Correct. Okay, so then also there was reference to your commissionership on the ANC. And it's fair to say that you were not an ANC commissioner, as I am to understand, it's Carla Lewis that currently represents the neighborhood and was not asked to participate by the protestants. But you were not the ANC commissioner while D-City Smokehouse was up and running on their Florida Avenue location.
Let's see. When did the Florida Avenue location open?
Ma'am, you need to answer the question. So if you don't know, if you can't answer the question, say I don't know.
Yeah, so here's what I'll say, which is I think what I said earlier. I certainly was the ANC as they were negotiating with the building and adjacent neighbors. I mean, I was probably the only neighbor who showed up. I mean, there was comment from other neighbors, but I don't know that they were there at the meeting that that I'm thinking of that occurred inside the condo building. I was certainly the commissioner during that time. When they actually opened, actually, I do think I was the commissioner when they opened. I mean, I remember going to the soft opening, and I'm fairly certain I was still commissioner at that time. I think that there was not a lot of overlap in between the time when I left the commission and the time that they opened. And then after me, there was another commissioner. I didn't run for reelection. And so someone else came in for 2 years, and then Carla has been there since.
So we have a couple of degrees of separation between then your commissionership and then the periods that we're talking about here. So in the past 6 to 8 years, you've not served as the ANC commissioner for the neighborhood where the condo building and D-City Smokehouse reside.
No, but that entire time I have been president of the Civic Association, and we hear similar complaints. So generally, not always, but generally, when people have raised complaints about these types of issues in the neighborhood, not just on this block, but anywhere in Bloomingdale, that comes to me. Sometimes it comes to me through a commissioner. Often it comes to me directly from the resident, but it is absolutely not uncommon for people to be raising these kinds of issues and bring them to me in the process. And especially on this block, because people on this block, you know, especially the folks who've been here a long time, know that, you know, I'm very active. They know that I'm a person who you would bring these kinds of issues to. So no, I think your answer is still stands that no, I was not the commissioner in the last 6 years for sure. But it's not like I, you know, wouldn't be a person to whom you would hear bring these kinds of complaints.
So you bring up an interesting point there. So we're both agreed that you're not the ANC commissioner in that area during the relevant time period, and that the Civic Association is an entity separate and aside from the ANC. And it would be upon the resident to choose whether they would raise the issue to you as the Civic Association president, as opposed to going directly to ABRA, 911, MPD, or any other sanctioned government entity of the District of Columbia, correct?
Absolutely. You have all the options. You can do all the things.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. All right. And then you'd mentioned that you do have in your recollection from this time period that you had 2 verified individuals that lived within the building that had made contact with you. Do you recollect if one of those individuals was Nadira Kabir?
I do not. And that was one individual from the building and one individual on the block.
Correct. So 2 verified complaints in your short tenure of when they were open as the ANC commissioner.
No, not necessarily as ANC commissioner. The neighbor on the block, that would have been as Civic Association president. The neighbor in the building would have been as commissioner.
Excellent. Thank you for verifying that. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of this witness by the board?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Short.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ms. Quinn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short.
Or should I say President Quinn?
Either is fine.
Okay. And so, how long have you been living in Bloomingdale?
15 years.
15 years.
Yes.
And how many years have you served as president of the Bloomingdale Civic Association?
This is my 13th consecutive year.
So 15 years in the neighborhood, 13 as president.
Yes.
How many as ANC commissioner?
I was on the commission for 2 terms, so that's 4 years, and I was chair for the last 2 of those years.
You've been a busy lady in the community.
There's work to be done.
Thank you for your service.
No problem. Thank you.
I guess what really comes to mind to myself as a board member is the question of peace, order, and quiet. As a president current of the Civic Association, Bloomingdale, and a past president or past chairman of the ANC Commission, what is your down-to-earth opinion of this licensee and their ABC license?
Well, in that time, I've had a lot of experiences with businesses in this kind of circumstance. And my opinion is that this has been one of the most cooperative businesses, most willing to go the extra mile to do the thing that you're like, but you don't even have to do that. And so I think that this has been one of the good examples of what it looks like to try to live well with within a community while also trying to make a profit. So that's the way I think about it.
Okay, with this question I'm going to ask, I want you to answer agree or disagree.
Sure.
Should businesses like the licensee who's up for renewal for this hearing, and also the citizens who make up the community and neighbors of this business, should they try as best they can to coexist, the community as well as the business, because they're both needed by the city to make it a vibrant community and a vibrant neighborhood. And so, again, agree or disagree? Should businesses reach out, and should the residents reach out to one another to make the best situation out of a situation like this?
I agree.
Does that happen in a lot of other businesses? We're not speaking of the licensee who's here today for the hearing, but are there other ABC establishments that have made their way into the community and found a way to coexist?
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you very much. Your testimony has been quite compelling, and your history is even more compelling. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members? Any redirect, Mr. Bianco?
No, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. Thank you for your testimony. You're free to go.
Thank you.
How many total witnesses do you have, Mr. Bianco?
I'm sorry, how many witnesses do I have? Is that the question?
Yes, sir.
I have 2 more, Mr. Hines, and then our general manager. Our general manager will be short. Mr. Hines is going to take a little bit of time.
All right, just wanted you to be mindful of the time, your time, sir, to conduct this hearing. All right, so who's your next witness?
My next witness is Mr. Hines. He's the owner of the establishment.
All right, Mr. Hines, I need you to be on camera, sir. Mr. Hines, I need you to be on camera, sir.
Hello.
I need you to be on camera, Mr. Hines.
Mine is showing. Oh, I'm sorry. Not familiar with all this technology. I apologize.
Can you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness, Mr. Yeah.
Okay, can you state your name for the record and spell it for the court reporter?
Melvin Hines, Melvinhines.
Okay. And Mr. Hines, what is your relationship to D City Smokehouse?
I'm the owner of D City Smokehouse.
Okay, and or do you own it as an individual or through an entity?
Own Southeast Restaurant Group, who's the parent company of D City Smokehouse. We DBA as D City Smokehouse.
Okay, is this the location we're talking about here today? Is it the only location of D City Smokehouse?
Currently, but we just had a soft opening for a new location at 1301 Good Hope Road Southeast in historic Anacostia. We plan to be have full hours starting this coming Saturday.
Great, congratulations. Focusing on this particular establishment, how long has it been at this location on Florida Avenue?
We kicked off at 203 Florida Avenue starting in January 1, 2017.
Okay, and is this the first location for D City Smokehouse?
No, we originally opened, and the previous witness mentioned we started out at 8 Florida Avenue, at the corner of Florida and North Capitol Street. Excuse me.
So all in, how long has D City Smokehouse been in operation?
Since 2013. We kicked off October 16th, 2013.
Okay. Now, attached to the investigator's report is a copy of your ABRA license, and your ABRA license allows you to operate until midnight during the week and 1 a.m. on the weekends. Can you please tell the board what your hours of operation actually are?
We operate 11 to 11, Sunday through Thursday, and Saturday and Sunday, 11 to 12 midnight.
Okay. And can you describe the building at 203 Florida Avenue?
It is a mixed-use building with approximately 9 units. Myself, as well as a smaller unit, occupy the first floor, and some storage space as well on that first floor. And then the top 2 floors are all residential units.
Okay. And do you know the protestants in this case?
I do.
How do you know them?
They are residents of the building.
And where are their units situated in relation to D City Smokehouse?
Directly above, with Corey's unit. I believe the majority of Corey's unit is over top, and I believe this Jackie, I think part of her unit is on top of our restaurant.
Okay. Have you had interactions with them in the past?
Very little. Jackie, maybe a phone call, a group phone call dealing with board business. Corey, much more extensive interaction.
Okay. Over what period of time?
I'm not exactly sure when he moved in. I believe it was maybe sometime late 2020 or perhaps 2021. So essentially not too long after he moved in.
Okay. I want to talk about the layout of your particular establishment. Could you describe briefly what I would see walking in the door?
If you walk directly in, you would see the sort of menu boards to the left. seating area to the right. If you were to go straight in, you'd go right to the customer service or customer area to place your order. It's a POS and a cash register right there that greets you.
Okay. Do you have table service at your restaurant?
We do not.
Okay. All right, I want to share my screen here and walk through a couple of photos. So if you'll bear with me while I do that. You should see on your screen now the photo that Ms. Quinn testified about. We're going to move on from there. She's already talked about that, I think. So now we're going to look at what is marked as bait stamped, I'm sorry, is page 52. And we're going to mark this for identification purposes as applicant exhibit number 2. Do you recognize that?
I do. That's the front of D City Smokehouse.
And is that on the Florida Avenue side?
It is on directly facing Florida Avenue.
Okay. And the portion of the building here where there's window lettering that says "We Smoke Meats," what's that part of your establishment?
That's a additional cafe area that I've got fully permitted through the city, in which is basically additional seating area.
Okay, and that enclosure, what's that constructed of?
So what is that? I'm not an expert in building, but cloth, plastic, steel poles.
Okay, and okay, move admission of applicants number 2.
Mr. Brown, any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
Okay. Moving on to page number 53. I'm gonna fix the orientation here. We're gonna mark this for identification as applicants number 3. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's I would call that the side entrance, as well as the park area outside of D City Smokehouse.
And is that on the Florida Avenue side or the 2nd Street side?
It's more at the corner of Florida and 2nd.
Okay. And do you use that area all year, or are there limitations in place?
There are no limitations. It's whoever wants to use it, whoever wants to sit, whenever they want to sit.
All right, move admission of applicants number 3.
Any objection, Mr. Brown?
No objection.
Without objection.
Okay. We're moving on to page 54. We're going to mark that as applicant number 4. What does that show?
This is a sign that we placed outside, just trying to be respectful of our neighbors, both within the building as well as in the area that is placed directly next to the steps that lead into the residential portion of the building at 1700 2nd Street.
Okay. And when did you put that there?
Let's see, sometime in 2021, maybe late 21 or mid 21, I believe. Just with COVID and the fact that everyone was, sitting outside, things were a little more stretched out. We did have, I guess a higher utilization of the space outside. So we, in an effort to try to make sure that folks were respectful of our neighbors, we placed that there, as well as a couple other signs.
Okay, move admission of applicants 4.
Mr. Brown, any objection?
No objection.
Without objection.
I'm showing you what's been marked as what we're marking as applicant 5. It appears to be another sign. Where's that one located?
This is at that side entrance that we were just referring to. It welcomes the guests as they're entering or approaching the restaurant.
Okay. And you put that up at the same time, or did you put it up at a different sign, a different time?
Same time.
Okay. Move admission of applicants 5.
Mr. Brown,
No objection.
without,
Okay.
without objection.
Moving on to applicants number 6. What does that show?
That's the interior of the additional cafe space.
Okay. And how much seating is there?
It's 3 of those benches, if you will, picnic tables. They hold approximately 6 people, so I would say 18.
Okay. And move admission of applicants number 6.
Mr. Brown,
No objection.
without objection.
Okay, now we're going to jump down to page 60. Okay, and I'm going to mark this as applicants number 7. What does that show?
This is the when you come into the restaurant directly to the right, that is what we consider the seating area.
Okay, and what seating do you have set up for that particular area?
Right there, as we it's shown as we operate now, approximately 4x4, 4 seating for 4 times 2. So that's seating for 8, and then there are maybe 3 or 4 bar stools directly at the counter.
Okay, move admission of applicant 7.
Mr. Brown, any objection, Mr. Brown?
No objection. Would it be possible to maybe go through all the photos and we can jointly agree to admit them and move things along?
I think, unfortunately, in order for him to get his documents in, he has to identify them. And so he has to have a witness identify the document. And then he has to ask to move them in, and we have to go through this process, unfortunately, sir. But if you do not object to any of the documents, then we can just say they're admitted without. I don't have to ask if you're going to agree that all the documents can be admitted without objection.
The pictures, I've seen the inside of the unit. I don't have any objections to the pictures of the unit.
All right.
Great, I'll just run through them and indicate what exhibit they are so that's on the record, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay, so I'm showing you what's been admitted as applicants number 8. And that is, what does that show there?
So when you walk into the front door, this is what would greet you, if you will. Directly in front is the cash register, then the soda machine, then sort of the space where the staging area is what we call it, where people delivered their food.
Okay, and do you track your percentage of food sales versus your percentage of alcohol sales?
I do.
And what are those percentages?
It's about 80 to 20, 85, 15 mix with 15% alcohol and the 85% being food sales.
Okay. How about do you track takeout versus dine-in service?
Yes, yes, we do.
Okay, and how does that break down?
So we utilize the 3 delivery services, Uber-like services, as well as utilize just pickup. People can call and pick up and go. And I would say altogether, that's about 65% of our business. The majority of our business are people picking up and leaving.
Okay. I want to talk for a moment about your sound system that you have in the establishment. Can you describe the sound system you presently have?
We're utilizing a Sonos system that operates off of 4 speakers and is controlled by either an iPad or iPhone.
Okay. And have you changed your sound system in the course of your operations?
Yes.
Okay, and can you describe how you changed it?
Well, when the place was originally built, we had 4 speakers placed in the ceiling, and they operated off of a computer interface, as well as timing controls, with a volume control on the wall of the right by the bar area.
Okay. And when did you make that change from that built-in speaker system to the Sonos system?
Oh, that was somewhere around November or December of this year.
Okay,
I'm
so that's
sorry,
November.
November or December of 2022.
Okay.
23, right.
And why did you make that change from the built-in speakers to the Sonos system?
Trying to address the sound issues that we were having between Corey and myself.
Okay. And there was some testimony earlier from Investigator Prout in response to questions by Mr. Brown that there are 10 speakers in the property. Is that the case?
Well, we never took the ceiling speakers. We never took those out. We just ceased using them. We did have 2 additional Bluetooth speakers that we tried as a means to alleviate the issue where those speakers were placed on the floor. And so not to be right in the ceiling area, but we ceased using those as well when we went fully to the Sonos system.
Okay, so presently in your business, how many speakers do you have actually in operation?
4.
And am I correct that if we look at exhibit number 9 in the upper left-hand corner, does that show what one of the built-in speakers look like?
Is this exhibit 9 here?
Yes, it's up on the screen.
That's one of the built-in, yes, that white cone. That's one of the ceiling units that, pre-existed, I guess.
Okay. Other than changing from the built-in speakers to the Sonos system, have you done and made any other changes to deal with Mr. Brown's noise complaints?
Well, again, tried to utilize the Bluetooth speakers and place them on the floor. I've instructed my staff to turn down the music at 10 p.m., regardless of whether there was a lot of activity or not. Based on the recommendation, I utilize the Sonos alarm system now, so that music shuts off automatically at 10 p.m.
Okay, so I want to drill down on that just a little bit. You said based on the recommendation, you use the Sonos alarm system. Okay, so based on whose recommendation?
That was Corey. We during a board meeting, or the building board meeting, we were discussing just things that I was trying to utilize just to address his issues. I mentioned that it was a Sonos system, and he mentioned that it had that functionality. So
Okay.
the very next day, I placed an alarm on it to go off at 10 p.m.
And when did you implement that music 10 p.m. cutoff?
That was probably in February, late February, I think is when our last board meeting was.
Okay, and that's February of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you make any physical modifications to the premises to insulate sound?
We're making it sort of piece by piece. There has been some leaking issues from the units above that come directly down on us, so we've had to tear out ceiling in places, and as we add back in, we have been adding additional layers of insulation to try to soundproof different areas within the building or within our unit.
And how long has that been ongoing?
It's been going on for a few months now, since I would say late 2022. Every time we think we solve the issue, more water comes down. So, and in fact, we had to tear out a piece not too long ago. So we're scheduled to have more repairs made in the next week.
Okay. And when you did your initial build out, did you take any measures to try and insulate your unit for sound?
Yes, my contractor specifically stated that they applied 4 layers of sheetrock, or what is it, drywall, in an effort to soundproof our space. We were the last unit to be built in, if you will. So we were taking special effort to try to mitigate the noise of the build out, as well as potentially, just operating noise down the road.
Okay. All right. This is going to be exhibit number 10, applicant 10. And what's that?
That's one of the Sonos speakers that we recently had put in.
Okay. And where's that located?
That looks like it's in the cafe, additional cafe area space.
Okay. Are they all that size, or are they
Yes,
different size?
they're all that size.
And how many are in the enclosed cafe area?
There are 2 in that cafe area.
Okay. And how many are inside the actual structure of the restaurant?
Just 1.
Okay. Okay, so I want to talk about the condominium for a moment. I think there was some testimony that your unit is situated inside of the condominium. Is that a space that you rent, or is that a space that you own?
I own.
Okay, and when did you purchase that space?
Purchased in 2016.
Okay, and at the time you purchased, did you receive any information from the developer?
Sure. What do we call it? The condominium rules and regulations, principles, bylaws, the condo bylaws.
Okay, I'm gonna show you a document that we're marking as exhibit number 11. Gonna fix the orientation of this very quickly. And do you recognize this document?
Sure.
What is that?
Those are the bylaws.
Okay. So I am on page 71 in the packet, which is part of exhibit 11. And this, reading from the first paragraph here, it says DC law requires that the original seller of a condominium unit disclose fully and accurately the character of the condominium units being offered for sale. This public offering statement is the means by which such disclosure is made. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the actual document that you received at the outset of your purchase, right?
Yes.
And you did not obviously cancel the sale because of any issues with the condo, right?
Correct.
Okay, and moving down to the second paragraph here, it says the purchaser should inspect the condominium and all common areas and obtain professional advice. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go down to page 85 in the public offering statement package. I'm sorry, 85 in the exhibit package, which is part of the public offering statement. And specifically, I want to look at the paragraph that deals with rules and regulations of the condominium. And if you'll bear with me, I could point you to a specific provision here. And we're looking at, on page 85, the 1, 2, The third paragraph down, it says the bylaws also permit the board of directors to prescribe rules and regulations applicable only to the commercial unit of the condominium. Do you see where it says that there?
Yes.
Okay, and has the board of directors of the condominium prescribed special rules for the commercial unit as of today?
No.
Okay, do you participate in the condominium association?
Yes.
What's your role?
I am the treasurer.
Okay, and does Mr. Brown participate in the condominium association?
Yes.
What's his role?
He is the treasurer.
Okay, I thought you were the treasurer.
I'm
Are you
sorry.
both?
He is treasurer. I'm the secretary. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Got my roles mixed up.
And now I want to jump down to page 176 of the packet. And this says flats at Florida Avenue, condominium rules and regulations. And specifically, what I want to look at here is the second paragraph. Looks like second to last sentence says, the failure to comply with any of these provisions shall be cause for imposing a fine, an action to recover sums due for damages, or injunctive relief, or all of these. You see where it says that there?
Yes.
Has the condominium taken any such action against you?
No.
Okay, and scrolling down to 2C, there is a provision governing noise, correct?
Yes.
And it says here, which is what I want you to address, is there shall be no playing of any musical instruments, radio, television, record player, tape recorder, or the like between the hours of 11 p.m. and the following 8 a.m. if such activity disturbs or annoys other occupants. And do you adhere to that?
Yes.
And I think there was some earlier testimony about when your music cuts off. When is that?
10 p.m.
Okay. At this time, I would move admission of the public offering statement, which I believe is applicant's number 11.
And you don't have any objection, Mr. Brown?
No objection.
So moved.
Okay. That's all for the exhibits, Mr. Hines. I do want to ask you a few more questions about your interactions with the protestants. Did you have communications with them regarding noise?
With Corey, yes.
Okay.
Not with
Go ahead, you could finish your answer.
not with Jackie.
And can you describe those interactions?
Well, it started.
Can you close your screen, please, Mr. Bianco?
I'm sorry, what?
Close your screen, please. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I will. I think somebody beat me to it here. It's closed on my end. Okay.
Well, just to answer your question, early on, I was introduced to, I think I may have introduced myself to Corey. I heard he had moved into the building, introduced myself, said hello. Later, the ANC, Carla Lewis, brought it to my attention that he was upset regarding noise, and I may be forgetting some steps. He may have called the police prior to that. That's sort of the interaction I was used to. But Carla brought us together on a conference call to try to resolve the issue, which I participated in. During that call, I expressed to Corey, everything starts and stops with me. So if necessary, please contact me if there's any issue, but I, prefer not to get police involved, not to have, folks come out because it kind of puts my staff on edge as if they're doing something wrong. But during that call, Corey, threatened me, immediately said that he was a labor lawyer. He's ready for a fight. And, he'll make sure that whatever happens, that he'll get what he wants out of this. From that point forward, he would text me from time to time. Well, I'm sorry. He would text me on a regular basis saying that the music was too loud. I would try to respond, but again, if whether I was there or not there, If he were to text me and I was not there and I saw the text, I contacted my staff. What would happen over time is if I didn't respond in time and eventually with no indication, he would send the police or send an ABRA investigator to the location to a point where it felt like harassment. And I say that because there was never an instance of a finding, a warning of anything based on him calling. So we continued, sort of that back and forth until, again, he just stopped contacting me. Then Carla, the ANC, Carla Lewis, would reach out to me. She was looking for solutions. I was forwarded emails showing that he had contacted the mayor's office, DCRA, any authority that would actually listen to, bring some attention. And because he contacted them, all of them had to come out. That was sort of the point. If they're contacted, they have to come out. I've talked to ABRA investigators. I've talked to the MPD, where they're just, at their wits' end because they didn't feel like we had a violation. Eventually, Carla coordinated a sound test to go along with, and I believe an ABRA investigator accompanied them for this sound test, which was done. And at which point the finding was there was no issue. We were below the threshold in terms of noise coming out of our location. So,
Okay. So I want to go back and ask you a couple of follow-up questions with respect to your latest testimony. So first, with regard to this conference call that you had with Mr. Brown and Commissioner Lewis, when did that occur to the best of your recollection?
that was, I believe, in August of 2021.
Okay.
I believe.
And thereafter, you testified that there was a sound test of some kind done, correct?
Yes.
And who set that up?
I believe Corey and Miss Lewis.
Okay. And who conducted the test? Was it private or was it a government agency?
This is a government agency.
And to the best of your knowledge, when did that test take place?
I believe September of 2021.
Okay. And I think you already testified about the results of that test, so I'm not going to go back over that again. And I believe you also testified that MPD has never cited you. How about DCRA? Have they ever?
I do need to correct myself. The test took place in April of 2022.
Okay, so
test took place. DCRA came out in April of 2022.
Okay, and they found no violation.
And they found no violation.
Okay, and DCRA, have they ever cited you?
No.
Okay. There was some testimony earlier from Investigator Prout about there being exposed ceiling within the business. Could you explain how the ceiling is set up in the business?
No, we have drywall throughout. If there was anything exposed, it may have been because of this leaking issue. I'm not exactly sure when he came out, but as I said, we're scheduled to have some repairs done next week to fill in. And when I say a square, I'm talking maybe a 24 by 12 space because we just cut out directly for where the leaks take place. So we're going to go back in and fill that in. But there's the way the restaurant is built is there's nothing exposed in the ceilings.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hines. I don't have any further questions. Mr. Brown will have some cross and the board may have some questions as well. Okay.
Sure.
Mr. Brown, you have any questions?
Yes, please. Good afternoon, Melvin.
Good afternoon.
You stated the sign that was outside of the door that your attorney entered into the record was placed there somewhere in 2021, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you received complaints from myself thereafter?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and you put in a new system in November or December of 2022, so just about 5 months ago or so.
Yes.
Correct. I moved in May of 2020.
Okay.
So to be correct, almost 2 years of complaints, and then you installed a new sound system, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you referenced a board meeting in February, which did occur. However, discussion in regards to your Sonos, that actually occurred during mediation, correct? With the ABRA, Ms. Laverne Cox, or can't remember her last name, but that was actually during mediation with myself and Jackie, correct?
Yes, that happened first, and then we had the board meeting and talked about it at that time.
Okay. So the system had been up for the system that took 2 years after I had moved in, complained for 2 years, then got installed, and then wasn't until mediation that then action was taken to abate the sound.
I'm
Correct?
gonna
Disagree with
object.
that.
Melvin, hold on. I'm objecting. Hold on, just wait. I'm gonna object as argumentative. He's giving testimony as well as assuming facts not in evidence and mischaracterizing prior testimony. If there's a question, he should ask it. If he wants to testify, he'll get the chance.
All right. I'll just ask you, Mr. Brown, just please ask direct questions of the witness so we can move this along. All right.
But to clarify, this is all cross-examination since I'm opposing, correct?
Yeah, it's cross-examination, but you ask direct questions. Normally in cross-examination, people ask yes or no answer because you don't try to give your witness an opportunity to explain their answer. So you try to ask questions that are short and concise to make your point, sir. Okay.
Thank you. You add in your testimony that you did not add ceiling in or additional ceiling tiles in until late 2022, correct?
No,
When was that in?
we don't have tiles in our building. It's drywall as a ceiling.
So you added additional drywall in late 2022 to the ceiling.
Wherever there was a need for repair, we would then add additional layers or additional insulation.
Thank you. And again, I moved in 2021 and complained about noise since then. Correct?
What was the date? 2021
or May 2020? Sorry, even a year more than that.
I recall 2021. I don't necessarily recall 2020.
Sounds good. Okay, so you said you put 4 layers of sheetrock when the unit was built, correct?
Yes.
Did you hire a sound engineer?
No.
At any point since then, with all these complaints, all these years later, did you hire a sound engineer at any point?
Yeah, we got estimates from soundproofers.
Estimates, but you didn't hire them or act on their recommendations?
No.
Thank you. Conference call in August, approximately August 2021, with the ANC commissioner. You admit that I approached the ANC commissioner, any community leader, to abate the issues at hand, correct?
Yes.
Including the condo board on all the email chains?
I don't know exactly who you contacted.
All right. So everyone came out, as you stated, every different agency, you rattled through a few there, the DCRA, everyone else. However, you didn't change the sound system until the end of November or December of 2022, correct?
No, that's not correct.
When did you change the sound system?
We went through a number of changes. Again, instead of using the ceiling, we started using some Bluetooth. We started, what is the term? We started broadcasting the music from a laptop instead of the computer in the back to go to the ceiling. Just tried to do different things to try to mitigate this issue in any way we could.
And with all of those steps that didn't include soundproofing, did you still receive complaints from me?
Yes.
Thank you. You referenced a sound test and that you passed. Do you have record of that?
I do.
Was that submitted in by your attorney for this hearing?
I just received it maybe 2 days ago, so I don't know that it was actually submitted.
So not in the record. All right, those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions by any other board member? Any board? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
It's still good. No, it's good. Good evening now, isn't it? No, good afternoon.
That's what I
Good
feel.
afternoon,
It
Steve.
feels like it. Yes.
Mr. Hines. Mr. Hines, how long have you been in business in the District of Columbia?
Since 2011, April 2011.
What was your first place?
It was called, actually, Terry Janine mentioned it earlier. We opened at 8 Florida Avenue under the banner of Revive Events and Catering.
That's at the corner of North Capitol and
Florida Avenue. Yes, sir.
How long did you stay there?
I stayed there from 2011 to approximately 27, well, until about 2016.
Okay, from there, what did you do? 2016.
I actually opened another business right around the corner, a local bar, Wicked Bloom Social Club. We operated Wicked Bloom and D-City in that space during the time that I was building out the space at 203 Florida Avenue.
The address of that business you just mentioned?
1540 North Capitol Street, Northwest.
Okay, is that the 2016 location?
That's where we were during 2016, yes.
Okay. And so now you've been in your current location since 2017?
Correct.
How many condos are in the building where your business is located?
Someone was calling at the same time. Could you repeat the question?
How many units are in the condominium? Having trouble hearing him, Mr. Chair.
My son does not know how to not call when I don't answer. Could you ask that one more time? I'm sorry.
Okay, I was asking, what is the number of condominiums in your current location?
It's 8 other units in that location.
And if you can, how many complaints have you got from the other? So you're one of the 8?
I'm one of 9.
One of 9.
Mm-hmm.
So of the other 8, how many complaints have you got other than Mr. Brown?
0.
You're all under the same, in the same building?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move on from there. And you are going to now expand to Good Hope Road Southeast.
1301 Good Hope Road, bringing the best barbecue over to the south side.
Okay, and now the percentage of alcohol was testified by you, I think, was 20% of all of your business is 20% of alcohol?
It runs about 15 to 20, depending upon the season.
And how long have you had your ABC license in the District of Columbia?
I had it at the beginning of 2017. Actually, I had it with Wicked Bloom prior. We opened that location, I believe, in 2015. So I had a liquor license there. And then upon opening in 2017, we had the liquor license day 1.
If you can answer this, I would appreciate it. Since you've had your ABC license, how many complaints have been lodged against your businesses concerning your ABC license?
Is that related to noise or,
No, just any complaints dealing with your ABC license?
We've had a couple in terms of managers being on site.
Just a couple?
Yes.
So would you say you have a pretty good record with ABRA?
I believe we do.
ABC A board now?
That's all relative, I think, but I believe we do.
Okay. And Mr. Hines, you it sounds like from the pictures we've seen that were introduced by your attorney, it seems to be a thriving business and you're expanding now. And I would just simply say, as being a board member, this is my third term on the board. I've never seen you come before us before, I don't believe. Have you been before this board before?
Yes, relative to the mayor's order during COVID, I had to deal with that issue.
Other than COVID, have you been before this board?
Not that I can remember, no.
Thank you for your candid answers. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any other board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Mr. Hines,
Yes.
welcome this afternoon and thank you for your presentation. Are you able to pull up the pictures, the exhibits that your attorney went through?
He can,
Yeah,
but
he
what exhibit do you want him to bring up, Mr. Grandis?
The series of photos that have been entered into the record?
I need to, all right, so which one do you want Mr. Bianca to go to? Which one?
If he could, if Mr. Bianca could slowly scroll to the photos, I'd appreciate it. It's very small on my screen.
So do you know which photos you want him to go to?
Yeah, once he gets to them, yes. Okay, slow down. Okay.
Those are the investigative report photos.
Yes. Oh.
Okay. Are those the ones you want to see, or you want to see the ones I put in?
The ones you put in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
That's a little bit further down. Here we go. Okay. So here are the photos.
Yes.
We put in as evidence.
Okay.
Starting here with the exterior.
Go to the next one.
Okay.
The next one down. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. No. Go to your second photo, please.
Let me fix the orientation for you. There you go.
What exhibit are we looking at, sir?
This is the front of D City Smokehouse.
No, hold on. I'm sorry, Mr. Bianca. What exhibit is this? Do you know?
Yes, that one is exhibit number 2. That's exhibit 2.
Number 2?
Yep, page 62 of the packet.
All right, so Mr. Grandis, you're asking about exhibit number 2. All right. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. And like I said, I all I can see is small photos, so thank you for your indulgence. So what are we looking at here, sir?
This is the front of D City Smokehouse, forward-facing Florida Avenue.
And what area are people sitting in? Under the awning, or is that an awning I see?
Yes, that's a awning with plastic covers. They may sit under there. They may sit within the building.
Okay, but the area to the right, is that an alley?
The area to the right is a public park.
A public park. And do you have any tables and chairs on that area?
We do.
And would that be when you have it on that area, which is the public park, is that a streetery?
It's not a streetery. It's considered sort of an outdoor cafe eating area.
And the area that's under the awning, is that like a summer garden, or is that like a enclosed sidewalk cafe?
Enclosed sidewalk cafe, I believe, is what the permit calls it.
Okay. And how often do you use that area? Sidewalk cafe?
Weather permitting. It's really based on the customer. They can sit wherever they want. So they'll come in and I will go back to my earlier reference of that 35% of dine in.
Yes, sir.
And within that 35%, they may choose that area to sit.
And the protestants, are any of their windows visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you point them out, sir?
So if you see sort of the mural that's on the side, right in front of the pig, I believe that's Jackie's units. The next window to the right, I'm not sure whose unit that is. That may be Corey. And then that corner, smallish window to the right of that, I believe that's Corey's bathroom.
So the two protestants that are part of this hearing, their units are on that floor with those windows. that you pointed out.
Yes.
And okay, and when did you actually start using this enclosed sidewalk cafe?
Well, during COVID, we were permitted the use of a temporary structure. I believe we didn't get that till sometime in 2021. From 2021 through, I guess, the end of 2022, we went through the permit process to get a more permanent structure. In which case, this is the result of that.
Can we go to the next photo down? That one, we can go to the next one. The next one down, sir. Okay. This one here, I see there's signage.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Grandis. Mr. Bianco, for the record, can you identify this exhibit that we're looking at, sir?
This is applicants 4.
Go ahead, Mr.
Bianco, thank you for your technical help on these pictures. The signage here, when did you put that up?
Sometime around 2021. Again, well, the reference has been, during 2020, March 2020 through 2021, we were dealing specifically with COVID. As a result, we were, all businesses, just like myself, we're trying to figure out how to operate. The city made some changes, basically to be able to spread out. But because we did maintain full hours and a full menu throughout COVID, we were a more popular restaurant. I would say our that energy has definitely subsided since then, but we were more popular, and to try to address that, I had these signs put in, and I believe it was sometime during 2021.
For reference, how many of your employees are DC residents?
Oh man, 90%.
Which would be roughly what number? Just roughly.
We maintain about anywhere from 17 to 22 people. So I would say probably about 15 to 20 are DC residents.
Well, I'm sure during COVID, the city was very appreciative of you being able to be creative and keep city residents employed. So I'm sure.
And I was, I definitely appreciated the city support in trying to address these issues.
The stairs there, you mentioned them. Does that go into that condo building where the protestants live?
Yes, it does.
Would that take you to the second floor, the floor they're on?
Yes.
Those steps?
Yes.
Okay. And that who for your staff or customers use those stairs, if anyone?
No one.
Okay.
No one affiliated with myself with D City Smokehouse.
So there's really no reason for the business to go in and out there for supplies or anything. Okay.
Not at all.
Mr. Bianco, can we go down to the next one? Okay. Okay. What number is this one for the record?
This is applicants 5.
Thank you. Mr. Hines, what do we look? I know what we're looking at, but once again, regarding the 2 protestants, are we able to see any of their windows in this photo?
I believe the window immediately to the right, I believe that is Corey's. I believe both of those actually are Corey's windows that I can see.
We can go to the next one, Mr. Bianco. Okay, stop. Okay. This is, I'm assuming we're looking inside of the enclosed sidewalk cafe.
Yes.
Are there any speakers here?
Yes.
Perhaps your attorney can advise you on outside speakers at some point. Mr. Bianco, can we go down to the next picture?
That was not an exhibit. That wasn't an exhibit. This was the next exhibit.
Yes. Thank you very much. And what number is this one, sir?
I believe that is 7.
And what are we looking at here, Mr. Hines?
This would be considered the dining area of D City Smokehouse.
And I think you were very thorough about how initially you had speakers in the ceiling, but that those no longer function. There's no ceiling speakers at this time.
Well, the speakers still exist. They are there. We just don't utilize them. And I've closed the program. I'm sorry?
Right. They're not part of that Sonos system.
No.
They're not.
No.
Okay. And when were these speakers discontinued?
They were actually discontinued sometime in 2021. I would say during 2021. Early.
And in this area here, if you have an idea of how the building is constructed, we're inside the building, so I'm assuming the ceiling here, the ceiling here is the floor of the second floor.
Yes.
And looking towards the monitor, the TV monitor, do you know if either one of the protestants' floor is right above in that area somewhat?
I believe it's Corey. Corey has the pleasure of being directly above us. The majority of his unit, I believe, is directly above us.
And I think you said there was one inside Sonos speaker.
Yes.
And that is not on the ceiling, correct?
No, it's on the wall. If this camera were to shift to the right, back towards the front door, it's closer to the front door.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Bianco, we can go to the next picture, exhibit. We can go to the next one. Excuse me. Can you back up one? The one right before this one, sir. What do we? Yes, stop. Thank you. You may have explained this before, but is this the Sonos system?
That is the Sonos operating system as well as individual speaker volume.
Can we identify the exhibit for the record, please?
Yeah, this is not an exhibit. We did not offer this as an exhibit.
Oh,
we should disclose it as part of our package, but we did not offer it into evidence.
Is it part of your submission package?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, because it's part of the submission package, are we able to ask questions about it?
I'm just saying it's not in the record, so if there are questions you want to ask, you can ask questions. This is not a document that's in the record, but
we can go, right, thank you. We can go on. Mr. Bianco?
This is the next exhibit.
Okay.
So this would be 9.
And which unit is this? Is this the inside unit or one of the outside units?
That is up under the cafe. The tent, if you will.
Off of the unenclosed side, on the enclosed sidewalk cafe?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Mr. Bianco, we can go to the next one. I think you just passed the one that was inside.
I don't think this one's not.
Oh, you didn't enter that? Okay.
No, it's not. That's another angle of the outdoor.
Okay, we can pass. You can close it. You can close the photos now. Mr. Hines?
Yes.
I understand that you believe you've tried very hard to mitigate sound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you there I won't say 24/7. Are you there are you there? You probably feel like you live there.
Absolutely.
And your family probably asks you, can we come visit you? But seriously, you said, I think I heard you make testimony that you've tried to adjust the volumes on your Sonos system.
We've adjusted the volumes on the Sonos. I've adjusted the volume on our the previous system we've had. I've implemented different speakers. I've instructed my staff to turn the music down. Anything that I can think of. If I get any alert that Corey felt that the music was too loud, or Carla Lewis contacted me to say that Corey thought that the music was too loud, I would tell everybody, just turn the music off, turn it down, turn it off, whatever.
Yeah, thank you. What do you do about the bass?
There's no bass. Now, in the previous speakers, those Bose system, the Bluetooth speakers, I think they had some level of bass, but on this Sonos system, I have not, I didn't get the bass option. So it's really
knowing my study of sound waves, I think you probably don't need the bass, and it probably reduces the vibrations.
Sure, I mean, and that is in an effort to try to alleviate this whole situation. You know, trying what we can.
Yeah, not having bass mitigates. That's definitely true. But here's the question. Yes, we know that you have worked hard to maintain the right level of sound that is enough for your customers, but not to really vibrate or go outside of your unit. But when you're not there, who is responsible? In other words, there are situations where licensees have put a lock on a certain number, let's say 7, 6, whatever, because they've tested it and that's the loudest it needs, and also they don't get complaints. Have you looked at possibly putting a lock on some number that would, when you're not there, particularly someone not being knowledgeable may not raise it higher?
So, you know, because this has been an ongoing issue, because this, you know, anytime a agency head comes in to investigate us, you know, my staff is on pins and needles. So, you know, I've instructed them, I've, you know, brought, you know, fire and doom upon the fact that I don't want any other investigators come in. So, you know, do not turn that music up. And again, the system, although those individual speakers have a volume control that we looked at, the system operates on a telephone, an iPhone, that only I and my manager have access to. So we are the only ones that basically can adjust that sound. However, I've placed alarms on the system or triggers so that it starts at a certain time, at a certain volume, and it shuts down at 10 p.m. And after that, it doesn't really matter. Everything is
So
stopped.
when did you implement stopping at 10 o'clock?
So early on, we had conversations with the MPD that, you know, kept coming on, and they just said, you know, hey man, you know, at least at 10 o'clock, can you turn it down? So from that, we just turned it down turned it off at 10 p.m. Now I will, you know, it goes back and forth on whether specifically it was at 10:00 or 10:05, 10:15, but it got turned off. Now with this new Sonos system, I set it so it just shuts off at 10 o'clock. That system started in November. Now, you know, one of my major points has been throughout all of this is neither Jackie nor Corey live in the building. So I don't know that they've experienced what it sounds like today versus, you know, what he may have experienced back in May of 2020. But it is not the same scenario. As with everyone else in the building, I don't know that I've met either one of their tenants, but you know, I try to speak to everybody. I try to let them know if they have any issues, they can speak to me. But alluding to what you mentioned earlier, who else is in control? And I think I later someone that would be testifying for me is my manager, Chris. Chris is you talk about being there 24/7. Chris is pretty much there 24/7. So he is all, we call him the mayor of D City. He knows everybody around the building, in the building, up and down. And, you know, again, if there are any issues that, you know, folks know to speak to him, you know, for any kind of resolution as well. But I do put myself out there as the owner, as well as the one with final say, to say if there's any issues, please come to me.
So what I understand is that there are only two individuals, you and this other person, that have any control access to the Sonos system.
Yes. Well, I do have a general manager in my company. He has access, but he rarely is in the really in that location, let alone in the front of house for the building.
So your testimony today says you are not playing any recorded music or any music off the iPhone or other system after 10 o'clock p.m. or let's say 10 p.m.
Yes,
such that you're on record for that.
Yes, sir.
And it looks like you're a very good business person in looking at ways to improve your business. So if there were recommendations to confirm the noise level outside of that unit, but in the unit above, you would be willing to work with that to try to be conscious of exactly what is upstairs and what isn't.
Well, I've offered that in the past. You know, let me know what your experience is. That was never accepted. We've been back and forth on this in many different ways. I mean, I definitely want to bring a resolution, but I'm cautious on accepting rules and regulations outside of DC laws and regulations. I follow everything that is suggested. I don't believe that I should be subjected to additional restrictions that a business down the street or across the street does not have to, follow as well. So, even though we shut it down at 10, it still has a negative effect on my business from 10 to 11. I'm sorry?
No, I said I understand that. And I really want to thank you for the time you've taken to answer my questions. Mr. Chairman, I'm completed my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. All right, any other questions by the board members? All right, I'm going to take a break, but I need us to move through this because we've been going on for over 3 hours. All right, so Mr. Brown, do you have, I'm sorry, any other questions by any other board members? All right, Mr. Brown, do you have any questions of Mr. Hines? These are based on the questions that were asked by the board, sir.
No, I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Bianco, do you have any redirect?
No, I do not.
All right, thank you. You say you have one more witness, Mr. Bianco?
That's correct, and he will be a pretty fast witness. It is
What do you call pretty fast, sir? About
I'm
how
sorry?
long? I'm trying to figure out whether or not I should take the break before or after his testimony. That's what I'm trying to find out.
I have about 10 questions for him. I don't know how long the cross is going to be.
All right, we're gonna take. All right, it's 4:38. We're gonna take a 12-minute break. We'll come back online at 4:50. So I'm asking you to do is just do not log off, but you can turn your camera off and mute your telephone. So we'll be back in the record at 4:50. We're back in the record. All right, we're back in the record. We have a quorum of board members. Mr. Bianco, you said you have one more witness, and you still have a little bit more time, not a whole lot of time. So I'm just asking that, reminding everyone, questions that needs to be asked, relevant to the issue at hand. If it's not relevant, please don't ask a question. Okay. All right. Your next witness, Mr. Bianco.
We call Chris Pinacho. And
I'm sorry, the name is that. Okay, it's in your office. What's the name of? I'm sorry.
I'll spell it for you. It's
No,
Christopher.
Mr. Pinacho.
Yes, sir.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Truth.
Mr. Bianco, can you let the witness have the witness spell and state his name for the record, please?
Mr. Pinacho, could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Sure. It's Christopher Pinacho. Christopher, Christoper, Pinacho, last name, P as in Paul, ENNACHIO as in Oscar.
And Mr. Pinacho, where do you work?
D-City Smokehouse.
And how long have you worked there?
For the company, 4 years, the Smokehouse 3.
And by the smokehouse, you mean the location on Florida Avenue?
That is correct, 203 Florida Avenue.
Okay. And what is your job for D-City Smokehouse?
General manager.
Okay. And are there certain times of the week or day that you work?
Primarily in the afternoon, all the way to close.
Okay. And how many days a week are you there?
5 minimum, 6 or 7 sometimes.
Okay. There's been some testimony that I'm not going to go into, but it's about the sound system.
Okay.
Do you have any responsibility for control of the volume level?
I am in control of it at night. Yes.
Okay. Are there any other people who work at the establishment that have control of the sound system?
No.
Okay. How about the owner? Does he have control?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Mr. Brown?
Very much so.
Okay. How are you familiar with him?
He was a next door neighbor upstairs.
Okay. And have you dealt with any complaints from Mr. Brown?
A lot.
Okay. Over what period of time?
Course of probably the time that he lived there till when he moved out.
Okay. And what years is the time?
21, 22, 23, maybe.
And did you have direct interactions with Mr. Brown, or did you become aware of his complaints in some other way?
I became aware of his complaints a different way.
Okay. And how did you become aware of Mr. Brown's complaints?
I would get police showing up at about 10:01, 10:02 and saying there was a noise complaint.
Okay. And how frequently would this occur?
Primarily every other night, or if not every night.
Okay. And could you describe what the interactions with police was like?
They would come in, look around, make sure nothing was going on, say, okay, no report, see you later.
In the time that you have been working there and have had these dealings with police, are you aware of any time when there actually was a report?
No.
Are you aware of any time when there was a violation of the noise law?
No.
Okay. In addition to MPD, did you have any direct dealings with any other agencies of the DC government about noise?
Yes, several. We've had ABRA come in several times on a noise complaint that was filed. Also, we had DCRA come in and do a noise test with ABRA one time, to answer your question.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has DCRA, which is now Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, to your knowledge, have they ever written a noise violation for your establishment?
No, they came out, they did a noise test. They had a little, it was a little, like a megaphone, silver box and a megaphone that set out. There was an ABRA inspector with them. They walked the perimeter, checked everything and checked the noise levels inside. And there was nothing, they said, okay, you're good.
Okay, so I want to just talk about that for a moment. When did this noise test take place?
I think it was sometime in April, but I'm not positive.
Okay, and it's now April, so.
I mean,
just wanna-
April 2022, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I apologize.
that's fine. And were you personally present there for it?
Yes,
Okay, and you testified that they walked the perimeter. What perimeter did they walk?
they walked outside to make sure the outside noise level was good, and then they came inside the building.
Okay, and by the perimeter, is there an area of the property they walked around?
It was on basically outside the area, basically all by where the sidewalk is, all around it, everything else, plus also inside the tent
Okay,
and inside the building.
and who was present other than you for that test?
I was basically primarily,
Okay,
because I was responsible for the building, or responsible for the restaurant.
was Mr. Brown present?
I don't believe so.
Were there any other residents of the building present for the
Yes.
test? Who else was there?
Just regular building. The one unit was on the right, that was one gentleman, and then the two ladies that were on the top, they were there for that.
Okay. And did you get any violation as a result of that test?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all. I don't have any more questions for you, Mr. Panaccio.
Okay.
What's going to happen now is Mr. Brown may have some questions,
Okay,
and then the members of the board may have some questions.
okay,
And since we're both sitting here in the same room, I'm gonna make sure I instruct you on the record. Don't look to me for any answers when
Okay.
you're asked a question.
okay.
Just look into the camera
Sure.
and answer the questions that you're asked,
Sure.
okay?
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
All right, thank you for Mr. Panacha. Mr. Brown, any questions?
Just a few. Good afternoon, Chris. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Ms. Brown.
When I moved into the building in May 2021, you introduced yourself to me, correct?
Correct.
And you said if you have any problems, stop in, grab some food, contact you, correct?
Correct.
And shortly thereafter, when I took issue with noise, I did reach out to you, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And also your staff members. I've called down there.
Correct.
Thank you. And again, you stated I wasn't present for the DCRA reading that was conducted. When you say inside the building, you mean within the confines of D City Smokehouse and not the apartments upstairs, correct?
Correct.
That's all. Thank you, Chris.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any questions by any board members? All right, hearing none. All right. Where's Mr. Panacho? Mr. Panacho,
Yeah.
thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you,
I'm
sir.
sorry. Thank you for your testimony today. And you don't have any redirect, Mr. Bianco?
No, I don't. And if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair, I'm gonna release Mr. Panaccio, who's here on his day off.
Mr. Panacho, thank you for your testimony today. You're free to go. All right, Mr. Bianco, do you rest?
Yes, the applicant rests this time.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brown, how many witnesses do you have, sir?
I have 3 witnesses, including myself.
All right, so time is of the essence, so I'm not going to rush you along, but I need to make sure that we just have testimony that are relevant to the matter. So, all right, who's your first witness, sir?
First witness is Jacqueline Schumacher.
All right, Ms. Schumacher, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
you.
All right, your witness, sir.
Jackie, could you state your name for the record, please?
Sure, it's Jacqueline Schumacher Cutton. That's spelled JACQUELINE. Second name SCHUMACHER. My last name is Cutton, CUTTEN.
Thank you, Jackie. And if you could, please describe your relationship with the condo building at 1700 2nd Street Northwest.
Sure. I'm currently the board president. I took over, I believe, was it January? Or maybe it was December when the previous president sold his unit.
Thank you. And how long have you lived there or owned that unit?
Yeah, so I bought my unit in December of 2016. And as my testimony reflects, I only lived there for 4 months. I'm a Foreign Service Officer with the United States Agency for International Development, which is part of the State Department. So I'm a public servant, just like many of us here on this call. And I've been serving overseas since 2017 consecutively. First served in Pakistan, followed by South Sudan, Afghanistan, and now I'm in South Africa.
Excellent. Thank you for your service. While you've been overseas, have you rented out your unit?
Yes, I have. So my unit has been occupied consistently since I moved out in early 2017. My tenants have usually only stayed for 1 or 2 years, primarily, I believe, as a result of the consistent problems with noise and smell, which is not part of this complaint here today, but it is also an issue that has been noted by my tenants. And then unfortunately in 2022, my unit sat vacant for almost 9 months because I was unable to sell it. And then I was unable to find a tenant, mainly because of the noise and the smell issues. I'm also happy to talk about the decrease in property value. As I mentioned, it was on the market for 9 months. And I last had it listed well below what I paid for it in 2016.
I'm going to object at this point. Yes, I'm objecting. The scope of these proceedings is limited to noise. Our motion was granted, preventing admission of any evidence as to effect on property values.
It's related to the noise, though.
Hold on, Ms. Cutton. When there's an objection, Mr. Brown is the one. I mean, there was no question presented. So, I mean, I think the witness was speaking, but there was no question presented, Mr. Bianco. So I thought you were going to object to the fact that she went on and there's no question. So let's move on. Ms. Cutton, Shoemaker Cutton, what I'll ask you to do, ma'am, please answer the questions that are being asked. And so answer the questions directly that have been asked by Mr. Brown. If Mr. Bianco raised an objection, then you do not respond to Mr. Bianco. Mr. Bianco will raise an objection with me. I will ask Mr. Brown to respond, and then I will make a ruling. Okay? All right.
Okay.
Mr. Brown, another question, sir?
Yes, you referenced issues with the noise as it relates to tenants and otherwise. What, if any, impacts have you experienced on your ownership of the unit related to noise?
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. So as I was saying, my unit sat vacant. I was unable to sell it. I had to decrease the price significantly as a result of the feedback I was getting from prospective buyers.
I'm going to object again. We're going over the exact same testimony. It's not responsive to the question, and it goes into the area that was expressly limited by the board's ruling. If we could focus on the noise, I think that's the appropriate scope of the inquiry here.
Ms. Cutton is specifically focusing on the adverse impacts of the noise on her ownership of the unit, and we did not cut off what the adverse impacts of noise that could be discussed in this hearing.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. You can ask the question, ma'am.
Thank you. Please continue, Jack.
Okay, so just for the record, I bought my unit in 2016 for $410,000. I then, as I said, rented it out consistently until 2022 when I decided to sell. That's because I got married, I am pregnant, and planning on establishing a new life here, overseas. So it was time to sell my unit and to move on. Initially, based on my market research, I was hoping that my unit would sell for $450,000, which would have been an increase in $40,000 over the time that I had owned the unit. And unfortunately, that did not work. I did get an offer for $430,000, which was well below the asking price. But as soon as they came twice to see the unit. Once was sort of, early in the morning, and then the second time when they came was when the business was open and they heard the music, and that's when they decided to cancel their offer. So then I dropped the price at the urging of my agent, my real estate agent, down to $440,000. Again, about a month later, dropped it again by $10,000 to $430,000. And then finally to $400,000. That's a $50,000 drop that I had to, it was very hard to stomach. Even then it didn't sell. Every single person that came in and saw the unit said it's too noisy. It smells like smoke. I'm not interested. They wouldn't even make an offer. Then finally I got desperate and I dropped it another $10,000 to $390,000, which, as I said, is less than I bought it for in 2016, which is very uncommon for the DC real estate market. And when I wasn't able to sell it at $390,000, I finally, said, fine, I'll find another renter. I did have to work with the board to get special dispensation, a hardship waiver, to be able to do that. And it took some time. But the amount of money that I lost in that time period where it was sitting on the market was considerable. And now I'm really not sure if I'm even going to be able to sell it at all. I eventually contacted my bank and pursued a hardship application with my bank to try to get a deed in lieu of foreclosure. I was that desperate that I was ready to give my unit back to the bank because nobody wants to buy it. And that's where I'm at. I don't know how long my tenant is going to want to stay. And it makes me very nervous.
Have you received any feedback from your current tenant?
Object,
Yes.
calls for hearsay.
I'm sorry, what's the objection, Mr. Bianco?
The objection is that the question asks for her to testify about things that her tenant has told her, which is hearsay, and there's no indication that it would be of the type that would be admissible in these proceedings.
Mr. Brown?
Jackie's the landlord and also a condo board president, which I think uniquely situates her to convey complaints that have been received in either capacity here. I don't see how this is any less relevant than bringing in a former ANC member that is not an abutting property owner.
Mr. Brown, please. All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection. She's the landlord. Of course, the tenant cannot bring this matter, so she can testify about a conversation she's had with her tenant regarding her property. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. So to be clear, my tenant has only been in the unit since January, so it's been a limited time. And I was very clear in my lease with her, as I have been with every tenant before her, that making her aware that this unit is above a restaurant and that she knows what she's signing up for, that there is going to be noise. But I have heard from her consistently that the noise is much louder than what she would have expected, that you know, what she would think is reasonable, and that she can literally like take out the Shazam app and it will be able to tell her what song is playing, which is, you know, the same experience that I had when I lived there. You know, she says it starts around 11 and it ends around 11. And it's just very disruptive. She goes away almost every weekend as a result to get some peace and quiet. She stays with her sister. And it's interesting because she's also a real estate agent herself. And so I think that she, you know, has a good insight into, you know, the the conditions under which the, you know, we're subjected. Yeah, it's very
Thank you.
difficult.
And what are the sources of the noises that you've referenced?
Yeah, so it's primarily the music from the sound system that comes straight through the floor. And then also, as I stated in my written testimony, it comes through the windows. The folks that are sitting in that enclosed sidewalk cafe area, there's no soundproofing, and so the, you know, the music, the two speakers that are out there, it comes up, you know, through the canvas, through the windows, and then also the voices of the people, you know, who are talking, who are laughing, who are, you know, drinking, you know, comes through the windows and is also disruptive.
Have you ever reached out to the business owners in regards to this noise?
Yes, I have, and I actually take issue with Melvin's comments that I've never complained. That's not true. I have complained to previous managers. It wasn't Christopher, but like I said, I've owned my unit since 2016, and so that was, you know, probably several managers ago. I have personally myself never called the police. I think more because I only lived there for 4 months and I felt very defeated. I felt like my efforts weren't amounting to any real change. And so I, you know, I took a sort of, you know, grin and bear it, kind of run away from the problem approach, which, you know, obviously has done no good over the years. You know, I hoped that I could write it out and then just sell, and I haven't even been able to do that. So now I think I'm at a breaking point where I have to do something, because I can't even give it back to the bank.
And what were your interactions like? How would you characterize your interactions with the owner or managers of D-City Smokehouse?
So when I would call down to the restaurant and I would ask them to turn the music down, they were always cordial. You know, they were nice enough, and they did turn the music down. The problem is it would go right back up the next day. And so, you know, I just felt like I was beating my head against a wall and kind of gave up. Over the years, interacting with Mr. Hines on the condo board, I would characterize that as kind of contentious. You know, I don't feel like it's been the friendliest of interactions. But, you know, I've been trying to remove myself from the conflict because it's been so uncomfortable for me.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thanks.
Yes. So, Ms. Schumacher, if I understand your testimony, you only lived there for 4 months, correct? And if I also understand your testimony, you purchased your unit in 2016, correct?
Yes.
So the 4 months that you lived there, was D-City Smokehouse even open?
Yes, Melvin stated that they opened in January of 2017. So literally 30 days after I bought my unit and moved in, they opened.
Okay. And so you lived there for 3 months while D-City Smokehouse was open, correct?
No, I moved in probably towards the end of December. So I was there for for 4 months with them operating.
Okay. And you testified that let's stay with your purchase of the unit for a second. So, when you purchased your unit, were you aware that there was a commercial unit on the first floor?
Yes, I was. I didn't know the nature of the restaurant, however. I was in the hopes that it would be like a quiet coffee shop.
But, well, did they tell you it was going to be a quiet coffee shop?
No, I knew that it was going to be some kind of commercial unit. I didn't know what kind, but that was my hope.
Okay. And did you receive any disclosures at the time you purchased your unit?
What kind of disclosures?
So specifically what I'm referencing is a condominium public offering statement. Did you receive that document?
Is that the same as the bylaws?
So hang on, you're not allowed to ask me questions. I just want to make sure
Well,
the
I
record
received
is
the
clear.
bylaws.
Hold on a minute, hold on a minute. I think the witness is
Understand
unable to answer your
completely.
question. So can you specifically redirect the question what you're asking her? She doesn't know what you're
That's-
asking her, sir.
No, I understand. That's absolutely what I'm going to do. I just wanted to make sure the record was clear on the back and forth. Okay, so I'm going to share with you a document that we have entered as exhibit number 11 for the applicant. So if you can bear with me for a moment, I'm going to bring that document up.
Do you have the ability, Mr. Bianca, or do I need to ask for you to have the ability?
No, I have the ability. I'm just queuing up the appropriate page so it doesn't open up my notes.
I'd like to object for the relevance of the tenant knows what's going on here. We're saying that everything has gone, and in her testimony, above and beyond the laws. I don't see the relevance of bringing this document in front of her from 2016.
Mr. Brown, on cross-examination, your witness is asking for clarification. She does not know what document, so therefore, just to ensure that the witness answers the question, that's the only reason why he's bringing the document up. So the witness will know exactly what document he is referencing. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
Okay, Ms. Shoemaker, I'm showing you a document here that is labeled public offering statement and directing your attention to the first narrative paragraph here. It says District of Columbia law requires that the original seller of the condominium units disclose fully and accurately the characteristics of the condominium units being offered for sale. This public offering statement is the means by which such disclosure is to be made. Do you see where it says that?
It's kind of small, but I trust you.
Well, here I can make it a little bit bigger for you, and I'm hoping that. Is that better?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. So having had the opportunity to see this document, is this what you received at the outset of, I'm sorry, prior to your purchase?
It's actually not. I just pulled up my email, and the document that I have it doesn't include this public offering statement.
Okay. So it's your testimony that you did not receive this?
Correct.
Okay. And were you aware that you had 15 days to rescind your contract once you received whatever disclosure it is that they sent you?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And when you purchased, and obviously you did not rescind your contract, correct?
I did not, but I was under, the impression, like I said, that that everything was, up to code, whatnot with the building. So that was my main concern.
Okay. And did you hire a professional to confirm that?
I did the standard inspection that most people do before you purchase a home.
Okay. And did you do any kind of inspection or testing for sound infiltration?
No, because the restaurant wasn't open.
And was that important to you?
Well, perhaps I was naive at the time, being a first-time home buyer, but I assumed that there would be adequate soundproofing. So I didn't think it necessary to go to that length to do any kind of inspection with a sound engineer.
Okay. Did you hire a professional to advise you on the disclosure documents?
Just my real estate agent.
Okay. And did you review the disclosure documents with your real estate agent?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And among the disclosure documents, was there a limited warranty for your purchase?
I don't recall seeing something like that.
So I am going to flip to page 161, which is part of the same exhibit. Okay, actually, I'm sorry, I'm going to flip the page 158 of Exhibit 11, and it says at the top, certificate of limited warranty, condominium units, condominium unit, the flats at Florida Avenue. You see where it says that?
I do see that.
Okay, and did you receive, now having had the opportunity to see this, and I could scroll down if it helps, do you now recall receiving this as part of your disclosure package that you received prior to purchase?
No, I did not receive this document.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about your position as condominium board president. Actually, before we get to that, there was one more question I wanted to ask you about your purchase. At the time you purchased, you were aware that a restaurant could go into that commercial space, correct?
Well, I knew it was a commercial space. I didn't know what type of business would go in there.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm asking you a slightly different question. Actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you have any reason to believe that a restaurant would be prohibited from going into that space?
No, I mean, I understand that commercial could be, a bookstore. It could be a restaurant.
And now I want to talk about your position as board president. You were here with respect to Mr. Hines's testimony about the condominium adopting rules for the commercial unit. And his testimony was that there is no special rules adopted by the condominium for the commercial unit. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, at this time, that is correct. I've only been the board president since January. So January, February, March, a little bit of April, less than 4 months. We've only had one condo board meeting. But yes, to my knowledge, there's been, nothing like that, no restrictions.
Okay. And also you heard Mr. Hines's testimony that the condominium has taken no action against the establishment for violating any of the noise provisions of the bylaws or rules. Is that correct?
Correct to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. If this is the nuisance that you describe, is there a reason why the condominium association as a whole, not just the two of you, the condo association as a whole has taken no action?
Objection. If that's speculative, I don't see the relevance of the actions of the condo board here in the short tenure that she's been there when we're here talking about the liquor license and not the condo board rules.
That's not an evidentiary objection. It's argument about the weight of the evidence. The relevance of it is that the issue being claimed is being claimed by 2 of 9 people. And it goes directly to the credibility and the existence of the very allegations that they're making. These are evidently the only 2 people in this building that have this problem. It goes to the heart of their case. And we think it is in fact relevant that the condo association, a democratic body, has done absolutely nothing with respect to the allegations that are here in this case.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. The witness can answer the question if they're able to.
Okay, so I'll restate the question.
Can you close your screen, please, Mr. Bianco, if you're not going to utilize this? I don't like looking at shared screen. I prefer to look at people. Thank you.
There you go. Okay, so is there a reason that you are aware of why the condominium has taken no action against this particular unit owner for violation of the bylaws?
So I can only speak to my time before I was the board president, when I wasn't on the board. Every time I would mention something that I was experiencing, that I was adversely impacted by the restaurant, to the condo board, the folks on the condo board were not particularly sympathetic, should we say. Melvin himself has been on the condo board for, I believe, over a year now. Previously, other unit owners who have been, shall we say, very friendly with Mr. Hines have also been on the condo board. And the general attitude of the condo board over the years that I have owned my unit have been very sort of your problem, not my problem, individualistic. Our building has had quite a number of structural issues, maintenance issues. I believe Ms. Quinn made reference to some of that during her testimony about there being a settlement, et cetera. And so our building's finances have been tight, and generally people have been fatigued and don't want to get involved in the business of 1 or 2 units who are being significantly adversely impacted by our relationship or our proximity to the restaurant. And so I don't think it's really fair to say that just because the board hasn't done anything doesn't mean it's credible. I feel like fatigue and general bias in the condo board previous members, from my experience.
Okay. And you're not aware of anything that would prohibit the association from taking that action under your presidency, correct?
No, I mean, like I said, I assumed the presidency in January, and this process had already kicked off by then. And so, to be fair, I wanted to see how the mediation was going to go. I wanted to see how the hearing was going to go. So, I mean, we could go down this route in the future, if it comes to that. But I'm really putting a lot of faith in this process and hoping that we can come to a mutually agreeable resolution as a part of this.
So you gave significant testimony about your efforts to sell your unit, or your failed efforts to sell your unit, correct?
Well, I don't know if it's significant. Like 5-6 minutes, yeah.
All right, I'll accept that. So you just testified about structural problems and other problems within the condominium itself, correct?
Those were in the past and they've been addressed.
Okay. Well, wouldn't disclosure of the structural issues impact pricing as well?
I know, because they've been addressed, they've been remediated, and they're no longer applicable.
So you didn't disclose those in your efforts to sell?
Section asked and answered. He keeps asking the same question.
Let's move on, Ms. Sylvia.
What has the association done in terms of improvement of the common space between the floor of your unit and the ceiling of the commercial unit?
Can you restate the question, please?
Sure. What, if anything, has the association done to improve the common element which lies between the floor of your unit and the ceiling of the commercial unit?
The association hasn't done anything, to my knowledge. There was, as Melvin referenced, some water damage, some leaking that occurred, but it wasn't an improvement. It was a remediation of a plumbing issue.
Is there any reason why, that you're aware of, why the condominium couldn't soundproof that common element space as a common expense?
Well, as I mentioned before, the general attitude of the condo association has been very individualistic. If there's a problem between two units, you have to pay for it yourself. And so the association has not been interested in, providing resources to soundproof, between our units. And frankly, I don't think the association has the budget. I mean, we're operating on very limited funds.
Okay. Can you, last question, can you tell me what the issues that you've cited in this complaint have to do with the service of alcohol at the establishment?
Sure. I mean, it's my personal opinion, of course, but I've noticed that on Fridays and Saturdays, in particular, the noise really ratchets up when folks are out, drinking more. It's the weekend. There's certainly much more of a party atmosphere. I'm not saying that it is year round. It's certainly seasonal. When the weather is nice, people come out, they meet with friends, they, drink until the early hours. And that really affects much more than, say, in the middle of wintertime, your ability to enjoy a good night's, rest when there's, people essentially partying right outside your bedroom window. And so I feel like the liquor license, it really adds a lot to the noise as a result of people drinking. And then, naturally, when you drink more, your voice kind of tends to go up, particularly if you're in a big group. And so even if Melvin is you know, as he mentioned, turning the music down, people are still, you know, talking quite loudly because they're intoxicated. And so I think that there's a direct correlation there, you know, between the noise level and the amount of alcohol people are drinking.
Right. Okay. So I just want to make sure that was a long answer. I want to make sure I understand your testimony. The through line that you're drawing is more alcohol, louder voices. Is that the testimony?
Yes, and I think that the music is, you know, is part of that. That Melvin is promoting a jovial atmosphere in his restaurant. You know, that's why people come, as you know, Mr. Prout, you know, said in his testimony. People come to listen to music, people come to socialize, and people come to drink. And when you have, you know, thumping music, that encourages that.
And just so I'm clear on the layout, there are the commercial units on the ground floor. Your unit and Mr. Brown's unit are on the first floor, correct? But there are
Mhm.
two other units on the first floor as well, right?
Yeah, but they're on the opposite side, so they're not abutting, if you will.
No, I understand that, but there's 4 units on 1 unit ground floor, 4 units first floor, 4 units second floor, right?
I think so. There might only be 3 on the top floor, but
Okay.
something like that.
Great. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. And I apologize to the board. I'm just looking at notes from my client as we're giving testimony here. So the testimony you gave about your personal observations of the jovial atmosphere and what happens in the warmer months, that's limited to the time you lived there in 2016 and 2017, correct?
Well, so I am a Foreign Service officer, so that means that I do come back to DC in between tours. I come back probably 1 to 2 times a year. And then when I'm in between assignments, I'm back for anywhere between a month to 8 or 9 months. And so I do go by the condo quite, you know, frequently. It's not every month, but I do go by and check on the unit. I do go by and manage repairs. You know, I was there just last October was my last visit. And I do take notice. I go inside the restaurant, I look around. You know, I have friends that live in the neighborhood. I go and visit them. I walk by the restaurant. So, you know, just because I haven't lived there doesn't mean that I'm completely absent. You know, I still frequent the neighborhood, you know, several times a year at the very minimum. But I was there for almost a year when I was in language training before I came here to South Africa.
Okay, and so the testimony is you lived there for 4 months, but you visited over the last several years. Is that the
Yeah,
testimony?
frequently.
Okay, great. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Ms. Schumacher.
Schumacher.
Schumacher. Okay, well, forgive me. Before moving to the 200 block of Florida Avenue Northwest, and it sounds like a world traveler. You're aware, you know, when you travel overseas and you go to different countries, you do a little research before you go there, correct?
Yes, of course.
Oh, well, I love Africa. I've been there several times myself. But I'll just simply say this: before I go to any country, I always check to see what's going on. But at any rate, before you moved to Florida Avenue, the 200 block, and bought your condo, what did you know about the community?
So a good friend of mine lived maybe a 10-minute walk from my unit. She was the real, you know, draw for me to the neighborhood, that I had a friend close by. And so I was familiar with, you know, some of the restaurants, Big Bear Cafe, for example, and just the sort of welcoming, family-friendly kind of, you know, quaint atmosphere in Bloomingdale. That was really my impression of the neighborhood.
So your research told you that the 200 block of Florida Avenue Northwest was quiet and family friendly? Is that it? I'm just trying to get where your mindset was when you purchased the property.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that it was specific to that block, but I think Bloomingdale in general. That's how I thought of the neighborhood.
Okay, well, I'll just say that because I worked for the fire department for 33 years in Washington, D.C., I got to know a lot of the neighborhoods quite well. Florida Avenue is quite busy, isn't it?
Yes, that's true.
Most of the time. A lot of emergency vehicles and sometimes crashes, especially around the Florida Avenue and North Capitol Street area. So it could be a little busy from time to time. Correct?
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, that tracks with my experience living there, certainly.
Other than the ABC establishment beneath your property there on Florida Avenue, were you aware of any of the other alcohol or clubs or restaurants and bars in the area?
I was aware of a few of them, you know, like I said, Big Bear Cafe. I knew the Red Hen, for example. Those were the ones that I was most familiar with.
So if one of them were beneath your unit, you wouldn't have a problem with that? If one of those restaurants you mentioned, the Red Inn or one of those others, if they were beneath your unit that we're talking about now, the building and the condo, would you have a problem with them?
I think that it would have been very, I mean, I will say this, when I bought the unit, I didn't know what type of establishment was going to be in. All I knew was that it was going to be commercial. And so, you know, in my mind, like the possibility of a Big Bear Cafe type of restaurant was plausible. I could have, you know, foreseen that. And yes, I think that would have been okay for me. But also the I'm sorry, Big Bear Cafe is not the kind of place that's, you know, pumping loud music and, you know, until 11, 12, 1 o'clock at night.
Okay. Did you know what the zoning issues or how your property was zoned when you purchased it?
Well, I knew that it was a, you know, it was a commercial space down below. So, you know, mixed use made sense to me.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answers. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Crockett.
Good afternoon, Ms. Schumacher. I just have a few questions. During the time that your condo was on the market and it was being shown, were you here or were you overseas?
It was overseas for the majority of it, yeah.
You testified about comments that were made by potential buyers. However, you did not personally hear those comments because you were not present. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, no, I have written statements from my real estate agent.
Thank you. Thank you. You also stated that patrons tend to get loud and rambunctious when they are, you know, intoxicated. Have you personally witnessed intoxicated patrons at D City Smokehouse?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, certainly when I was living there, between the months of January, or March, April, like in March, April of 2017. And then, as I said, you know, over the years, you know, I have, you know, come back to the neighborhood sometimes to, go to dinner at the Red Hen, visit my friend that lives in the neighborhood. And I've definitely walked by on a Saturday night and seen intoxicated people out front.
I don't have any further questions.
Thanks.
Any other questions by any other board members? Ms. Schumacher, how many members are there on the condo board?
So it's myself, a vice president, secretary, and a treasurer. So there's 4 of us.
The four. So, how many? And it's current. It's a 9-unit building, including the commercial space. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, how many tenants? I'm sorry. How many owners within the building have complained to the condo board regarding noise from this establishment?
It's just the 2 of us, Corey and myself.
Now, I think I heard earlier that there was some type of in the lease or in the agreement that there was some quiet hours between 11 p.m. and 8 p.m. I'm sorry, is there any established quiet hours within the condo?
I believe that's in the bylaws, yes.
The
And
bylaws. So what?
like, I think
I'm sorry,
11 and 8.
I'm sorry. What are the hours?
I think it's 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. I think.
So do you know whether or not any owners have complained to the condo association that the commercial space has not complied with the bylaws as far as noise is concerned?
So definitely not to my knowledge since I've been the president, but I've only been the president since January. And I've only been on the board since January. So I would defer to someone else.
But at least since January, to the best of your knowledge, there has been no complaints to the condo board regarding that aspect of the bylaws.
Yeah, no.
And I mean, has the condo board ever addressed, has the condo board ever addressed how can either the noise or the scent from the restaurant, how that can be addressed in the units? Have that been addressed? Have that topic ever been approached?
No, I mean, to be honest, I've raised my concerns with previous condo boards and was told I needed to sort it out directly with the restaurant. I was on my own.
I think part of the concern that I have is that even if the board if the board orders today that we take away their license, their liquor license, there's still going to be a restaurant. You're still going to have the smoke or the smell, and you're still going to have people making noise. And so that's the concern that I have, that whatever decision that the board makes today, it is not going to impact the smoke or the smell, and it's not going to impact people as you talk about people being jovial. So that's just food for thought. Anyway, all right. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Bianco, any questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, sir.
Mr. Brown, any questions by any redirect?
No.
All right. You have been here, Ms. Schumacher Cullen, the entire time, but yes, you're an abutting property owner, so you are free to go or you're free to stay for the rest of the hearing. But thank you for your testimony today. All right. You have another witness, Mr. Brown.
Yes, John McHugh, and he would have to be promoted back in.
All right, is he trying to log in? All right, Mr. Oriana, can you please look for Mr. McHugh and elevate his rights, please?
McHugh, your access has been elevated.
Mr. McHugh, can you raise your right hand? It's good to see you again, sir. We're still here.
You too. Good evening.
All right, all right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. If you'd please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is John McHugh, JOHNMCCUE. My preferred name is Jack, JACK.
Thank you, Jack. If you could tell us what your relationship is to 1700 2nd Street Northwest, Apartment 3.
Absolutely. I lived in 1700 2nd Street Northwest, Apartment 3 with Corey Brown. I'm his fiance. I moved in with him on Friday, May 28th, 2021. And I believe we moved out September 26th, 2022.
And what was your experience while you lived there?
Well, as I'm sure you all are aware, it's been a few hours now. We dealt with noise consistently while living in the apartment. We also dealt with a lot of bass. At times was a contentious relationship between ourselves and the restaurant below us.
I'm going to share with you my screen.
Mr. Oriana, if you have not done that, you please allow Mr. Brown to share his screen.
This has been elevated.
All right. Can you identify the document that's in front of me?
I can. It is a printed Excel spreadsheet of noise log that we started to compile. We, as in Corey and myself.
I'd like to enter this into the record as Protestants Exhibit 1.
I'm going to object on authentication and foundation. We don't know at this point what this is, who wrote it, when it was written, whether it was prepared for this hearing or contemporaneously. There's no information in the record that would support admission of this document at this time.
Mr. Brown, I'm going to sustain the objection. What you can do, sir, why don't you have Mr. McClure go through the entries and explain to us what it is, and then you can try to you can let's go back again. But so have him identify the entries and explain what they are, sir.
Okay, so you've already stated for us that you recognize the document. Can you please walk us through each of the instances listed here and tell us what you know about them?
Absolutely. So
I'm sorry, hold on 1 minute. Mr. Brown, can you just magnify this some more so once he's going through it, I can see what he's.
Yeah, it's a little small. Thank you.
Is that good now?
Right. Yeah, I think that works for all of us. It's not just me. Oh, no, thank you. All right.
So as you can see, there's two columns with the dates and the notes. I created this tracker just to kind of keep track of the ongoing noise issues that we were having. These were recorded the day of. There was no backtracking. And as you can see at the top of this spreadsheet or at the top of this document, I put when it was last updated. We only kind of did it for a finite amount of time because as you could likely imagine, this kind of wore on me after a while, just logging in every day and compiling this information. And so you'll see the dates on the left. Most of them, just refer to the loud music. Some of them will also refer to events or specific events where people were extra loud. There was, urination outside, other kind of abnormal events that I witnessed firsthand.
Thank you. I'm just going to go ahead and scroll down here. So it seems that the document starts, we see, if you could identify the first date of entry on there.
Yes, the first date is September 3rd, 2021.
I'm going to scroll down here. And if you could walk us through some of the additional notes that you see here on the side. I see loud music is one that appears next to almost all of them. But if you could walk us through and explain what the other ones are about and how you came to those conclusions.
Definitely. So subjectively, the loud music to me was anytime that I could audibly hear every word within our apartment. There likely was bass that was rattling our apartment, causing the primary and only bedroom to be unusable for sleep or kind of daily activities. And then you'll also see that there's also some witnessed events. So for example, on the 4th, there was a woman that was witnessed vomiting outside of the establishment. That was to the right of the stairs for the entrance to our apartment. And then you'll also see that there were some DJ events that were outside. As we were told, in order to have DJs with speakers and mics outdoors, they need to have a license. And so that is why specifically I called that out in this record log. Some of this information as well, you will see when we kind of escalated to calling 911 or to calling ABRA, potentially in this log. If not, that was happening at a previous time or after.
All right, thank you. I'm going to keep scrolling down here so you can keep giving us the details on the information as we travel through the days and the months. Call your attention to the entry at 12/7/21. If you could walk us through that.
Can you restate the date?
I see 12/7/21 right there in the middle of the page.
Thank you. Yes. So the loud music primarily pertained to the day. That would start anywhere as early as a little bit before they opened, around 10:30. And predominantly, if I was writing that down, it was happening in evening time. But again, occasionally did happen during the daytime as well. And then this kitchen noise predominantly would happen in the morning. It would happen as early as 6:30. So oftentimes we'd have noise until 11:30 at night, on weekends up to 12:31. And then we would awake to kitchen noise at 6:30 in the morning.
And then specifically after that, you cite phone ringing throughout the day. If you could elaborate more on that.
I do. Let me go over the kind of next lines as well. The phone ringing throughout the day was related to the phone that they had in their kitchen or back area. It was at an audible tone to our apartment, oftentimes so that it could be overheard over the volume of the music that was below, or so that people in the front of the restaurant could hear it in the back. And then you'll see I have these specific times cited. That was how loud the phone had to be in order for them to be able to hear the phone.
Thank you. And then it continues down, and there seems to be some additional notes at that next line at 12/9/2021.
Yes. Some of the other notes that we have here is that the kitchen music starts at 6:30. We also have that we emailed the board and Roost. At the time, we had a point of contact at Roost who we were emailing about the noise. There were attempted mitigation processes for the noise because we had gone to both the board and to Roost. This was done first by Corey, and then I was looped in as well because I spent a little bit more time at the apartment since I worked from home.
And could you elaborate who Roost is?
Yes, Roost was the management company that managed the condos.
So as we continue on, after we documented the contact with the board and the property management company. Let's see. We see that continue. If I could pull your attention to December 15th of 2021, there are some additional entries, if you could walk us through those.
Sure. So loud music, it's pretty on point with the description that I gave earlier, as well as the loud kitchen music that began at 6:30. The loud yelling pertained to patrons within the restaurant area. This was during the winter time, so they were within yelling, oftentimes over the music or in addition to the music being loud. I emailed the board to alert them about the loud music, as well as the Roos Management Company. And then I logged the specific times that I heard the phone ringing.
And then if you could continue on to the following day.
Absolutely. So again, loud music. We heard some loud yelling starting at 9:20, 21:20. We then called 911 at 10:02. We called again at 10:37, likely because they stated, or they did not arrive the first time, but the officer stated that they could cite them for the noise violation, but felt it wouldn't change their behavior.
And I'm just going to continue scrolling here. More of the same. I'll pull your attention to the entry on January 7th, 2022. If you could walk us through those lines.
Absolutely. So loud music heard again from D-City below us. We heard the phone ringing at 6:12 and 6:14. There was loud music starting at 3:17 in the afternoon, and at 11:15, 11:45, we called 911 because there was music and yelling still loud after the first officer visit. It was heard in our living room because I was unable to sleep in the bedroom. And then we heard their phone ringing again at 11:45.
Thank you. And we'll continue down to January 11th, 2022.
January 11th, the loud music started at 2 p.m. 911 was called at 10:30 p.m. There was loud music starting at 12:52. And then ABRA was called at 7:02 and 8:09. 911 called at 10:13 as well. The officer that arrived refused to give their name, badge number, or CCN. The officer went into D-City for 20 minutes and stated they were allowed to make noise until 11. The phone was heard ringing at both 5:59 p.m., 6:41 p.m.
And it continues on throughout the rest of the document. Then in here to, let's see, I think we get to another interesting one here on February 24th, 2022. If you want to start there and just take us through the rest of the document line by line, please.
Absolutely. So for the rest of the document, starting on the 24th of February, 2022, there was loud music. We emailed the board and notified Roos Management. And then I believe this is just a printing error, the misalignment, but on the 25th, there was loud music. The board was emailed, Roos Management was notified, and the general manager at that time, John, threatened Corey to beat his ass. And at that time, I believe it was Corey that called 911.
And then if you could just continue through the rest of the document, please.
Yes. The 26th, there was loud music. 911 was called at 10:05. Again, loud music. 911 was called. The officers arrived. one officer got takeout while arriving, and the other officer stated we have to remain neutral. And then on the 28th, there was loud music starting at 2:09 p.m.
Thank you for your extensive recounting. I would again move to enter this into the record. The authenticity of it is clear, that it was testified by the witness that he did create these notes and he clearly recollects what is going on in these notes that are submitted.
And no objection?
He said, what did he say, sir?
No objection.
Without objection. So this is Protestants Exhibit 1.
Thank you. All right, Jack, we're going to move on to another document. I'll ask you to identify this document and the contents therein in the same way that you've just done on the last one.
Absolutely. So this D-City noise log is another noise log that was captured on my phone to make it easier to capture in real time. This information is related to noise that was heard or events that were seen from our apartment.
And if you would please, as requested, take it line by line.
Absolutely. So on the 25th of August, 2022, they did have an outdoor wine tasting event, which included some speakers and a vendor, I believe, that was doing the wine tasting promotion. On December 7th, 2021, there was some kitchen noise from 7 to 9:30 p.m. Chris, the manager, was working at that time. ABRA had come previously in the evening, and the noise was still elevated after visits from ABRA. The noise kind of started as talk show pans in the morning in the kitchen, followed by music that the kitchen workers were listening to, and then loud music in the restaurant. On the 8th of December 2021, there was again some kitchen noise from 7 to 11:45. There was loud music from 4 p.m. until 9:30 p.m. and the loud music resumed at 10 o'clock. 911 called, we requested a discussion with the officer, and then additionally you'll see the logs of the individual times we heard the phone ringing from our apartment: 12:12, 1:11, 1:22, 3:56, 4:09, 4:50, 7:13, 7:52, 8:30, 9:07, 9:34, 10:13. And then again, similar the following day, the 9th of December, loud kitchen music from 9:15 to 10:30, loud music at 5:23, the loud yelling at 8:55, and then the individual instances we heard, the phone ringing: 12:07, 21:12, 21:20, 21:39, 2200, 22:17, 22:27, 2300, we called 911. 2200, let me clarify, we called 911 as well. And then at 11:15, we still heard yelling, sounded intoxicated, likely referring to slurred speech. The 10th of December, loud kitchen music from 7 to 10:30, loud music starting at 2:30, the phone ringing 5:35, 7:14, the phone ringing, 8:03, the phone ringing, 8:51, the phone ringing, 9:09, the phone ringing, 9:53, the phone ringing. We called 911 at 10:01 and 11:23. The 11th of December, 2021, loud kitchen music starting at 8.
Hang on, I guess I'm going to object, although I don't know if it's properly couched as an objection. I would say that if this document's going into evidence, reading through it line by line is repetitive and unnecessary. The document speaks for itself. I mean, I'm not going to tell the protestant how to spend their time running their case, but I know earlier in the matter, Mr. Anderson, you stopped the investigator from just simply reading a report that's in the record, and I think we should just be smart about how we spend our time here.
So, Mr. Brown, so basically you want to move this documented evidence basically to document the noise during this period of time. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, the working notes of both of the residents as kept, referencing each and every time that they recorded it and the variance of the complaints that we had.
All right, so this is exhibit what, sir?
This is Protestant Exhibit 2.
So you want to move this in evidence?
Correct.
Any objection, Mr.
No,
Bianco?
sir. No,
So
sir.
moved. Let's move on.
Thank you. So you've walked us through the issues. What was the response that you got when contacting D-City Smokehouse?
So we tried a couple of different approaches to reaching out to D-City Smokehouse. Corey, of course, did a few more approaches than me as the owner of the apartment. Initially, I attempted to call the restaurant. When I attempted to call the restaurant, sometimes they would not hear me because the music was so loud. I could hear all the words in my apartment. I also could hear the words through the phone. And I've also attempted to go downstairs a few times, I believe it was twice, to ask them to lower the volume, at which point they would, but then they would often turn the volume back up within 10 to 15 minutes. Another.
Continue.
So those were our direct interactions with the restaurant. Other than those direct interactions with the restaurant, we did escalate it to the board and to the management company. For a while, we were told that there would be fines that would be given to the restaurant for each instance of a noise violation. And we were told that by both Bruce, the management company, and Michael, the previous board owner. And so that was the reasoning behind keeping such a descriptive log of the times that we were having the noise violations.
And what happened after those instances? Was there any change?
No change in behavior. Additionally, we did try to incorporate ABRA. I think briefly interacted with DCRA, recognized that wasn't the appropriate avenue. And then also attempted to interact with 311 with little to no response, and then escalated to the highest I think we did, which was 911.
And could you describe your interactions with ABRA?
Sure. My interactions with ABRA were primarily on the phone. Most of the time I would call, let them know that their noise was loud. It typically was not until after 6 p.m. that we would call ABRA. There were limitations, or we were told rather that there were limitations in noise response during the day. And the responses were mixed. Sometimes they would tell us that they were going to kind of do an audit and have someone go in and evaluate the noise, or recommend that they turn the volume down. The representatives that we spoke to told us that they could only suggest the volume be taken down, not that they could actually give an order or enforce any volume being lowered. Occasionally, they also did measurements from the sidewalk. However, they stated that the noise from the traffic interfered with the volume measurements, so the findings were inconclusive.
Thank you. You stated that you lived there. Were you employed at the time you lived at 1700 2nd Street Northwest?
I was employed as a contractor. I primarily worked from home, especially since we were still in the COVID emergency response.
And how was your experience working from home, given all the testimony that you've just given us?
It was very difficult. I had work limitations. I could only work during specific times. If it was after 3 p.m. generally. I could not work in the bedroom, which was primarily where I worked. I would have to go into the living room, and even then, there were limitations in the span of time that I could work because after 5, it generally got too loud. I worked with noise canceling headphones on at all times. I wore noise canceling headphones for the majority of the time that I was in the apartment. And, you know, I couldn't really go into the office because there was no office open for me to go into.
Did the noise canceling headphones remediate the noise?
They did not. In addition to the noise, there was the bass, which would shake the chair that I was sitting in and the desk I was sitting at, making it a little bit more difficult to concentrate.
During your non-working hours, were there any impacts to your life?
There were. As you saw in the log, I primarily kept it up until the end of February. At that time, March 7th, I went to my doctor and had prescribed clonazepam for anxiety and trazodone to help me sleep. I'm a nurse by background. I have every coping mechanism imaginable in my arsenal, but when it's in your house and there's no escaping it, I had to address it through a medical means.
And please describe for us what it took you to address those means or those issues, taking it to that medical level to seek out those prescriptions.
I'm gonna object to this point as to the witness's medical information. I mean, this isn't relevant to noise infiltration. It's relevant to his personal feelings. And I mean, if there's measurements or something objective, I think it's fair game. But you know, the effect of noise has on an individual. This isn't a tort case. We're dealing with legal responsibility and volume. We're not dealing with feelings.
And we just specifically said that this case at hand was about noise, and the witness has testified to the fact that the noise is what motivated him to seek out these medications. So I think it's directly relevant to go and have further explanation in this area.
I mean, we're going to a field. I mean, none of us are medical professionals to testify to that. But I mean, I'm gonna overrule the objection, but I just think that we need to move on and make sure that we have relevant testimony that it is that you believe the board needs to make a decision. So I'm overruling the objection, but I need us to move on to relevant testimony that will help the board in making that determination.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I went to my doctor to get anxiety and sleeping medications due to the prolonged exposure to the bass and the music. And 2 weeks after I moved out, I stopped those medications.
Thank you. You testified to the outreach to both the business. During your tenure living at this unit, were there any steps taken by D-City to remediate the noise issue that you've identified?
At times, they stated that they had contractors give estimates for putting in soundproofing. This was done at the promotion of the board and Roos management. There were times, as I previously stated, when they would decrease the volume, but most of the time it went back up. And the next day was a clean slate, so we'd start all over again.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bianco.
Yes, sir. Okay, so you moved in 2021. You gave the exact date. What was that?
May 28th. It was a Friday.
May 28th of 2021. And D-City Smokehouse was operating at that time, right?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And do you have an ownership interest in the unit?
I do not. We are getting married, so I may have an ownership interest in it at a future time.
Understood. We don't need to get into too much detail on the legalities. I just didn't know if you were a co-owner right now. So what due diligence did you do about the noise before you moved in?
Well, we were in a very interesting scenario. Corey and I had been dating for a little over a month before he moved into this condo. At the time, he was living about 5-6 blocks north of the condo. I'm very familiar with the area. I've lived in surrounding areas, but never directly in Bloomingdale. And so when he told me that he was moving because he bought a condo, I was just really excited that he bought his first place. I didn't really do any background investigation into what was surrounding the condo until I showed up the day to help him move.
Okay, so moving in, did you even, well, when you made the decision to move in, did you even know that D City Smokehouse was there?
I knew D City Smokehouse was at that location. I didn't know where his apartment was directly located at.
Okay, so until you moved in, you didn't check it out for new noise or anything else, correct?
No, because as previously stated, he didn't give me a direct address of where he was moving. He just told me that he was moving in Bloomingdale.
Okay, and you testified that you work from home and you have limitations as to certain hours that you can work.
Mhm.
And you need quiet during that time in order to do your work, correct?
For the most part, I've worked in very diverse situations, so I don't always need quiet.
So if you're working from home and it's important that there's not loud noises in the background, why wouldn't you have inquired as to that before you moved in?
I wouldn't have predicted noises from external places would have affected my work.
Okay, so have you lived over a restaurant before?
I have not.
Now, turning to your noise logs, and I'm definitely not going to go through it line by line, but there seems to be dozens of entries about a telephone ringing, right?
Yes.
Okay, and to your knowledge, D City Smokehouse operates a takeout, right?
Yes.
And wouldn't it stand to reason that they would have the telephone ringing for operation of a takeout?
It would, but I shouldn't be able to hear it from my apartment.
Okay, so what does the telephone ringing, draw the through line for me. What does the telephone ringing have to do with service of alcohol?
It doesn't.
Again, in the logs, dozens of entries about calling 911, ABRA, and the condominium, right?
Mhm.
Did any of them ever cite D City Smokehouse for a violation?
ABRA did previously before we had moved in.
Okay. So then no, your dozens of phone calls resulted in no violations, correct?
My logs did not result in a violation. That was
Okay.
documented.
Okay. What did you do to measure the noise infiltration in your unit?
Various things. I had a decibel meter on my phone. I would Shazam songs like Jackie's tenants would. I predominantly did those two things, and we did try and have ABRA do recordings, which the previous tenant, Nadira, had done in the apartment.
Okay, but that didn't happen?
No, the times that we asked for it, they declined.
And you complained to DCRA as well?
We did, yes.
And if I understand your testimony correctly, they did come out and do measurements, right?
They did, from the sidewalk.
Okay, and found no violations, correct?
I don't know if I can completely answer that because they told us that their recordings were mixed from the noise of the street.
Okay, so the street noise then, I take it, is loud, right?
Street noise is kind of like white noise. You know, you get used to it, but it is there.
Okay, and loud enough to interfere with a sound test by DCRA though, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified that when you, on the occasions that you called the establishment, you couldn't hear people talking through the phone, right?
I could hear them talking. They couldn't hear me.
Okay, so they couldn't hear you. Okay, so, given that testimony, do you have any idea how they would have taken orders for this incessant phone ringing that you're complaining about if they can't even hear you?
I don't, you know, generally I would imagine they would be getting them online if they weren't heard, or they would be getting them through another means.
Now, you gave some testimony about you being told that by the condo or the management company that they would be fined for each noise violation, correct?
Correct.
And you submitted your noise logs to the condominium for that purpose?
I would defer to Corey on that answer. I believe they were submitted.
Okay. And there were no fines that you were aware of, right?
Correct.
So it stands to reason that they found no violations, right?
No.
No, you think they found a violation and just didn't cite them? Is that the testimony?
Objection. He's asking him to speculate about a body that he was not a part of and wouldn't be witness necessarily to any of the information that they had on hand, nor did the client testify that at any point that he was told that he would receive notification or verification of any fines issued.
Again, that's argument. It's his testimony about what they did and why, and I'm just asking him to explain it. He dug the hole. He should have to answer the question.
I'm overruling. I'm sorry. I'm overruling the objection. The witness can answer the question if he can. If he can't answer the question, let's move on.
My ability, no. However, I was not the direct communication most of the time to the board and to the management company because I was not the owner or the primary person that was communicating with the management company and board.
Okay. And you may not have been here for this testimony from Ms. Quinn, but there was at some point an illegal strip club operating next door to your building. Were you aware of that?
I was towards the end of our living there. There was another person that I met on the street. And he told me about it because it was below his, or rather, I think 2 floors below where he lived.
Okay, and that illegal strip club was the neighbor on the Florida Avenue side, correct?
Not the direct neighbor. I think they were 3 doors down. It may have been 2.
Okay. And do you think that that illegal strip club operating there on the street contributed to the issues that you are complaining about here today?
I do not. The bass that I felt was a direct correlation to the music that I heard.
Well, but other than the bass, you talked about a lot of things. You talked about people on the street, you talked about noise coming from outside, people yelling, people throwing up. You can't attribute all that to D-City Smokehouse, can you?
I can actually. The yelling, as in the log, was coming from below our floor. So the times that I heard it in December, it was coming from within the building.
Okay, and that is all I have for this witness.
Any questions by the board members? All right.
Thank you all.
Mr. All right, Mr. McClure, thank you very much for your testimony. Okay. Any all right, do you have another witness, sir?
I'm my own final witness.
All right, so I have to swear you in, and then Mr. Bianco will cross-examine you.
I won't be able to
I'm
read my
sorry?
direct testimony into the record.
I'm sorry, you who, what, sir?
Won't I have the opportunity to speak as a witness on direct prior to cross-examination of opposing counsel?
No, I said after you testify that Mr.
Okay.
Bianco will have an opportunity to cross-examine you. So, I mean, I would have preferred if you had another person who asked you the questions and you respond, but I'll give you some leeway that you can testify and Mr. Bianco will ask questions of you based on what you testify to, and then the board might ask questions for you. Okay. All right, go ahead, sir.
Are you swearing me in?
I thought I did. Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
As previously stated, my name is Corey Brown. I own the unit 1700 2nd Street, Northwest apartment number 3. I moved in there in May of 2021. I was a longtime resident of the Bloomingdale neighborhood before that. I moved there in September of 2011 with my late brother at 127 B Street and a friend. I loved living there. I was there for years. I frequent a lot of the restaurants and bars in the neighborhood. I find most of them to be upstanding restaurants and businesses, and I've loved to see that neighborhood, how it's flourished over the years. When I went to buy my first condo, I was moving back from another side of DC where I lived for 3 years and wanted to go directly into this neighborhood. I was fully aware of who D City Smokehouse was. I was a customer of them, and I'd never seen them or witnessed them to behave in the reprehensible manner that I then witnessed them to behave as I moved into the building. Immediately upon moving in, I was greeted by Melvin and Chris, who have both testified here today. They introduced themselves. They were very personable and said to come to them if there was any ever issues and to swing through the restaurant and have a drink or something to eat. Shortly thereafter moving in, I started hearing the music. Jokingly, we referred to it as their top 25 playlist because we knew every single song that was on there and could hear every single word. I talked to Chris about it. I talked to Melvin about it. I texted them regularly. They promised that they would help take care of it, that they would adjust it. And they did it sometimes, but then it would come right back up. Specifically, Chris would be off and not the manager on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and the music was markedly worse than that. Melvin has since recognized that issue and stated it's no longer there, the managers that were working at that time. And that was just one of the many things of raising issues. There was always an excuse, but never a solution that involved D City Smokehouse having to put in soundproofing, which is all that anybody has ever wanted throughout this entire process, to give a little peace and quiet into our houses. I tried everything. When contacting Melvin and calling the restaurant directly, the reason why they can't hear you when you call is either one, they're pretending, or two, it's because the music is so loud that they can't hear it. That's also why the phone volume is so high. The phone volume only has to be that high so that they can hear it over the blaring music and the thumping bass that's happened well into the night, beyond the city's quiet hours, beyond the building's quiet hours. I'm fully aware of what a mixed-use zone is. I think it was quite clear throughout the day. We made every contact with ABRA to try to get them in there to do sound readings. We tried to do that as part of these proceedings, and they declined to participate in that. ABRA was willing, but Mr. Hines and through his counsel, they were not willing to participate in that process. I appealed to the board. I appealed to the ANC member. I appealed to the property management company, Roost. I went to the constituent director for Ward 5, Kenny McDuffie, Kelly Sislo, and appealed to them. I spoke with Carla, the ANC commissioner, regularly. She sincerely helped engage and start the conversation. That's when I started texting Melvin directly to say, hey, Melvin, the sound's up again. And to no avail generally. Throughout that point, all we asked for is soundproofing, and it never came. I found the management outside of Chris to be extremely combative. John, the other general manager for Southeast Restaurant Group, at one point ran up my front steps, pounded on my front window, and threatened to attack me. I called the police on multiple occasions. They would give us the call numbers. There wasn't much they could do because they would have to have a lieutenant come out or another supervisory police officer to come in and find them, or to arrest somebody, which wasn't anything that we were looking for. I wanted to be able to go to sleep at night in my apartment, to not have the stress. And it wasn't like I was trying to go to bed at 8 p.m. It was trying to go to bed at 10 or 11 so that I could get up and go to the work in the morning. Luckily for me, I'm a federal employee. I'd like to state clearly for the record, I am not now, nor have I ever been an attorney. I do not hold a law degree. I've never represented myself to be an attorney, despite how many times Mr. Hines has said that in every different hearing. I think it's quite clear that I'm representing myself pro se here. I don't know every rule. I can figure out where these things go, and I can read. I know what the DC Noise Control Act says, and that I'm supposed to be entitled to live within the space that I have purchased. And that if someone's producing noise, regardless of that zoning, that doesn't mean that I, as a resident, have to endure that. I'm still entitled to those rights to live within my unit. I haven't wanted anybody's business to be hurt. At no point during this hearing has anybody said anything like, we have to have music. If you're a carry-out business and people are walking in and out, why do you need to have music blaring? Bloomingdale is a calm neighborhood generally. I would live over the Red Hen, Boundary Stone, any of those other restaurants in a heartbeat. Any of them. I found them all to be pleasant. I've not seen any of them have outdoor speakers like Mr. Hines has had through the multiple iterations that have always just been loud, flashing lights. They're on speaker stands. They look like a DJ should have them for what has been described by ABRA as a small space. In addition to that, we've continued to just reach out to them. It's been combative. It's been an excuse. They're going to do that. They don't bring in a sound engineer. They won't put in the simple soundproofing in the roof above them. And the sheer ridiculousness of saying that soundproofing should be where the pipes are. It's one business, it's emanating a nuisance to the rest of the building. As a member of the condo board coming on recently, I then found out that what Roost and the condo board previously was telling us that they were issuing fines was not true. I serve as the treasurer. They never built anything into the bylaws as regards to a fining structure. They never issue anything. As far as I know, it was a lie. I have access to all of those records, and they never did anything other than receive our repeated emails and appeals just to get Melvin to put in some soundproofing. I'm very happy that after a year and a half of complaints, he finally put in what could be an appropriate sound system. It still has bass. All Sonos speakers do. You don't have to be a sound engineer to know that. What they don't have is a subwoofer. So bass is another control that's on there. And just as I was willing to offer to stand there with him and show him how to adjust the controls, allow him to come into my unit, as Jackie's also offered on multiple occasions, our doors are open. That's all we want is the music to be adjusted and for it to go off at a reasonable hour. And if they want the music louder, then put appropriate soundproofing in your unit to provide for that and take down the outdoor speakers. All we want is a simple agreement and somebody to help us. That's all we're literally doing, is screaming for help in this situation. It's very clear that the ruckus environment that's going on there is because of the loud music and the alcohol that's being preserved. Our building bylaws are very specific that you're only allowed to serve liquor if you are a restaurant there. The main intention is that it has to be a restaurant because it's not supposed to be loud or ruckus. There's a turn in this neighborhood. Where our ANC has put in a formal protest is on Uncaged Mimosas that's over across the street in Truxton Circle. They're trying to turn Bloomingdale into Bourbon Street. It's a quiet residential neighborhood. Unlike the applicants, I've lived there for years and years and years. I love that neighborhood and I have a history with it and I still have my unit there. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have had to have gone sleeping pills. It wouldn't have impacted my work. I would probably still be in that home, but I've been driven out of it because they simply just won't put in some soundproofing. And it took all of this just to finally get them to the point that they will put in an appropriate speaker system that can be controlled. And yet, even still at that, they don't want anybody looking at it. There's no sincere resolve that's ever been displayed by DC City Smokehouse to honestly engage with the neighbors of the building and to resolve this issue. Thank you.
Mr. Bianca.
Okay, so you moved you purchased this unit in 2021, correct?
Correct.
What due diligence did you do prior to your purchase to determine any issues that may exist with respect to sound?
I reviewed the condo docs and I was aware of the zoning and I had frequented the restaurant before.
Okay, did you visit the unit before you purchased it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you visit it in the evening or just during the day?
The viewings were only during the daylight hours.
Did you engage any professionals to do any testing prior to your purchase?
There was nothing that would demonstrate beyond a home inspector that any additional professionals were needed in the purchasing of a private residence.
So no is the answer to that question, right? You
I
did not.
stated that I engaged a home inspector.
Okay, so you hired a home
The integrity of the unit.
And did the home inspector cite any issues that may give you pause with respect to sound infiltration?
They said that my condo and what is connected to it was sound and passed home inspection.
D City Smokehouse was operating for several years before you moved in, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned a number of other places that you would be happy to live over, namely Red Hen and Boundary Stone and Big Bear. Are those, is that accurate?
Correct.
Have you lived over those establishments?
Nope, I've just frequented them as a client.
Well, how about going into units above them? Have you done that?
No, I'm not aware that they even all have units above them other than the coffee shop at the corner has an event space. They don't actually have anybody that lives above it. But I have been above that unit and I haven't heard anything there because they keep their music at a low conversational level, unlike D City Smokehouse.
Well, right. But what we're talking about here is that your specific testimony, right? You've never visited any units directly above those places. So you have no idea what noise infiltrations might be like. Fair to say?
Even better, I've been inside the units where the music is being played, and I find that it's at a conversational level as it should be and as it's not at D City Smokehouse.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. That actually is helpful. You testified that before you purchased, you went into D City Smokehouse several times and found no issue, right?
I went into D City Smokehouse prior to buying the place, not directly before. I had frequented as a customer. Prior to that was the pandemic. I didn't go into too many places during that time. There was good reason not to do that, but I had frequented the restaurant prior to that And I didn't observe it to be as ruckus as it had become during the pandemic and has continued to thereafter.
Okay, so you detailed for us that you called MPD, you called DCRA, you called ABRA, you called the condo, you called the ANC, and nobody ever did anything about the noise you're complaining about, correct?
I would amend that. The ANC commissioner, Carla Lewis, she did actually recommend this process to me. And she said that this was the best resolution in these situations, was to contest our liquor license. She told me when it was coming up. And she said that I could go through her or I could go as an abutting property owner.
Okay, and the ANC didn't protest, right?
I did not ask them to.
And getting back to the actual question I asked, other than your ANC commissioner advising you about the protest process, none of those other entities did anything about about the noise you're complaining about, right?
Nothing that mitigated it.
Okay, and none of the other condominium unit owners on the first floor of the condominium have done anything about the noise that you're complaining about, correct?
No, that's not correct. We had our annual board meeting in February. That was Jackie's first one as president. And the woman that bought the unit across the hall from me, that is, let's see, unit number 4, Caitlin, she told a long detailed story about how she really wanted to buy Jackie's unit, but she was so disturbed by what she observed from D-City Smokehouse that she moved over there. She also contacted me as the condo board treasurer to ask what could be done about the really loud noises that she hears from D-City Smokehouse. When she started talking about that in the condo board meeting, then Heidi, who lives in unit number 5, that's across from Jackie's and is also above, that she then started saying, hey, I can hear you guys too. Melvin then said, well, that's because we haven't closed up the ceiling after your bathroom leaked through several months before. But those are what I can relate of what other folks have said to me, in addition to what the previous unit owner then eventually disclosed to me.
Right. Okay. So again, thank you. So the first thing that you said before going on, or the first thing that I heard at least, was one of the other unit owners said they were going to buy Jackie's unit on the first floor immediately above D-City Smokehouse. But after observing the operations of the establishment, she decided not to, correct?
Correct. That's what she stated to us.
Do you think that would have been something reasonably prudent for you to do before you purchased that unit?
Had I had the same experience as her, I probably wouldn't have bought it either, but that wasn't my experience. My experience was that it was quiet in the daylight hours that I observed, and the year and a half thereafter.
Pending. There's no question pending. You gave your testimony. You can answer any question I ask fully, okay? Now, you testified that you tried to set up a visit by ABRA to your unit for some type of noise measurement, correct?
I tried to do that for the greater part of a year and a half. And then the final one was preceding this trial. The date was set. They were supposed to come out on a Saturday. Both Jackie and I had gotten clearance from our tenants. The investigator, that was investigator Kevin Ponte. It was not the investigator that was assigned to this case. He reached out, he confirmed everything, he was going to do it. He said he was in contact with Melvin. That's when then you made your appearance like 10 or 11 days ago. And then that's when I received the notice from investigator Ponte that D-City Smokehouse, through their counsel, had communicated to him that they were not interested in participating in this. And then that's where you asked me the questions about the legal standards related to ABRA, and I turned you back to them.
Now, didn't I specifically email you and said we did agree, provided it's treated as a settlement discussion?
You emailed that to investigator Ponte, and I was CC'd on it. And then he emailed you back and gave you a very long answer as to why ABRA wouldn't participate in that, because something to do with like the mediation was no longer going on. And again, that was like 2 days before we were coming here to the protest hearing. So I think logistics would have been a tough thing there as well.
Sure. So let me ask you this. Why do you need our permission for ABRA to come to your unit?
We were looking for some cooperation with the unit so that you could adjust the volume level since Melvin has control on his phone. And that was the original discussion in there. We were trying to meet with a sincere resolve to find an agreement of how we can live and have people live in these units and how his business can still operate successfully. And having someone in there that can verify that, he doesn't have to take my word. There's an employee of ABRA. He's there controlling the sound either from down in D City, or he was also welcome to come into my unit and to Jackie's unit. And then everyone agreed not to.
Okay, so what measurement was the ABRA investigator going to take?
I've never conducted one myself, so I'm not familiar with how they do that. But they were discussing that earlier today. They cited when it was done in the past and there was the fine. So if I had to throw a guess out there, I would say it was the ones that they've done in the past and found it to be an issue.
Okay, and by the ones in the past, you mean the 2020 pandemic restrictions that there was testimony about earlier, right?
No, it was the stuff before that where they talked about the prior fines and when they had gone into the unit from the prior unit and they had done the sound assessment. That was also in all of the reports.
So what you're talking about is from the investigator's report?
Yes, the investigator pulled all the prior history from ABRA and all the prior infractions related to all the other things that had been at issue with D City Smokehouse that were cited on there. And I believe he testified to the fact that they had been in that unit prior to perform a sound measurement before I owned the unit.
Okay, so I'm looking at this investigative history, and I see a warning for masks. I see a citation for a mayor's order violation, and I see a warning for a mayor's order violation. I don't see sound issues before that. Can you specify what you were referring to specifically?
I don't think any of it other than you have it in front of us. And that was about 5 hours ago. I have a good memory, but I don't know if it's that good.
No, I understand it. It's in the record. We can just look at, obviously the board could just look at it and get an understanding of the accuracy of the testimony. Okay, so there was testimony today about a sound test on April 21st of 2022. You were here for that testimony, right?
Yes, I was here.
And were you present for that sound test?
No, I was not.
Was Mr. McHugh present for that sound test?
He was not, and I believe the prior testimony said that it was just Chris from DC.
So did you set up that sound test with the ANC and D City Smokehouse?
I've asked for so many over the course of a year and a half that you could probably put my hands on any one of them, but I was not asked to participate. I was not asked to let anybody into my house. And as was previously testified, it was just Chris. They walked the perimeter. They did not come into the condo building, the abutting property. He just testified that they went into D City. And I was not party to that. So I'm sorry, but I can't give you answers for something where I wasn't a part of it.
Okay, so you're not sure if you were part of setting it up, but you definitely were not there. That's the testimony?
I was active in requesting them, but was never asked to participate or notified that they were occurring.
Bear with me for 1 second. Let me see if I have anything else here. Okay, so do you recall receiving an email from Ferdinand Gamboa on Tuesday, April 19th, 2022, stating DCRA with the Noise Task Force will visit D City this Thursday night? Do you remember that email?
I do not recollect that or any email from that date. I receive a lot. I work in federal HR, and this has been an ongoing issue. So without it in front of me, I wouldn't know. And I
Yeah,
don't.
that's it's not a memory test. So
Yeah.
to refresh your recollection, I'm gonna bring up an email on the screen, not as an exhibit, but to refresh the witness's memory since he testified that he does not remember. So specifically what I have up here is email from Ferdinand Gamboa sent Tuesday, April 19th, and then it has the recipients here. And among the recipients is John McHugh, Corey Brown. Good morning, DCRA with the Noise Task Force will visit the Music D City this Thursday night. Having had the opportunity to review that, do you now recall receiving that email with respect to the noise test on 4/22 of 2022?
I don't know if I specifically received that. That's certainly my email. That's our some of the board members. That's Kelly. All folks that have been contacted before. I don't even know that I was in town during that time period. Jack's parents live in Knoxville, and we would often go stay at their house for 2-3 weeks at a time whenever I was allowed to telework, just to get some night's rest because of the noise. Yeah, and I don't think that's a part of anything you've submitted to me prior. So I didn't have the opportunity to dig through my email to see if I have actually received that.
So, yeah, I mean, that wasn't my question. I asked you if you remembered. You said you didn't, and now you remember, correct?
I never said I remembered. I said I recognized my email. And again, I haven't had the opportunity to review any of that to verify. I do not recollect receiving that email at this moment.
All right, let's move on. Asked and answered. Okay, gentlemen. I have another question.
I do. Do you recall the same day getting an email saying they need to access your unit for the test?
I do not. Is there something in the record that says that? Or are these going to come out of magic email land that's not in the record?
Well,
I don't understand why these are actually coming up when I had to fight to get stuff in here that I had previously submitted, and none of this has come across before. And now I'm cross-examination.
Mr. Brown, hold on a minute. These are not documents that are in evidence. He can ask you about anything that you, he can ask you any questions. He is not, he's not trying to move it in evidence. Now, if he tries to move it in evidence and if it has not been disclosed, then you can object. But all he's asking you if, and you have answered so far appropriately. So, all right. And hold on 1 minute. I need to get off camera for half a second. Hold on, please. I'm sorry about it. Go ahead.
That's okay. I could wrap this part up just with the last question. We're not going to go through the exercise of showing the document again. But so the question is, do you remember later the same day on April the 19th of 2022, receiving an email stating that the DCRA Noise Task Force needed to access your unit for measurements.
No, but as I look at my work calendar, I was in fact in Knoxville at the time.
Okay, I mean, that's not the question. The question is, do you remember getting that email notifying you of the need for access?
I said, no, I do not. Maybe that
Thank you very
got through.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you answering the question then again if it got garbled.
Of course.
You have another question, sir?
I'm just checking my notes to make sure I don't have anything else. That's it. I don't have any more questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any questions by any board members? I hear none. All right, thank you for your testimony, sir. Now we are ready for closing. Do you want us to break for 5 minutes, or are you ready to do closing?
I'm fine with us just going right now and wrapping it up. It's 7 p.m. I'm sure everybody's tired.
All right, Mr. Bianco, 5 minutes to close. So for closing, what I would like the parties to be specific what it is that you're asking the board to do. And so, all right.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the board, for your patience. I could see from your questions how engaged you were in this issue and how much I think you understand the arguments on both sides. So I will be brief. Our case is simple. We want this license renewed, and we would like it renewed without any conditions placed on it. Our burden here is to show that the establishment that has been operating there since 2017 does not have an adverse impact on the peace and quiet of the relevant area. The relevant area is a 1,200-foot radius around the establishment. What we have here is two complaining witnesses who moved in directly above the establishment, one of whom moved in after the establishment was operating for a number of years, doing no due diligence prior to moving in. Again, it's a situation that we see and that the board sees over and over again, where you have a legal use being undertaken by a business party and somebody moving in proximity to that use and then complaining about things that are inherent to the legal use of the property. That's exactly what we have going on here. And we don't have to look very far to identify that. The protestants have thankfully kept very, very detailed records that they complained to every single person that they could think of in the DC government for a period of years. And they're not saying that there was no response. They're saying when they complained, MPD came out and didn't do anything. When they complained, DCRA came out and didn't do anything. When they complained, the condominium considered the issue and didn't do anything. The ANC went through the exercise of working with the parties to set up an actual sound test. Protestants didn't participate. They have a lot of excuses as to why not. But the fact is that you have two protestants here that don't actually live in the property, that are raising complaints about the manner of this operation, and nobody else who lives in the building or who lives in the 1,200-foot area cares about this. And all we have to do to demonstrate that is say, nobody else is here. How much does this adversely impact the neighborhood? This is a good business. This is a business that people like. This is a credit to and an amenity to the neighborhood. We heard the testimony of Ms. Quinn, the ANC commissioner and longtime president of the local civic association, again, a party that did not protest, and talked about the engagement with the community, the responsiveness, how much they are willing to help when the community is in need of exactly that. We heard questions from Mr. Short about the nature of this particular neighborhood and the type of activity that would typically go on in this neighborhood exclusive of D City Smokehouse. This is a counter service restaurant. It is a very unusual protest. These places are not very controversial. We do not see a lot of protests on counter service. And the testimony that you heard here today is that it's a true restaurant. You're dealing with a place that does almost all of its business based on the sale of food. And of that, almost all of it is, or a majority of that is carryout. Do they sell the occasional drink? Absolutely. Absolutely. 15 to 20% of their revenue comes from that. And I think the import of that is based on the percentages we're dealing with. None of the protestants nor their witness could draw a straight line between any of the things they're complaining about and the actual service of alcohol. I think Mr. Anderson in his questioning raised a very, very important point that the service of alcohol at this particular establishment, whether it's allowed or not, does not do away with the business. No problems are solved here by a non-renewal of the license, if any problems even exist in the first place. There is really no reason to be here. Aside from the percentages and the manner in which this establishment operates, there's no authority for ABRA to do any enforcement within this particular building, both because of its zoning and because of the fact that it is the same structure that the establishment is in. So 25-725, which is the aspect of the aspect of noise that ABRA is charged with or charged with enforcing, does not apply to this particular building. So enforcement's off the table. Does that mean that the board can't consider noise for purposes of renewal? No, it doesn't mean that. The board absolutely can consider it. There's just no enforcement authority. So testimony about how the establishment wouldn't cooperate with ABRA to take noise measurements, it's an absurdity. One, ABRA doesn't take noise measurements. It's not what they do. Do they come to units and listen for noise to see if it's audible? Because that's what 25-725 says. Yes, of course they do. That's very different than taking noise measurements. The second reason why that's simply an absurdity is because my client's permission isn't necessary for ABRA or any other agency of the DC government to enter their unit. If they wanted ABRA or DCRA or the ANC to enter their units, they could have scheduled that at any time. They could have had private noise consultations done. They did none of that. They try to slough it off on my client. Finally, the condominium. The condominium documents, which are in the record and which Mr. Brown acknowledged receiving very specifically, set forth that he is buying a unit that is in a city and that will experience noise from restaurants and other businesses adjacent or in proximity to his particular unit. Additionally, the condominium has very specific provisions with respect to regulation of the commercial unit, none of which have been taken advantage of. They have very specific provisions about violations, none of which have been taken advantage of. And finally, there is nothing in the world stopping the condominium from soundproofing the space between the first floor units and the commercial unit because it's within their purview to repair and maintain those areas of the property. That would require a vote of the condominium association. It would be a shared expense, but per the testimony we heard today from Ms. Schumacher, nobody else in the building really has any issue with what's going on now. So they are looking to the ABC board to do what their condominium will not do. And that's not the role of this board. It's an abuse of this process. It's not what it's here for. We ask that the board, after consideration of the evidence, renew this license without further restriction and allow this business to continue to peaceably operate into the future. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bianco. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, and for all of your time today. I was driven out of my condo unit by the persistent nuisance, countless tenants in Jackie's units, folks before me. It's a persistent issue, and the persistent response has been not my problem. Someone else do it. You operate within your unit. Have the condo board do it. Have so-and-so do it. No responsibility as a business owner within a condo building. No respect for the neighbors, and no witnesses to controvert that live within that unit. Jackie and I are part of that building as unit owners, and we have just as many rights as unit owners within the District of Columbia as any of the other residents that are not as adversely impacted as we are. We have standing, and we are deserve some consideration and some mitigation of the issue at hand. We agree with the applicant that it has been a persistent issue, that it's been going on, and that we've had to go to great length to try to reach a resolve. And that's all we want. If it operated as a counter-serve restaurant, I don't think we'd be here. The issue, which they seem to not be able to thread, is that they don't operate that way. And that's why we're here before this board that issues these licenses, because they operate beyond the bounds and the reasonableness of their license. And that's why it's necessary for ABRA to put restrictions should they choose to renew this license to ensure this business operates in a fair and reasonable manner, and enforcing those instructions as we go forward, so that we can pursue everyday life. We can rent out these units and not find ourselves here again where we don't want to be, where we've done everything and reached out to everyone. As the applicant's counsel said, we took every single means that we could before we got here. And then at the advice of our actual ANC, who currently sits in that role, was to come here and to utilize this process to seek restrictions on their license. Thank you. And if it wasn't clear, that's what we're seeking here, are those restrictions to keep the music at a lower level and to place those onto the license within the authority of ABRA.
All right, thank you for that. All right, so the record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law, or waive their right to do so? Basically, this is that, do you want to listen to the transcript to say, this is what the facts said were, this is the facts, and this is what the law, and this is what the board should rule. It's not necessary or mandatory. This is something that we normally do this in show cause hearing status, but it's something that's available to the parties. If you were to do that, what that does is that you would, the transcripts would be submitted to you in 3 weeks. You would have 30 days after the 3 weeks to write us a legal brief, and then the board would issue a decision 90 days after the legal briefs are presented, or if you waive your right to do that, the board will make its decision 90 days as of today.
I'm comfortable with the board. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we don't want to file briefs. We're the applicant's fine.
All right, fine. So I think both parties have agreed not to do that. All right. So this is where we are, and all right, so let me close this hearing officially. As chairperson of the alcoholic beverage, and so basically the board will issue a decision in 90 days. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code, I'm sorry, what did I say? Let me start back over, because I think I just read it incorrectly. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 PRO 00001, DC Smokehouse, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575 B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 23 PRO 00001 DC City Smokehouse for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We will now have a roll call vote on the hearing. On the motion, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC board, I'm just doing too many things at the same time. At one time, I apologize. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC board will recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your participation and attendance today. And you're free to go. And if you hold on one more minute, I need to officially close our hearing for today, and that everyone and to end our public session for the day. All right, so as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on April 12th, 2023 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and license agenda for April 12, 2023, as published in the DC Register on April 7th, 2023. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the parties who participated in this protest hearing this afternoon, and also for the parties who participated in all our hearings today. Thank you very much for your participation. We are now adjourned for the day. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further action. Have a good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.